Okay, here we go. Good morning, everyone. We are back. It is day 2 of the SheisMe Conference, and it's going to be an amazing day, as usual. Yesterday was phenomenal. If you didn't catch it, go back and watch the rerun and check out our financial independence panel because that was amazing. But this morning, we are joined by Jamie Martin, and she's an executive coach to women in STEM. Yay, women in STEM! Yay. So, Jamie, you're first this morning, so take it away.
Awesome. I said yes to something that I never really wanted. And as a result, I almost lost absolutely everything that mattered to me, including my sense of identity. On the outside, I had made it. I had just been promoted the VP of product at a MarTech company that was ready to get acquired. It was going for that big unicorn moment that companies in tech always want to hit. And I had a seat at the table. I had the title, the team, and the impact. At the same exact moment in time, my husband and I started our infertility journey. We had hope, but we also knew that there might be a long journey ahead of us. In my head, I thought I could do both. I thought I needed to do both for my career, for our family, and for our finances. Because infertility, it's not so cheap. What I can tell you today is I couldn't have been more wrong about that decision. The first few weeks, months, I was rocking it. I thought I had it at least. I'd go through the blood work in the morning for our diagnostic cycle where they look to see what's going on, what's wrong. Then I'd show up at work ready to do what needed to be done, lead strategic meetings, manage my team, and drive product decisions. And we had a really fun surprise with our diagnostic cycle. We got pregnant. We were super surprised because we didn't expect it. We were excited. We didn't know what to do. We were actually in a state of shock. We took a deep breath, though, because we were so grateful at that moment in time that this journey wasn't going to take longer. But then 3 days later happened, and we lost the baby. That's when everything started to unravel. Denial was the first thing that hit. A denial that I had never experienced before in my life. It was with the next cycle. As Lisa mentioned, I'm an engineer by training, a scientist by heart, a data person through and through. People used to joke with me that they believed I had a spreadsheet for all the miles I logged on my gym shoes. I did not, but I thought it was a great idea. So you would think that I would be able to lean into the data, the facts. But this next cycle, it took that data person and threw her completely out the window. I was convinced I was pregnant, even though all the signs proved that I wasn't. All the data gave me a big, fat no. I would sit in meetings convinced that those cramps I was feeling were implantation cramps. They had to be. How could they not be implantation cramps? And not period cramps. Despite getting my beta test back, which is the first test you get when you're pregnant, or get tested to see if you're pregnant, I should say, even though it was negative and I got my period, I was still taking pregnancy tests. I was that convinced that I was pregnant. I was in that much denial about what I was experiencing. I was lying to myself because the alternative, that I wasn't pregnant, that this journey was going to actually keep going and maybe lead to the thing that scared me the most, IVF, was unnerving. It scared the daylights out of me, and I couldn't face it. I wanted it to be easy. I prayed for it to be easy. And as a result, I actually put myself in a state where I didn't see the truth in front of me. It was anything but easy. I found myself cycle after cycle sitting in the middle of an executive team meeting, surrounded by mostly male leaders at the organization. When I would receive the call from our doctor, another cycle was a failure. We weren't pregnant again. It would numb me for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week. Cycle after cycle, this would happen over and over again. But I kept going. I kept leading. I kept pushing the roadmap forward, kept performing like nothing had just shattered inside me. I kept showing up. But I was on an emotional roller coaster that flung me from hope to disappointment constantly. I was riding the waves as best as I could and pretending that I was fully functional at work, that I was giving my all, which I was, but underneath it all, I was breaking. I was still connecting the dots at work. I was still drawing conclusions. I was building a vision, building a roadmap, building a team. At the end of the day, though, I would leave and collapse into my husband's arms, exhausted, with nothing left to give but tears. Through all of this, the voice in my head, that voice that chirps, kept saying, "You aren't a leader. You aren't a product executive. You shouldn't have said yes to this VP of product role. You aren't visionary enough. You don't have enough experience. You don't know enough about this product that you're building. How can you create a vision for something you don't know the insides and outs? How can you implement it?" You see, I knew I took on an executive role I didn't actually want. I didn't want it at that moment in time, not on that product, and not at that company. Could that change in the future? Sure. But at that moment in time, I didn't want that job. I didn't want to be at the executive table. I said yes, despite all of that. And I knew it. I knew I was wrong, but I couldn't tell anyone, especially not my boss or my team. I kept pretending to be the person who wanted it, who was driven and threw herself into the role. I pretended to be the person who wanted to lean into the role, the person who had the resolve, who had the vision and the passion for the product and the market we were serving. But I didn't want it. And with not wanting it and the fog of the cycles of IVF, it was destroying me. That sense of obligation to be successful, right? Plus infertility was literally destroying me. That wasn't it. Add to all of this something that made everything worse. And I couldn't see it because I was so deep in the infertility struggles, the emotion around those struggles, that I had blinders on. I couldn't put words to what I was experiencing at work. But I was being bullied by the CEO. It wasn't overt. It was subtle. Constant undermining, the constant questioning, constant pushing for something different. He wanted us to be a product-led company, but wouldn't let the product team or me take charge. He threw us under the bus for not being visionary enough, for not going fast enough to deliver a feature the sales team desperately wanted. But once they got it, it didn't change the trajectory of sales or customer satisfaction. We couldn't talk to customers enough, the product team. We, the product team, couldn't be innovative enough. I couldn't be innovative enough. I couldn't talk to the customers enough. And I still remember he asked me at one point to lead a project. The perception of authority was there, but not really. He knew exactly what he wanted. He had a picture in his mind, a spreadsheet in his mind, the data points all lined up. But he didn't open that book for me. He never provided direction or guidance. So what ends up happening in that space? Of course, I missed the mark over and over and over again. I'm sure that some of you have experienced that, where you think you have the authority, but you know that the person who gave you the project has a vision and knows exactly what they want done, but will not tell you, will not open the book for you. I will say this is that confirmed 100% that I am not a mind reader. None of us are. But it also showed that nothing that the product team or I did was enough. It was as if we were being run through the ringer to prove ourselves. I was being run through the ringer to prove myself. The impossible standards, milestones with no metrics, criticism without direction. This kind of treatment really makes you question your competency, your experience, your ability, your own sanity. I was in a constant state of wondering, was I really a product person? Occasionally, the voice of one of my old bosses would come back up where I wasn't in a product role, but he looked at me and he said, "You're a product person. Why are you in an implementation role?" I said, "We don't have a product team." That would occasionally pop up, but these other doubts would push it back and say, "Wait, no, your experience here is showing that you don't have enough. You don't have what it takes to actually lead this product team." And add to that I was already in a role I didn't want. I didn't want a seat at the table at the time. Working on a product I wasn't passionate about, and grieving loss after loss that I couldn't openly talk about at work. The bullying just confirmed that what I already knew inside. I should have never said yes to that promotion. But I did. I did. And so at that point, I didn't have energy to doubt myself. I didn't have energy to look back and say, what should I have done differently and what can I do differently? I was beyond that. I was empty. Simply empty. Running on fumes. Nothing left but exhaustion, anxiety, fear. Constantly in a state of collapse. There was no ability for me to analyze what was wrong or how to get through it. I wasn't even blaming myself. Not that I needed to, but oftentimes we get in that state where we start to blame ourselves for the things that happen. I couldn't even do that. The default, I was so empty, I didn't have the default in me. I also didn't have the default in me as a scientist and an engineer to figure out how to fix it. I was simply in survival mode and barely surviving at that. There was nothing left of me to give, not to work, not to my husband, not even to myself. And somehow I still tried. somehow I tried one last time. I was in a meeting with my boss, the CTO, the CEO, and me. And the CEO looked at me and said, "Hey, Jamie, at tomorrow's exec meeting, I'm going to have to lay into you. I need to showcase a point." I don't even remember what it was about, but I remember to this day exactly what I said to him. I looked him straight in the face. I said, "No." I told him I couldn't guarantee how I would react because I was in the middle of infertility treatments. I was on drugs that had left me with no control over my emotions, no control over how things would happen. I remember at one point my husband walking in the room and I snapped just because he walked in the room. That's what was happening with the drugs in me. So I pushed back at him. I said, "No, you will not lay into me. I don't have control. I'm on medicine that does not allow me to have control." He pushed back at me and said, "I'm still going to do it. You need to be able to separate your professional and your personal." I didn't take that. So I said it again. "You don't understand how these treatments impact someone. What happens to that person emotionally and mentally is not something they have control over. I cannot guarantee how I will react. The medicines do not allow me that control. I can't even guess with any accuracy how I will react. Back a year or two ago, I could have been like, okay, this is how I think I will react." Not at that point. That point, I had lost all sense of any faculty of what was going to show up at any point in time. I tried to hold it together as best I could at work. And I knew in that moment, I knew I was already running on such an empty tank that I had to set a boundary. I had to advocate for myself at that moment. I told him exactly what I was dealing with the fertility treatments at that time, that I was already on medicine that I could tell was affecting me. And he still expected the separation of personal and professional. That's when I knew it. No amount of advocating for myself was going to change this situation. No amount of setting boundaries was going to make this sustainable, because the person leading the company didn't understand the complexity of how personal and professional lives actually blend together, especially when we are in the middle of a trauma situation. Infertility is a trauma, just like going through a loss of a family member, just like having cancer is trauma. Those are all situations that bleed into our professional life. Can be very hard to separate those from each other and tease them out. I was trying to protect myself in an environment that was breaking me. It wasn't breaking me intentionally, because all of it, saying yes to a role I didn't want, the VP role, the fertility losses, the impossible standards, my own standards for how I wanted to show up. It was all so much, and I was navigating it without feeling supported. Not feeling supported at home with my family. My husband was great, but the other support in the family didn't understand fertility. Not feeling supported at work. Not feeling supported and having access to friends who understood what all of it looked like. The fertility, the job, because people don't talk about it. So this was the breaking point. This was breaking me down. And I remember to this day sitting at our next fertility doctor's appointment. You may have felt this before, where you're sitting there and you see the two people you're with talking. You're supposed to be part of the conversation, and yet you have no idea what's going on. And that was me. My doctor was trying to pull me into the conversation. My husband was trying to pull me into the conversation, and I couldn't go. I couldn't get in there. My mental health had gotten so bad. I was a shell of myself. And the thing I wanted the most, I couldn't actually be present for the conversation. That's when my doctor and my husband both looked at me and said, you can't move forward with IVF. You need to get your mental health fixed. You need to get it back. We can't risk you going deeper into a depression with all the hormones that IVF take, especially with my reaction to one particular one, which is progesterone. Progesterone immediately sends me into a depressive state. Within 24 hours, I am in a depressive state. They both knew that I couldn't advocate for myself anymore. They had to. They were seeing me slip away before their eyes. And let me tell you, I am so grateful for my doctor for realizing that my mental health was more important in that moment in time than having a baby. That the success would show up in a different way. That even if I got pregnant at that time, I would not be able to be the mom I needed to be, to take care of a pregnancy the way I would need to be. But between infertility and the job that had become so toxic, a job I didn't actually want, I found myself in a place where I couldn't take the next step. That my doctor and my husband were saying, no, you can't risk it. The family I always wanted, the baby I always wanted, was being blocked by all of this. I was sacrificing the thing that actually mattered to me for something I never wanted in the first place, a seat at the table. Now, some people who know me would be like, well, Jamie, you should have shut your mouth, because I am known for opening my mouth many times to help fix things or showcase things. And that's where I get myself into leadership roles. But in this case, it was one of those moments where I knew I could have said no, but I didn't. And that doctor's appointment, I left and I knew something had to change. I just didn't know what. I had no idea. And then my boss gave me the words I couldn't find for myself. He pulled me aside in an offline conversation. And he said, I need to name what's happening here. The CEO is bullying you. This isn't normal. This isn't okay. And I'm watching it destroy you. The person who I saw walk in the door is not the same person. It hit me like a ton of bricks. It was as if a light bulb just hit me, because it wasn't simply because I was going through the fertility journey that I was experiencing all of this. That's what I was pointing to. I was pointing to the fertility journey, being like, why can't I handle this? Why can't I do the thing that I know I can do? Because I knew I could be the VP of product. There was inside of me, I knew that was there. But all the doubts were showing up. And I kept pointing it back to the fertility. But I already told you earlier, I was being bullied. I just didn't know it. I had no idea that was what it was. Now, there's more to the story, of course. Looking back, he didn't know he was bullying me. He thought he was being fair. And I actually think he was maybe being extra hard on me so that he could avoid showing favoritism, because we had, at that point, probably a 15-year-long professional history. So he didn't want to show favoritism. Yet, the impact was the same. And for the first time in over a year, I could see it clearly. I had said yes to something I never wanted. I was grieving losses no one at work knew about. I was being held to impossible standards. And the combination of all of it was costing me everything. My mental health, my sense of self, my dream of having a family. All of it had completely tapped me out. And my sense of self was disintegrating. For what? That's the question. For society's definition of success? For the ladder everyone said I should climb on and should be on? For proving I could make it to the executive table, even though I never actually wanted a seat? The universe was giving me a swift kick in the ass. This time, it was like, will you finally listen to me? I've been kicking you for years. And that's the question, right? Would I finally listen to what I'd be a coach? I knew it for a long time. It wasn't a mystery, but it was a truth I kept pushing aside. I kept telling myself, prove yourself first, learn things first. Make sure that this path that you're on in technology isn't the right path before you leap into another one. But the breaking point, the layering of everything on top of it, wasn't something I could ignore anymore. The universe was done letting me pretend. It was done having me ignore it. And so was my husband. So I enrolled in a coach training program. And through the program, the question actually became really clear to me. It wasn't, what do I want to do? I knew what I wanted to do. But what do I need to do to get what I want without losing myself in the process? Because it's one thing to know where you want to go. It's another thing to say, I'm here, and figure out how to get there. I couldn't just leave my job and start being a coach. We were still on a fertility journey. We still wanted that dream. But the answer was actually really clear when I dug into it. I needed space. Space to heal, space to find myself again, space to build towards the coaching, space to start the family. Not just start the family, but actually space for the baby to show up. But I didn't have that muscle. I wasn't practiced in creating space. I didn't know how to distinguish between what was actually mine to own and what I was taking on out of obligation, what I thought I needed to take on. Partially because I saw the problem. And I don't know about you. I think there's probably a few of you out there who will raise your hand and say, oh yeah, if I see the problem, I feel like I have to fix it. That was me. I didn't know how to let go of caring so much about my work and caring about what I produced and caring about what we were creating. I didn't know how to let go also of the desire for what I wanted, that baby, in order to actually create the space for it. I was operating from obligation and fear, not clarity and trust. And from that place, I had no power whatsoever. So I knew I had to make a real critical decision, a tough decision. I chose to step down from the VP of product role and move into something that would give me space. But stepping down didn't mean giving up. It meant being intentional about what I actually wanted and moving towards it. I had to learn a few things to make it happen, though. These are all things I wish I would have known a year earlier, decades earlier, really. But first, I had to get clear on what it was that I wanted in that moment. Not what I should want, not that what would prove I was capable, not what would look impressive, but what I actually wanted, and I had to own it. I wanted to be a coach. I wanted to have a family. I wanted to feel like myself again. Once I named that, once I stopped pretending I wanted the VP role, I had a foundation to stand on. Next, I had to distinguish between obligation and conviction. I realized I'd been taking on so much that wasn't actually mine to own at work. I was managing everyone's emotions. I was saying yes to fixing things I saw that no one else seemed to see, the culture problems, the broken processes, the things that were keeping people from doing their best work, the things that had them doing busy work instead of the best work. Not because that was my job, but because I could see it. And because I could see it, I felt I had to fix it. I had to learn just because I can see it doesn't mean it's mine to fix. I had to learn what's mine and what am I taking out of obligation. My sense of obligation. Where do I need to put boundaries in place? What do I need to hand to somebody else instead? So the shift from obligation to conviction in what was mine to own changed everything. Third, I had to actually communicate strategically from that clarity. And I had one of the hardest conversations of my career. I had to sit down with the CEO and CTO and say, this isn't working. I need to make a change. A year earlier, I couldn't have had that conversation. I would have been too afraid of disappointing them, too worried about what they would think, too uncertain about what I wanted. But now I was clear. And from that clarity, I could advocate for myself. I didn't just say I quit. I said, here's what I need. Here's what would work for me. Let's figure out how to make this work for all of us. I saw an opportunity, a hole I could fit in the organization that the organization needed. And we did. We worked together to carve out a different role for me, one that let me do meaningful work for the company while giving me the space I needed to heal, to find myself, and to start a family. Last, I had to learn how to own what I needed without apologizing for it. That's a tough. I didn't apologize for needing space. I didn't apologize for prioritizing my mental health and creating my family. I owned what I needed without apology. And you know what? When you own it without apology and with clarity, people respect it and work with you. And those who don't aren't your people. And that is such a powerful place to be in, is to realize that I can stand with conviction, I can advocate, and I can own who I am, what I want without apology. Let me tell you, within a few months, absolutely everything changed. My mental health started to stabilize. My doctor cleared me for IVF, and I got pregnant on our second round with our now 5-year-old son. In theory, I could think clearly again, but I had pregnancy brain. I will take pregnancy brain over the mental disruption any day. I built my coaching practice. I started working with clients, and I discovered that everything I learned in tech, all my leadership experience, all the hard conversations, all the lessons were preparing me for this work. It confirmed that when there's alignment, when we're doing what matches what we actually want, you can have it all. Now, I'm not talking about the all that we hear in the world where it's like you can have the career, you can have the family, you can have everything perfect. You get to be who you want to be, stepping into the life you are choosing and being the person you want to be. You know what it is that's in your life. For me, I could pursue coaching and a family. I could build a business and be present in my life. I could lead powerfully without sacrificing myself. Because I wasn't trying to do something I didn't want anymore. I was building what I actually wanted, and I knew the difference between what was mine to own and what I was taking on out of obligation. That's what alignment does. It doesn't make life easier, but it makes it possible to integrate your whole life instead of pretending part of you doesn't exist. And here's what became clear to me as I was building my coaching practice. I had stepped down because I was in the wrong role. I didn't want to be the VP of product. I wanted to be a coach. I wanted to be a leadership coach. I wanted to help people learn how to lead and lead from a place that was their best place. But what I kept seeing, what broke my heart and still does, brilliant women with incredible expertise stepping down from roles they did want. Not because they weren't capable, because they were operating from obligation instead of clarity and trust. They were burnt out, and they felt they had to choose between their leadership role and their life. And I thought, we can't afford to lose these women. We need women in leadership. We need women making decisions. We need women at the table changing what's possible. I don't want women who just have a seat at the table anymore. I want women to have a voice and have the conviction to make the changes. My stepping down was the right choice for me. But I don't want other women making that choice when they actually want to be there. And that's my mission, to help the women who do want leadership to thrive, not just survive. The women I work with are brilliant. Oh, they're engineers, product leaders, directors, VPs. They have the expertise. But they're looking and seeing all the burnout. They see the burnout in what's costing other women. They see the burnout in men to stay in leadership roles. They hear the CEOs of large organizations saying that in order to be successful, you have to work 60 plus hours. They hear lean in and think, I don't want that life. I don't want to just be my career. And here's what's happening. We find ourselves operating from obligation instead of conviction. We take on work that isn't ours, managing everyone's emotions, fixing the problems that no one else seems to see or notice, and making sure all of the balls are in the air and none of them get dropped. We're saying yes when you should say no. You're advocating from uncertainty instead of grounded authority. And it's exhausting. And here's what I had to learn the hard way, so other women don't have to. Get clear on what you actually want, not what you should want, what you actually want. Because when you're clear, you have a foundation. You can advocate from that place. You can make strategic decisions. You can navigate your life circumstances, IVF, aging parents, health challenges as part of your story, not something you have to compartmentalize. And we need you, because we need to know that we don't have to compartmentalize. It's a hard word to say this morning anymore. Second, learn to communicate from grounded authority. Not asking permission, not softening your message to make others comfortable, not putting masks on because that's what we're supposed to do to be professional, but speaking with conviction so you're heard, respected, and taken seriously. Third, own your value without apologizing for it. Stop sitting back and letting somebody else take your credit. Stop downplaying your contributions. Stop pretending that it was luck. Make your expertise visible. Own your career journey and all of the steps along the way because you did it. You were not just lucky. You made it happen. You can't get paid what you're worth when you're not willing to own your own value. Fourth, know the difference between obligation and conviction. What's actually yours to own, what you're taking on you think you should. This is where women in particular burn out. Not from the work we're hired to do, but from the work we're taking on because we think no one else is going to do it. I know it's a hard thing to drop because we can do it, we can hold it, but it's one of the things that leads us to burnout. And one of the most powerful places to be is when we can start to say, no, this isn't mine to hold. And last but not least, integrate your whole life instead of compartmentalizing it. Your life circumstances don't disqualify you from leadership. They are part of your leadership. They are what makes you able to lead powerfully while also being human. Because in this day of AI, we need human leaders. We need women who can see the bigger picture. And here's what becomes possible. You stopped accepting lower salaries because you can articulate your value and you will negotiate head to head. You stop letting others take credit for either your work or other people's work because you can own your achievements visibly. You stop being talked over because you communicate with authority. You stop taking on work that isn't yours because you know the difference. You get the promotions, you get the recognition, you get the voice at the table that you actually want, and you get paid what you're worth. Not because you became someone different, but because you got clear about what you wanted and learned to distinguish between what you thought you should want and what you actually want, and stood in that desire with conviction. So my mission is to help women in STEM lead powerfully without losing themselves, not by doing leadership a specific way, not by working twice as hard, taking on everyone's work, burning out to prove you belong, but by leading from clarity, by communicating with authority, by owning your value, by knowing the difference between what isn't yours and what is yours. And we need you. We need women in leadership. We need women making decisions about parental leave policies, about flexibility, about what it means to lead as a human. We need women at the table to show the next generation that you don't have to choose. You don't have to make yourself small. And that no matter where you want to be is okay. Not everybody needs to be at the leadership table. I left the table because I didn't want to be there. But I'm not going to let women who do want to be there burn out and leave too. That's my mission, to help you thrive in the leadership roles we need you in. The universe gave me a swift kick in the ass when I was the VP of product. It forced me to stop ignoring what I wanted and get strategic about building it. And that swift kick taught me you can't advocate for yourself when you're operating on empty, when you're operating from somebody else's definition of success, that you can't lead powerfully when you're in the wrong role you chose. You can lead powerfully when you're not in the right role and going towards it. But here's what I also learned. When you get clear about what you actually want, when you learn to distinguish between obligation and conviction, when you build those skills, you can thrive. You can get the leadership role without burnout. You can make impact without sacrificing your family. You can be ambitious and have a life. You can show up as a whole person and still lead powerfully, not by doing everything, but knowing what's yours and leading from that conviction. So if you want the leadership role, but you want a life too, if you're tired of taking on everyone else's work, if you're ready to stop compartmentalizing and start leading from your true worth, know this. You have the expertise. It's all in you. What you need is the clarity and conviction to decide that what you want is yours, and stop putting yourself in a position where you're taking on other people's stuff, other people's visions of success, other people's work. You deserve to get paid what you're worth. You deserve the credit for your work. You deserve to make the decisions you're capable of making and own them. And you deserve to do it all without losing yourself in the process. We need you at the table. We need you at the table with a voice, making decisions. And I'm here to make sure you thrive there. So thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And thank you for being brave enough to consider what might be possible when you stop operating from the place you are right now, a place of shoulds, and instead start leading from a place of clarity and conviction. So let's change the face of leadership together. Let's make it female.
I can't even tell you how much of your story I completely related to, having been a woman in STEM, having been a product manager, having had terrible managers, having worked for 60 hours a week with no thank you, no nothing but maybe a layoff coming, at some point. Right? Uh, so thank you so much. And yes, if you are, I got out of it, you got out of it. If you want to stay in it, I'm an engineer by trade as well. I know you are, and I want to encourage as many women as possible who want to be engineers, who want to be in STEM, to definitely pursue this. And women like Jamie are the ones that you need to work with, because it is tough out there. It is tough. And you cannot back down. You cannot, well, you can't play their game, number one, because you're never going to win. But you've got to have the skills, and you've got to learn how to show up and take responsibility, and to know that you deserve to be there, right? It's so important.
It's so
important. It's not easy, but it can be done, and you can make a lot of progress, and you can have a wonderful career. So just, if you want a seat at that table, you've got to learn, you've got to have the skills to sit at that table. And you've got to, it's tough. But thank you. And I haven't gone through IVF. I'm quite the opposite. Like, if you sneezed on me, I would get pregnant. Definitely not that problem.
I know I have a few friends that are that way, and they're like, what? We wish we could have a little bit of fun with it. I was like, we didn't have any fun with it. No.
That was crazy. But anyway, thank you, Jamie. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your story. It's so important, and I really appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
We'll see you again next year. We'll have our STEM summit, and Jamie will join us. So we'll see her then. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll be right back. We're going to be back with Hazel Krebs, and Hazel is a returning SheisMe speaker. So join us. Hi, everyone. We are back, and I have the honor of introducing you to Hazel Krebs, who's my friend, and who is someone who was here last year. Actually, her first event with SheisMe was last year. We are so happy to welcome her back, and she's actually going to be sitting on a panel this week. So please welcome Hazel Krebs.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It is always great to see you. I am grateful for you and grateful for the work that you do. And I want to say thank you for everyone who is here, whether you're here live or later on. I am grateful for each and every one of you. By the way, thank you for being you. I am Hazel Krebs. I'm an author and speaker, inspiring the world to live enthusiastically. Since we are all over the country and the world, I'll put in context where I am speaking from. I am in the Kansas City metro area. If you don't know, Kansas City crosses 2 states. I live in the Kansas side of Kansas City. I've been here for about 10 years. Grew up in Nebraska, just up the road here in Omaha, Nebraska, for my life until my mid-30s when I moved here to Kansas City. I moved here, married. I have 2 kids. I have 2 teenagers, 14 and 15, and I absolutely love having teenagers. When I say 2 teenagers, I usually get a reaction from people, but I love it. For example, just yesterday evening, I went to a college fair with my son. He's a sophomore. He's a big planner like I am, so he's already thinking about it. And there was a moment as I sat in the car as we're driving there, I'm like, I am taking my son to a college fair. So yeah, I love having a teenagers because I love seeing the adults they're becoming. We had this long conversation about majors, schools, where he wants to live. Love it. Also about me, I am an Aquarius sun sign, Scorpio moon, Leo rising. If you know what those mean, just know that it's very accurate. I'm also ENFJ, Enneagram 2. If you know what those mean, very accurate. Other parts of who I am. So I'm an author and speaker, but I also have my own business, which I'm launching a consulting for social media and branding. I spoke last week at the local library here about branding. It was super fun to talk to writers. It was a conference I had been years ago. I'm also a chair of a queer nonprofit here, and I live in Johnson County, Kansas. And I enjoy being able to give back to my community. I also wrote a book. I'm working on 2 other books. I'm working on the next book will be a book about branding yourself authentically and enthusiastically. I'm also working on a self-improvement book that will be titled Living Enthusiastically. It's a follow-up to my first book called Enthusiastically Me. You'll see a theme with enthusiasm, authenticity. That's me. But this is my book. It's my story of discovering a life I'm enthusiastic to live. It is a transition story, but it's not the transition story most people think of. When they see a trans woman has written a book called Enthusiastically Me, they think, oh, I know what this is about. It's about your gender transition. And often people are like, I need to buy this for so-and-so trans family member or trans friend. And I say, this is not exactly what you think of it. Yes, it's a transition story, but it's a transition before the transition. It starts off in a very, very dark place where I was in 2018. So I also say like, hey, it's not for everyone. This isn't light reading. This is a pretty heavy start to a book, but it is the transition before the transition. The transition before my gender transition is a transitioning from hating myself to loving myself, transition from depression to enthusiasm, transition from being lost to be forging my own path. And it was after those were all set in place where the conditions were right for my gender transition to commence. The end of my book is actually the beginning of my gender transition. And I love it. I love it because it tells the story that like life is full of transitions. And I'm nerdy, I'm a writer. So I will talk about the definitions of transitions here for a moment. And because I'm nerdy and an author here, I have a favorite dictionary, Merriam-Webster. The thesaurus is top notch. So I'm very passionate about Merriam's and their thesaurus, but the definitions of transitions. The first one is a change or shift from one state subject plan to another. Second definition is a period or phase in which such a change occurs. When we're talking about our lives, we're talking about one state to another, and that's becoming a new version of ourselves. The end result will be different and hopefully closer to what the life that we want to live enthusiastically and authentically. The definition 2, the period when the shift occurs. A transition is a process. It's intentional at some point. But what I find interesting about life transition is that we're often unaware of when they begin. An example is when I talk about my gender transition, people often ask, like, when did you know? And I say, well, like I transitioned at age 39. I found my name March 9th, 2021 at age 39. And that's when I knew I was going to transition. But when I start to think back when the first thoughts began, actually I had a therapist ask me one time, like, when was the first thought? And I kept going back. Like every time I was like, it started here. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, I went back here, back here, back here. One of my first thoughts was around age 9 years old. It was 8 or 9 years old because we lived in this house. But I remember, so I have siblings, I have a younger brother, and collectively my younger brother and I were called boys, and I hated it. And I was like, why can't we call you my name? And I'm like, but I hated my dead name. So at age 9, I hated being called boys and I hated my dead name, but it took me 30 years to figure out that I'm transgender. So often we're going through these transitions before we know, we're unaware, but we're also unaware of whom we'll become. We're often unaware of where we were going. Maybe even know we're in a transition, but we don't know where we're going. And we're also losing parts of ourselves in a transition that we don't necessarily know about, or we do, or we're trying to lose them. We're often unaware that the journey has begun. Like I said, it took me 30 years to figure out I'm transgender, even though I had the thoughts at a pretty young age. And this process of transitioning is happening all the time. And I think of like the process of a transition in 3 parts: gaining parts I love about myself, or gaining parts that you love about yourself, losing parts we don't love, and the journey between the two. And then I think back, so to my transitions before Hazel. So this book is my story up until I found my name and started transitioning socially. But up until 2018, when this book starts, I had this life that you would consider like the American dream. I had a college degree, I had a master's degree, I had a career in insurance. When I started this, when 2018, I was vice president of an insurance company. I was 35 years old. And so you look on it, oh yeah, I was married, had kids, we moved to Kansas City. But in reality, I was becoming more and more miserable. So the transition I was going towards becoming a shell of a person. I was leaving behind, losing any resemblance of authenticity. The journey I was on was taking me down a dark path. I was aware of it to an extent. And honestly, I was seeking therapy and battling substance abuse. So I was aware of the dark path I was going down. And then in 2018, the book starts in March, the day I'll remember forever. And it was the day that I had a plan. And then the book starts there. And then it actually starts a first transition. It starts a transition of, I came out as gay in 2018. The next state of my journey was divorced and I was dating men. I lost that picturesque suburban American dream. The journey was a partying and drinking more. And I'll keep talking about these transitions that I'm going through in that context throughout the story of this book. And it will lead up to where I want to go with the pivotal moment in my life that's affecting today and right now. So in 2018, early 2018, I came out as gay. Late 2018, the next transition was not feeling gay. The next version of myself was this gender nonconforming, pansexual. Gender was sort of a thing I was working with at the time rather than a thing that was absolute. And what I lost was credibility from others and direction for myself. Coming out as gay and then 6 months later being like, I'm not sure if I'm gay. I'm not sure if I'm male. I'm not sure what I like anymore. Yeah, I lost some credibility and I also lost direction. I was very confused. But the journey that I was on was a journey of self-reflection for the first time in my life at age 36. In 2019, the early part of 2019, the transition was a problem, an alcohol problem that was peaking and becoming worse. For me, the next version of myself was sober. I became sober in 2019. What I lost was a social quality of life and a coping mechanism. Even if alcohol is not the best coping mechanism, it was a coping mechanism and my coping mechanism. My journey was through detox. It was self-reflection through detox, sobriety through detox. My journal in that detox. So if you go to detox, I don't recommend it, but unless you need it. But when I went to detox, I was shown my room. There's a bed and a desk, and on the desk is a notebook. And I still have the notebook back here. But I wrote down all my thoughts through the detox process and just all of my life situation. And it actually became chapter 5 of my book called Detox. And people have commented that that's one of the best chapters. And like, well, it's a lot just straight from my thoughts on self-reflection through the journey of the life I used to live to sobriety. After that, I was fired. That was the next transition. I also struggled with relationships. And the next version of me was understanding the relationship cycles I was in, and I was out of work that I was trying to get rid of, but couldn't. What I lost was that quick, continuous relationship I was seeking for so long. The journey for me was breaking, I call her Myra's heart. Myra in the book, I broke her heart, and it affected me, and I took some time for self-reflection. In 2020, the next transition I was dating Sage. The next version of me was this true self I was bringing into a relationship for the very first time. What I lost, they broke up with me. So I lost the love of my life, or so I thought. The journey was accepting the possibility that I could have love as my authentic self. I was still pre-transition, so I was still working on my authentic self. And that was something I actually really appreciated about Sage, was that we were able to explore our gender identity together. Later that year, I had this career shift, and I was feeling lost again. I was poorly selling insurance and not making money, and it was a tough time for me. The next step for me, next version of me, was going back into the corporate world. It was an entry-level job. So at age 39, I started back at the bottom, and my peers on my team were were young enough to be my kids. I was 39, they were 21, 22 years old, and I had to start there. What I lost through that transition was my pride. 4 years earlier, I was a vice president of an insurance company, office, all this other stuff goes around with being a vice president of an insurance company. And at that point, at age 39, I was an entry-level, essentially college graduate. The journey was determination and resilience to get there. The determination and resilience that I had brought into there and took out of that experience, I still have and will have for the rest of my life. And it helped me build towards something more meaningful, even though I was still in the corporate world. That was the next version of myself, was going back and finding that pattern of getting higher and working towards something and not worrying about the past. What I lost was feeling lost. The journey was working from home. And again, self-exploration. There's a theme here with all these transitions moving me closer to self-exploration and building upon each step. And then in 2021, I found my name. March 9th, 2021. I actually celebrate March 9th more than my birthday, but I found my name. And that was the next transition. The next version of me was being Hazel, a trans woman, and all the excitement that I had at that moment. What I lost was safety, being afraid of the unknown. When I found my name, I had no idea where I was going, but I was on this journey of self-acceptance. self-acceptance as Hazel, as me. And then in that summer, the transition was introducing myself as Hazel. In July 7th, 2021, I introduced myself to a stranger as Hazel for the very first time, and it's something I remember and think about every year. The next version of me was the world started to know me as Hazel, and what I lost was safety and anonymity. Again, I live in the Midwest. I know trans people live here. I know, and I'm friends with many of them, but it's not as much as other places. So I stood out. So I lost the safety and anonymity that I used to have. The journey was coming out, introducing myself as Hazel. And then in New Year's Eve, I had another transition. And it actually is what ends my book, is this letter. It's a promise to myself that I write on New Year's Eve of 2021. The next version of me is embracing living enthusiastically. What I lost was safety. You'll see a theme here. The quiet, sheltered life I used to have. The journey was being in the spotlight. In 2021, the transition became political. I started to transition into advocacy and political action. Then the next version of me was finding my voice politically. What I lost was the safety and the ability to sit on the sidelines. No longer could I sit in the sidelines and watch something happen. I was getting involved. And then you'll find out later, the transgender and the attacks on us became necessary to be involved. The journey was a political movement. In 2022, I also became more of who I am. I started to change. So in 2021, I transitioned my name socially and everything and started to develop my style. In 2022, I took it to the next level. That was another transition that occurred. My looks started to change. I was blonde in 2022 and just exploring my closet and all, like building it up into what I love. By the way, my closet, which is right over here, has over 200 dresses. I do a lot on social media and I try not to repeat dresses. So I've come a long way in this transition since 2022. What I've lost was the safety of blending in. I stand out. It happens. There's safety in not standing out. But again, I'm being political. I'm building like my brand, building who I am, and I'm losing safety. And the journey was my style and my authenticity. Another transition I had that year was a new passion, the hopes for a new career. I started writing my blog and I started writing my book in late 2022. Again, it's a date and thought I remember. So I had that corporate job. September 2nd, 2022, I took a day off to write. And I remember this day because it was the first time I called myself a writer. I began that transition towards being a writer, eventually about 18 months later, publishing my book and being an author. So the next version of me at that point was Hazel as a writer. What I lost was that safety and that people would begin to know me. I wrote a blog about, it's called Enthusiastically You, which is the name of my company. And I wrote it so that people could like explore their life that they're enthusiastic to live along with me. And so I was trying to build up this audience. But at that point, so that was 2022. Into 2023, so in 2022, there were some anti-trans laws that were hitting state legislatures, but that was the beginning. It seems like every year we're setting a new record on number of bills in state legislatures. And it was really 2023 when it affected me here in Kansas. There was increased scrutiny on my community, which increased my response. In January through May of 2023, I had this transition that was based on what was going on in Topeka, the state capital. There was a Senate Bill 180, SB 180, which was an outright attack on my rights. That was my next transition. So some of the things happening at the national level, including the definition of gender, that's just kind of silly, but that was happening in Kansas in 2023. the group that is behind all these anti-trans bills were putting different bills in different states to test them to see how they would go. Kansas had one of the most restrictive definitions that has now proliferated the rest of the country. And I read the bill on a Friday night in March. I was single by the time at that time, if you couldn't tell. I was reading Senate bills on a Friday night, and I couldn't even get through the first page without thinking, oh my gosh, I might have to move. I might have to just change my life. The next step for me was relevancy in a political world, because I thought briefly about moving, but I didn't. I lost safety. I lost the safety that was happening because there was actual aggression in the state capitol towards trans people, but I also lost the ability to blend in. I was in rooms and I was the only trans voice speaking up. And it was very hard, but I was losing the fact that I couldn't stand on the side. The journey I was going through was getting comfortable being uncomfortable. Later that year, I was part of this group putting on a town hall, and I was interviewed by the TV news. The next transition I had was becoming more known in the media. I was actually interviewed for an 18-month span. I was interviewed on the TV news 4 times, interviewed on some of the online publications, mini blogs and everything. And this was happening because of the anti-trans bills. These were all happening together. And so the next version of me was becoming relevant in the Kansas City metro as a voice for the trans community. What I lost was safety. Again, there's a theme here with each transition. I'm gaining parts of me and losing parts of me, losing safety often as I'm elevating my voice. People started to know me. I would walk into rooms and people would be like, hey, you're Hazel. That started to happen. The journey was getting comfortable being known, getting comfortable being uncomfortable. Later that year, September to December, the next transition was leaving behind the corporate world again. I started my company in late 2023. It's about 2 years old. I started freelancing as a business owner and started working as a server to supplement my income. Again, what I lost was the safety and stability of corporate America. While I am shunning corporate America, there is security, there is safety, because there's a reliability in the paycheck that I was getting rid of and working my own job and working serving jobs. My journey was getting comfortable forging my own path. Also, around that time, I had surgery. Yes. And then I finally had a boyfriend for the first time, despite the fact that I was dating men for 5 years at that point. I never had a boyfriend until then. And I started, the next version of me was dating how I wanted to date, as the girlfriend, as the hoodie stealing girlfriend. And it was so fun. And I loved that transition that I had. But what I lost was safety, because it's difficult dating as a trans woman who wants to date men. Journey was the dating experience, the dating life. And then the next year, I published my book. This is 2024, the transition that kind of gets me into the place where I'm going with this, what happened to me in my aha moment. So I published my book and I was speaking a ton. The next version of me was an author, speaking more, new career goals, feeling like I could do this even if I took a ton of work. What I lost was safety and financial security. The journey was loving my career and becoming myself. Each transition is that way. It's going from where I used to be to the place I want to be, even if I don't know exactly that place. Then in summer of 2024 to the end of October, it was election season. And this is where the journey really changes. Not really changes, but the election of last year gave me a place of pause and decision making. So the journey, many of you, or I don't expect most of you are trans. You may have not known all that was happening around the trans community during the election, or maybe you've forgotten. That would be nice. But that election season was the turning point that shaped my journey. The next version of me was facing threats to my livelihood and my life, and the worry that the election could determine what will happen to me. What I lost was safety and living without anxiety. Headline after headline was about my community. I remember I was working a shift. I don't watch TV, so I didn't see any of the ads, but there was a TV on at the restaurant, and I'm walking to go just fill up a drink or something, and there was an anti-trans ad on the TV above me, and I'm like, this is the life I live right now in this place as me. The journey was, I was worried I wouldn't survive if the election went a certain way. I pulled up some stats on the 2024 election just to give everyone who's either forgotten or not aware of what was happening. So according to NPR, the Republican Party spent $222 million on anti-trans and LGBTQ ads during the 2024 campaign. Democrats spent $29 million. So over the course of the election, $222 million. I will bring that up a couple more times. And ABC News reported the Trump campaign and Republicans spent more than $21 million on anti-trans television ads as of October 9th of last year. That was nearly 1/3 of the 66 million television ads spent during that time. So for every dollar spent on television ads up until October 9th, $1 and $3 was spent on anti-trans ads. Very serious. So of course you would think that that's the big issue, right? No, the Gallup poll, they released a poll that same weekend, October 9th weekend, and listing the concerns of the voters, and transgender people was very, very low. So the people polled, you're going to get 4 categories: extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not at all important. For transgender, reasons for voting, 18% said extremely important, 20% said very important, 38% said extremely or very, 36% said not at all. So 36%, the biggest proportion, not at all important. 1 in 3 people thought they're not voting on transgender issues, but yet $1 in $3 was spent against us. Just for comparison, the economy, very important in elections, extremely important. 52% said extremely important, 38% said very important. 90% of people who were polled by the Gallup poll said the economy was important. 90%, 9 out of 10. Yet 1/3 of the advertising money was spent on anti-trans ads. Democracy in the US, 49% extremely, 36% very important, 85% total. Yet 1/3 of every dollar was spent on television ads was spent on anti-trans ads. Education, extremely important, 38%, 47% said very, 85% total, yet 1/3 of the money was spent on anti-trans ads. Terrorism and national security, 83% total, very or extremely important. Again, 1/3 of the money was spent on anti-trans ads. Some of the other issues that were much more important than, remember, 38% of people said transgender issues were important, extremely or very important. 38%. 79% said Supreme Court. 79% said healthcare. 75% said taxes. 75% said crime. 74% gun policy. 72% immigration. 70% said the budget deficit and foreign affairs. 67% abortion. 66% income distribution. 64% situation in the Middle East. 63% said energy policy. 60% said relations with Russia. 59% said relations with China. 62% said trade relations with everyone else. Race relations, 56%. Climate change, 50%. All of those issues were more important in the eyes of the voters, yet $222 million was spent on anti-trans ads. Up on television ads, it was $1 and $3 were spent. So of course, I was a little worried because there's all these problems going on in the country, yet the focus was on me and my community. So the $222 million that was spent in total, OpenSecrets.org, I pulled up these numbers from there. In the 1996 election, total spent by the Republicans was $224 million. So essentially the same. Total in 1996, anti-trans ads in 2025. Democrats that year spent $142 million. As a reminder, Bill Clinton won his second term that year pretty handedly. The 2000 election, the election that changed elections. Side note, the 2000 election, Bush-Gore was my first election that I was able to vote in. Total spent by Republicans, $234 million. Total spent by Democrats, $243 million. So again, the number, total spent on anti-trans ads was roughly the same as total spent by each party in 2000. Just to keep us there. So that was the world that I was in leading up to the election. I was always just like worried about my safety, and not the safety necessarily coming from the government, but people being emboldened by the fact that I am being told, they're being told that I am a problem. They're being told something needs to happen with me, and I'm just going about my day. The stress and anxiety around the election was real, and it became worse with every day, week, and month leading up to it. So here I was, 3 years into my gender transition, the career that I wanted, stability in my life. At that point, I had my second boyfriend. Not at the same time, I broke up with the first one, had a second one, but all these transitions I had that I described before were leading up to this point. And I was worried it could all be lost if the election went a certain way, not just what I had built, but my life. And my aha moment was on election day, the night that changed everything. So play back the election day. I never felt comfortable. I never really was going to celebrate anything until it was over. And it was early on that hope faded. When election was all but over, I sat contemplating what I should do. I stayed up really late. I think it was called overnight, but it was pretty clear where it was going. And I stayed up really late, and I thought about all the transition I had gone through, the ones I described here from 2018, the new version of myself over and over and over again, continuously building into the version of me I love, losing parts that I was leaving behind and losing safety in that old life with each step. For a moment, I actually considered laying low, looking for security. So the transition I had in mind was safety and security and leaving behind my dreams and my goals. The journey, if I went that way, would be towards comfort. Instead of being uncomfortable like had been so often before, I was like, should I lay low? I sat with these thoughts overnight. And what changed my life is I asked myself to just feel. I often do this when it's a big decision, and I encourage others to do the same. Particularly going to bed. When we go to bed, our mind's clear. And we wake up, our mind is the clearest possible, and it's the best way to make a decision. So I set aside my thoughts and let my heart decide. As I mentioned, I'm an Aquarius sun, Scorpio moon, Leo rising. The Aquarius sun with Scorpio moon, the qualities are someone potential to revolutionize the world for the better. I have tenacity and drive of the Scorpio side, which pairs harmoniously with the Aquarius hunger to make the world a better place. The Leo risings, the outward persona is characterized by fiery, charismatic, and authoritative presence. Often natural leaders who are confident, generous, and creative. And I'm like, yep, that's me. And I've been those zodiac signs my entire life. But it took last November 2024. I mean, I had those qualities, but it was Hazel facing this decision that was like, what do I do with my life and my dream and my safety? This is the purpose of my life, potentially. And so with the 2024, it made sense. It made sense for me to keep going and going forward. My educational background, I have an economics degree and a speech degree. The speech degree didn't make sense for 20 years, but it made sense finally. My career history finally made sense. All those transitions were bringing me to this place in the life where I'm like, I am going forward with this purpose of life and making this world a better place. I knew what I had to do. When I think back to this day, the first day this was on my book, when I had a plan, I was battling where I was talking before, the decades of depression, decades of substance abuse. I hated my life. But the worst part of all of that time in 2018, when I was my lowest, was the lack of hope. So despite all that was going on last year, there's Democrats blaming the trans community. Democrats were reneging on their promises. By the way, I've abandoned my party affiliation because I can't support a party that doesn't support me. I'm also more liberal than most Democrats. So I abandoned politics and I transitioned to dedicating my life to people and living enthusiastically and living authentically. And that's how I want to make a difference. It's my purpose in life. And so I'm foregoing, leaving behind the safety once again. I'm dedicating my life to people being happy, helping people find inspiration for the life that they love to live, that they should find and pursue the journey to the life that they want to live. And I want to offer hope. That was what I kept going back to, is that the world needs hope. No matter what happens in my future, the worst day of my life is behind me because I almost lost all hope. It's what I struggled with for so long and what I needed to save my life. That little tiny sliver of hope saved my life in 2018. And I'm hoping, striving to be that level of hope for anyone who needs it, because I know the world needed it, needed it as of November 2024. What I lost was safety. I'm elevating my voice in a world that hates me. So often I get negative comments in my email, on my social media, and everything that happens. But I continuously elevate my voice because I want to increase my reach as much as I possibly can. During this process, I had to come to terms with my own death. In January, right around the inauguration, I was updating my life insurance, updating my name, realizing the urgency of having these things in place because I'm trans in America in 2025. But it allowed me to find a place where I no longer fear death. I have a purpose in my life. If I am living my purpose and something happens to me, that's the way to go out, fulfilling the purpose for life. I hope I have many more decades. But if I don't, I'm doing my purpose. I'm not suspending this. I'm not pushing this off. What I lost was the concern about negativity. It happens. It kind of makes me laugh when people are negative to me, and I just let it go because I don't want to hold on to negative energy. Well, my journey is a new message that I can offer. And then again, like, this journey never ends. Oh, I don't know where it's going, right? Like, that was the whole point. We don't know where we're going, but this is the current journey that I'm on. And like all the journeys, I'm gaining parts of my life I love. I love doing this, and I love this opportunity. I'm posting every single day on social media. I'm working on my books. I'm speaking more. My business is growing. My spirituality is growing. And I'm finding Buddhism is like for me. I'm losing parts of my life I don't love. I'm less political. I'm less in the game there and more about helping people. I have lost the control that other people have on my life, and it's incredible. And from this, I just want to offer these words. Every one of our lives are full of transitions. If not, we stagnate. If we're stagnating, that is a transition as the rest of the world is moving past us. The journey and direction. I talked about this many times. We don't know where we're going always. It's not always clear, nor is it always available. But if we keep going, following what we love, following our heart, embracing authenticity, we can get wherever we want. I'm in this place that I love simply because I kept going towards the thing that I love. I hope I've inspired you. I hope that you inspired you to never lose hope. Who you are is an incredibly wonderful person, and never lose hope in who you are. And what you're capable of is incredible, and never lose hope in the things you are capable of. And please find the life you are enthusiastic to live. I wake up every day so excited just to be me, and I think that is what everyone should be. I'm doing this for my life, and it's amazing, and all of you deserve it too. Thank you all so much for this time.
Hazel, thank you. You are such an inspiration. Your enthusiasm and the way that you inspire people is phenomenal. And I thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
We had some viewers laughing about saying that you're beautiful. Thank you so much. The hoodie stealing girlfriend, yes. And I love that you are talking about the duality and polarity of human experiences. This is the hard part of transformation. So some of the comments there.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, yes. I thank you so much for coming back. We'll see you, I think Saturday night, right? You're coming to the Project 2025 panel, which is critical. So if you're watching, please join us for our panels every night at 4 p.m. But Hazel will be back for that. Hazel, thank you so much. Congratulations on all your successes. And I know we'll talk soon.
Yes, thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Hazel. All right, we'll be right back. Who's next? We have Linda Magoon. So stay tuned. Hi, everyone. We are back. We are on day 2 of the SheisMe Conference, and I want to welcome Linda Magoon. Linda is an environmentalist, an outdoor enthusiast, and she's reconnected with her love of hiking after ending a toxic marriage and set out to climb all 48 of New Hampshire's 4,000-foot peaks at the young age of 55. Now, Linda writes and empowers others on the mental and physical benefits of the outdoors. She's a member of the Appalachian Mountain Club, New Hampshire's Writers Project, and the Toastmasters International. Please welcome Linda Magoon.
I'm hiking alone in the White Mountains of New Hampshire on the Liberty Spring Trail. Or at least I thought I was on the Liberty Spring Trail. The path gradually narrows until it comes to a complete stop. I'm lost. My mouth is dry, my heart is pounding, and my hands are sweaty. Much like how I'm feeling now. But my mother was right. I am going to die alone in the White Mountains. Have you ever felt yourself lost, whether in the woods or in life? It was on that moment in the mountains that I was on the verge of panic. I could either run amok and get even more lost, but at that moment, an acronym that I learned came to my head, and I'm going to share with you now in the next few minutes. And the acronym is STOP. So if you're taking notes, this would be a good time to do so because there is a quiz at the end of the presentation. So at that point when I was lost, I decided to stop. And the S in STOP is to stay put. Although it's tempting to just flail around and trying to find your way without a plan, it's important just to pause, take a deep breath, and just remain right where you are. There's no point in going off and wandering because you're going to get even more lost. The T in STOP means to take stock. What do you have for resources? Well, out in the field, I had a backpack that had plenty of water, plenty of my favorite food, Snickers snacks. I had a map, I had a compass, I had a flashlight. It's June, so I'm not going to freeze to death. It's early in the day. I have plenty of daylight. So there's no need to call 911 yet. Perhaps I can self-rescue. The O in STOP is to observe. What's around me? What did I drive by or what did I hike to that I can go back to? Do I hear any traffic? Do I hear any voices? In my journey, I recall crossing a stream a while back. And perhaps if I can find that stream, maybe I can get myself out of this predicament. The P in STOP is to, no, it's not panic, and it's not P, though that is an option. The P in STOP is to make a plan. What can I do? So I decided after taking stock of what I had, observing, my plan is to try to find that stream and go back to that and see if I can pick up the trail. And that's exactly what I did. I managed to follow this little path out, and sure enough, that's where I made my mistake and got off the trail, was at this particular stream crossing, because hikers, being who they are, no one wants to get their feet wet, right? And so sometimes hikers will walk up and down the stream looking for the driest or narrowest place to cross. And that's where I went afoul. I thought the path was part of the trail, and it turns out it wasn't. So now that I was able to self-rescue and get myself back on the trail, I decided I had enough time to head to the summit of Mount Liberty. And here it is. If you're familiar with New Hampshire, this is a shot that's looking north towards Franconia Notch, which is an iconic place for tourists to go, especially in the leaf peeping season. But what made this hike so special for me is that, even though thousands of people travel to New Hampshire, especially in the autumn, very few, less than 1%, hike these mountains and see this view from this vantage point. It's very inspiring. It's very spiritual. There's a sense of freedom and awe and wonder that, these pictures it's hard to capture. But I'll let you in on a little secret. When you're at the top of the mountain, you're only halfway there. You still got to get down. And so sometimes that can be difficult, especially if you have 55-year-old knees and it's late in the day and these 20-year-olds are passing you and they're like running down the trail, hopping from rock to rock like a frog on a lily pad. And so it can get pretty demoralizing. But once again, that's where the acronym STOP comes into play. I learned that, taking a break and taking time out to enjoy a snack, to observe nature, isn't a sign of weakness. I may get back to my car a few moments later, but taking the time out for me and for self-care and not worrying about these other trail runners passing me was really a form of self-help. So I learned that going up and achieving a goal is terrific, but going down and knowing when to take a break is just as beneficial as well. So how did a 55-year-old, I had very little hiking experience, almost none. How did I end up here? Well, my origin story is, and I promise it's only one slide and it's very short. My origin story is I grew up in rural Massachusetts on a road that was not very populated. I was the youngest of three. I have an older brother and sister, and my mom and dad are both descendants of hardy Polish stock. And my dad built our own house, purchased the land from his dad, and we lived there all our lives. They were the original two family working parents. My dad had two jobs. My mom worked, and my dad loved the outdoors. He loved to hike and hunt and fish, and I would toddle him, it was kind of his, toddle after him and kind of do what he wanted to do. He played the guitar, and so I wanted to play the guitar too. And, at the time we didn't have a lot of money. So they said, here, play with this tennis racket and pretend it's a guitar. So I did, but eventually I wanted a real guitar, and they saw I was serious about it. And eventually I got one for Christmas. So our childhood was very middle class. We didn't have a lot, but my parents gave us what we needed. As a child, and I don't know whether this is nature or nurture, I just had a difficult time advocating for myself. I had a difficult time asking my mom and dad for guitar lessons or for a new bike, because I'm pretty sure I knew what the answer was going to be. And for whatever reason, that transformed into adulthood. I asked my dad if I could go to a 2-year college, and he was like, nope, you are going to a 4-year school. And so that's what I did. I went to a 4-year college, graduated, and moved to New Hampshire, a little bit, about 2 hours north of where I grew up, and settled into Concord. And that's where I met my husband, who was a police officer at the time. So shortly after that, I got married, settled into my career. I was a forestry major, but I too became a police officer because there weren't many forestry jobs at the time. And for a while, life was okay. One of the things that's in New Hampshire, though, is this big 6,000-foot mountain called Mount Washington. And Mount Washington is called the most dangerous small mountain in the world. And I wanted to hike it. The reason why it's so dangerous is because it's at the convergence of three airstreams, which makes it's known as the worst weather in the world. More people have died on Mount Washington than have died on Mount Everest. It is known for its unpredictable weather, its severe weather, and also known for the highest recorded wind gust in the world, over 230 miles per hour. Now we're approaching the new century. It's late 1999, and I couldn't think of a better way than to welcome into the new century by hiking it. It was something I wanted to do very badly. But as you'll hear, that had consequences. My husband wasn't going, so I took my brother and his son. My brother had hiked it before, so I thought he would be a good guide. So sure enough, we go up in early September, which is almost winter in Mount Washington. And as we hike, every 1,000 feet, you lose about 5 degrees in temperature. And as Mount Washington is 6,000 feet, the temperature difference can be between 25 and 30 degrees, right? So as we're getting higher, we're now into our woolly hat and mittens. We're into the clouds now. It's 4 miles up, but it's the steepest 4 miles up you could imagine. And we did it. We made it to the summit. It's amazing. At the summit, there's a bathroom, there's a little restaurant, there's a gift shop, there's a museum. The biggest, baddest mountain in the world, has all these amenities. You can drive to the mountain, you can take a train to the mountain, you can take a van to the mountain, but we chose to hike. It was exhilarating. And as we started to get back down, the clouds opened up and we were able to get some views. It was amazing. However, what is the best view of all? Anybody? That's right. The best view of all is your car when you're done. And there's no better sight. I don't care how much of a hiker you are. There's no better sight than seeing your car at the end of the trail. But despite the dangers of this hike, it wasn't the mountain that scared me. It wasn't the weather that scared me. It wasn't the lack of experience. What scared me was telling my husband I wanted to go. As long as our needs were both aligned with one another, then life was good. If we both wanted to do something, that was fine. But if I wanted to go out with girlfriends or maybe have a girl weekend or maybe visit my family, that had consequences. And it was difficult for me to advocate for my needs. I would get the silent treatment. He would sleep on the couch for days. He wouldn't talk to me. He was very insecure. He was very jealous. I think in retrospect, he might have been a borderline narcissist because everything was about him. And there was just a lack of empathy on his part. But I stayed married for a very long time, over 20 years. And gradually I learned to cope with this. It's like having a broken bulb or a leaky faucet. You learn to compensate for the busted light bulb in your closet. Maybe you bring a flashlight, or maybe you put a bucket under the leaky faucet. And so that was how I managed this relationship for so long. As long as I didn't want anything, life was good. And it was my inability to advocate for myself and to communicate that really allowed this marriage to continue far longer than it should have. As part of this presentation today, Lisa said, what happened to you? So, everybody has their breaking point. And so what happened to me that kind of tipped the scales into leaving was actually our little dog, our little Cocker Spaniel, Mitzi. Mitzi was getting along in age. You can see the gray hair around her muzzle. And one night, in September, I'll never forget it. As she was getting older, like all of us older women, we need to go to the bathroom more frequently, right? So I would be the one that would take her outside to do her duty. And it was a Friday night in September. It had been a long day at work. I could hear Mitzi stirring and scratching at the door to go out. And in a state of sleep-deprived stupor, I asked my husband if he would take her out. I was met with a vulgar, swearing tirade, to going from half asleep to being yelled at like this. I knew even at that point that I couldn't take it any longer. And this wasn't my fault. So that was the what happened to me moment that I decided that I didn't deserve this. So what I did was I waited until Monday and met with my crisis counselor at work. We were lucky enough to have access to mental health counseling in the workplace. So I met with her, and from the questions she was asking, I knew that I was a victim of domestic violence. Maybe not in the physical sense, but certainly in the emotional sense that defines domestic violence, right? The power and control. Looking back, you could see it, like the isolation shortly after the marriage, the keeping from friends and family. So that line of questioning, that was the domestic violence line of questioning that she was offering. And then she gave me the name of a therapist experienced in that. And in my second visit with her, I made it known that I wanted a divorce. And I spent the next several weeks safety planning and strategizing as to how that would happen and what that would look like. And I did it. And I think what made that successful was that I had actually told somebody, because I hadn't told a soul about what was going on. Never. Not my mom, though I think she suspected. Not friends, nothing. My reason for staying married was because, I took my vows, and it was till death do us part. I hear my grandmother saying, you made your bed, now lie in it. And there was the stigma of getting a divorce. And I just thought I would feel like a failure if I left my marriage. But I did do it. And I think once I told somebody, because that counselor was the first person I told, and once I started that process going of meeting with a therapist, then that ball was rolling, and there was like a snowball. It was not going back. I had threatened divorce several times over our marriage, but never had the courage to actually do it. And this time I made good on that. It takes an average of a woman, I think, about 7 times before she leaves for good. And even though I stayed a long time, I think I left like the 4th time. So I moved out, I got a place of my own, and all of a sudden I had this sense of freedom that I could finally go back to doing something that I wanted to do, and I wasn't selfish about doing it. And so what I wanted to do was hike these White Mountains. And one of the ones I wanted to hike was this isolated mountain in the western part of the state called Mount Moosilauke. It's known for its beautiful views. The trail is fairly short. Again, it's only an 8-mile round trip. And just doing something I wanted to do, it was so liberating. I didn't have to strategize. I didn't have to bear the consequences. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission. I could just take that 20-year-old hiking bag that I hiked Mount Washington with and head up the hill. And it was just, again, it's Mount Moosilauke is such a beautiful area. You can hike for miles above tree line, and it's that sense of liberation and freedom that's so important. When I got back to when I got back down from the mountain, I was a picture of me on the summit. But when I came back, I was looking at my guidebook, reliving the hike and reliving the trail description to see if it matched. And in the back of my guidebook, there was this list. And there was a list of 48 peaks in New Hampshire that are over 4,000 feet. And even though it doesn't sound like much, especially to those folks that live out west, maybe in the Rockies or in the Cascades, what makes these hikes so difficult is the elevation gain. Because a lot of these hikes are maybe 8 or 9 miles, but you've got an elevation gain of probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet, which is, the equivalent of several, 20 stories in a building. So they're not easy. And plus they're called the White Mountains for a reason. There's snow 9 months out of the year. It seems like if it's not snowing, it's cold. And if it's not cold and snowing, these trails are rocky, and it takes some real effort to get up there. And in looking at my guidebook, I learned that there was a patch that you could earn that was about the size of a postage stamp, and a certificate if you hiked them all. And I thought, this is great. I have nothing holding me back. I have the time, I'm in reasonably good shape, and I have the freedom to do this. Why not return to my hiking roots, and I have a goal. So that's exactly what I did. And so some of the rules to earn this patch is that, you can hike more than one mountain in a day. There's no statute of limitations. So that hike I did in Mount Washington in 1999, that still counts. But the one strict rule they have is that you have to hike it on foot. So you can't, drive your ATV up there. You can't drive your bombardier up the mountain. You can't take the cog railway. You can't take the tram, and you certainly can't bicycle. So all of these have to be on foot. So that's what I set out to do. I thought this would be a great way to flex my wings. I had only been divorced a few months, and I found this challenge. I went by myself because, again, I'm having a hard time telling people that I'm divorced. I'm having a hard time telling people that I want to do this because I'm afraid of the criticism. Like, why do you want to do that for? So I just started doing these by myself and making many mistakes along the way. Here's a couple of peaks. These are the Osceolas. The yellow line on to the left of the slide is the trail. You hit Mount Osceola, you keep going, and there's another 4,000 footer called East Osceola, and then you just work your way back. So I'm fairly new to this hiking above tree line thing. I'm going alone, and I don't like to make the same mistake twice. I like to make it, 7, 8, 9 times, just so I get it in my head. So I'm wearing all the wrong clothes, and people are looking at me on the trail like I'm some sort of uneducated hiker, which I certainly was. But on the Osceolas, I make it to Mount Osceola, and it's onto East Osceola. But there's a rock feature that's standing in my way, and it's called the chimney. And this is about 60 feet high, and it's maybe not that high, maybe like 40 feet high, but you have to get down the chimney and then go to the other mountain, come back and get up the chimney. And I had with me my trusty hiking stick. And what happens is, you need 2 hands to climb up this chimney. And I was reluctant to leave my hiking stick behind. So I'm going to read a quick passage if I can find it. So the challenge is to go up this chimney with a stick, and I have no place to put the stick because I need both hands to climb up this rock feature. So I reach for another rock. I start up one rock, one handhold at a time, pushing my stick up a few inches ahead of me, using both hands to gain purchase. One step up, push stick up, repeat. I reach for another rock, but my fingers hit only wood. My loyal hiking partner teeters, then topples over the ledge. Horrified, I take a swipe as it shoots by me like a dart and grab nothing but air. It sails past me until coming to a precarious rest down the chimney. So I'm left with this dilemma as to whether I should go climb down this terrifying chimney to get this stick, or whether I should just leave it behind. But I have such an emotional attachment to this stick. This stick went with me to Mount Washington. I endured a lot, both physically and emotionally, to hike that mountain. It stayed with me up in the attic for years and years unused. And now that I had dusted it off, I was hesitant to leave it behind. So what did I do? I started back down the chimney, And just as I was about to just make a giant leap and just jump the last 15 feet, I saw another hiker come up in the other direction, the only person I saw the entire day, and I had her throw it up to me. So sometimes the universe delivers just when you need it the most, right? So that was kind of a wake-up call for me, kind of getting stuck in the chimney. This was in late November. It wasn't the greatest time to be out. So I decided I really needed to educate myself about some of the essentials of hiking. And for those taking notes, you can look this up, but really you need to go out on the trail with a map and a compass and food and a snack other than Snickers, candy bars, water, a first aid kit, and especially a headlamp and extra clothes. But there's something there in the middle of the slide that's in a toilet paper roll, and that is that's exactly what it is, but it's a toilet paper roll stuffed with lint, and it's used for, right, fire starting. It's a fire starter. If you're like me and you like Doritos make an excellent fire starter because they're so loaded with grease, they'll light right up. So I learned about the 10 essentials, and then as I got better, I learned about some other essentials, like Advil is an essential for me, especially at the top of the mountain, so my knees aren't creaking in protest on the way down. Hiking poles for my knees, knee brace for my knees, a belt because my pants are constantly falling down after about 4 or 5 miles, lip balm, and a bandana. All of these things are super helpful on the trail to keep you safe and keep you alive. Now, it was about this time I was doing my goal and checking off some mountains. And in January, I saw this workshop. It's called Life Coach Offers a 5-week workshop. And I know it's difficult to read, but the participants will define what they desire. And for somebody who couldn't ask, anything while I was married, the idea of a life coach who would help me define what I desired was just jaw-dropping. I just couldn't believe that such a thing existed. Despite my reservations, I got out of my comfort zone and decided to sign up for this 5-week workshop. But I also felt that I had to give the workshop organizer, Emily Clement, a heads up as to who she was dealing with. This was, I was a little nervous and uneasy about talking about my what I desired. And through this workshop, I learned the difference between a life coach and a therapist. And a therapist is really somebody who is interested in your backstory and wants is focused on where you came from. They have training, they have a degree, and they're covered by insurance. Or a life coach is just the opposite. They're interested in meeting you where you're at and mapping out your future. So I was still meeting with my therapist, but the idea of having a life coach to help me map out my future was mind-blowing. So on our first day of this workshop, we had to write down on a sticky note what we wanted and paste it up on the bulletin board. And so in my very bad handwriting, I wrote that I wanted to hike the White Mountains and the 48 4,000 footers and write a book about it to inspire others. And that was the first time I had told anybody, a soul, what this dream was, because I still had trouble talking about what I wanted and advocating for myself. So over the next several weeks, we defined what we wanted in 4 areas: health, relationship, career, and finance. And the idea is to use approach language, not come from a place of lack. So in other words, instead of saying, I want to lose 10 pounds, because we all want to lose 10 pounds, that comes from a place of lack. Instead, you want to reframe it and say, I'm happy with my weight, but I eat healthy foods and I exercise regularly. And that way there, the difference is you're approaching it from a point where you already have it. And, we were instructed not to worry about the how, but just focus on the what. That was kind of mind blowing to me, that the universe was ready to give me what I wanted. All I had to do was define it and just ask. Another lesson that we learned was overcoming our fears. That a fear is so limiting, but action is rewarded, right? Every little step that you take gets you into a further direction. And I really learned that when I filed for my divorce. I took that first small step and, met with a counselor who took me to a therapist who gave me the tools I needed to advocate for myself and leave my marriage. We also learned about gratitude, like how, whether you keep a gratitude journal or just silently reflect on the things you're thankful for throughout the day, how that can really help. And then, my favorite is spending time in nature, how, just being outside can just help your physical and mental well-being. And I really latched onto that because I kept hiking. This is the Franconia Ridge Trail. This is like my favorite hike. It's the 20 most scenic hikes in the world, according to National Geographic. And I love this photo because it just represents how I felt, like I was sitting on top of the world at that point. Nothing, I was less than a year after my divorce. I was going out and making new friends. I was hiking. I was doing all the things I wanted to. Life couldn't be better. Unfortunately, just as I thought things were going great for me, I woke up one day to these headlines. And this is my ex-husband that's in the news. He had been accused of child molestation at his place of work. And I would continue to see headlines like this over the next 3 years. Like most people that are met with traumatic news or tragic news, I went into complete denial. My husband may have been a jerk to me, but there was no way that he was a child molester. It just couldn't be. He was a former police officer. He knew better. He was sworn to protect children. After the denial and the shock came tremendous shame and grief. How did I miss this? I searched for years for clues as to how I could have missed this behavior. And despite trying to go back and think about where I was and when this happened and trying to piece together a timeline, he never left clues, because child molesters are very good at what they do. They're very good at hiding. And if I thought I was good at keeping secrets, he kept the ultimate secret. And it was only through the bravery and courage of his victims that came forward that enabled him to be arrested and put in jail for these crimes. So over the next 3 years, I endured headline after headline of his criminal trial. And every time I did, I would just go into this spiral of depression and grief and sadness. It never was really angry. I was just sad. I couldn't understand how this could have happened. I went through some self-blame, like, was this my fault? What could I have done differently to prevent this behavior? And in retrospect, there's nothing I could have done, I don't think. So some of the coping mechanisms I used journaling, compartmentalizing, allowing myself to feel, okay, I'll feel bad for an hour and then I need to do something. I learned that the healing process is not linear. Just as I thought I was feeling better, another headline would throw me, because I wasn't a witness and I wasn't a victim, So there was no voice for me in the criminal justice process. I only knew from reading the same newspaper articles the public did. So I gradually learned to cope. I gradually learned to call the court and try to stay ahead of the next phase in his criminal process, so I wouldn't be blindsided by another newspaper headline. And with every headline came this wave of shame and guilt. Who at work knew? I didn't mention this to anyone at work, because what are you going to say? I kept going to work and trying to do my job when really I was totally hurting inside. But I also thought it was important to try to maintain a sense of normalcy for my own self-preservation as well. So I reconnected with life coach Emily to try to navigate this. And especially I reconnected with nature. So we're running a little bit short of time, so I'm just going to kind of run through these last slides. Some of the mountains that I hiked was this mountain called Mount Eisenhower. And, this was a mountain that taught me to learn the difference between instinct and fear. Because at the top of this mountain, at the bottom, it looks nice. There's a little bit of snow, big deal. But once you get to the top, now I'm socked in. I got lost at the top. Do I turn around? Should I keep going down? What should I do? And it was this mountain that taught me the difference between fear, which is that voice saying that you're not good enough, that you can't, that this is dumb, this is stupid, you're an idiot, and instinct, which is when your head and your heart and your gut are in full alignment. And on this particular mountain, I listened to my instinct and thought, yeah, I may have taken the wrong path, but I still have plenty of resources. I have plenty of food and water and hot chocolate, and I'm going to try again. And I did. This was my reward for my effort. It was this amazing view from the top of Mount Eisenhower, which is, pretty much a pile of rocks. As I got working through the list, I began to tell more people about what my goal was and what I was doing at work. And so I decided to hike up, Mount Madison. I failed miserably. My pants were blowing off. My pack was all wrong. And just when I literally got blown over, I learned to listen to my instinct and said, today is not the day. And the lesson from that is that there's no such thing as failure. It's all feedback. Mount Madison will be there for another day. And that's the last time I hiked it in the winter. From then on, I just went in the summer. Here's a great shot of Mount Adams. That's my friend Jeff hiking. That's in April, believe it or not, under bright sunshine. Like I said, I'm hiking with other people, and I'm getting bold and asking people if they would go with me. That's my niece and nephew. They went with me to hike the final 3 mountains of the 48. These are the Bonds. This is me in the background. That's on top of Bond Cliff. That ended our adventure. We went backpacking overnight and went backpacking for the first time. So some of the lessons learned is when you're going through some of life's trials, it was really important for me to have this goal to keep hiking the 48 4,000 footers. I learned to stop and take stock, observe and plan. Healthy people ask for help. I still keep having to learn that, and nature heals. For me, being outside just reduces my anxiety. I'm able to focus and get a good night's sleep. And I did earn my patch the size of a postage stamp in my little certificate. The whole process took about 4 years. I'm doing it again in my 60s. I'm helping other people work on their list. And then, finally, another takeaway is you are responsible for your own rescue, right? If you surround yourself with people that are supportive and that send good vibes and love you and are rooting for you, those are the people you want in your tribe, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe, and those are the people you want to surround yourself with. Thank you so much to Lisa and the She Is Me movement for the opportunity to share my story. And a special thank you to all those watching. I wish I could see all your faces and hear your trail stories and your what happened to be moments. Even though we're meeting virtually, I hope try something new, maybe feel the edges of your comfort zone because action is rewarded, whether you're taking a class or climbing a summit. If you'd like to stay connected, I'd love to hear from you. You can scan the QR code. That's probably the easiest thing. Or you can connect with me through my email, Linda Magoon author at Gmail, or through Facebook, Linda Kulig Magoon author. Just for conference attendees, I'm offering a free guide called 10 trail tested tips for solo women adventurers. There, I said it. And what it is, it's part hiking, part emotional well-being, part mental health. It's only available for you folks. You can email me or drop me a line and I'll be happy to send it to you. Thanks again for being part of this adventure. And until next time, live free and hike.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you for that amazing story, for your strength and resilience through your journey. But also, I love seeing the pictures of you out on the mountain. And I love being outside and breathing that fresh air and seeing where I live, seeing all the critters running around and, all the things being prepared in case there are some bigger ones, but definitely.
You don't have to be on the edge of a cliff to enjoy nature. You can just go and get your mail or just walk to a park and get the same.
Right. We have, and a lot of places, you're just going to have to check it out if you're interested, but there are a lot of flat trails through some beautiful, even county parks. That you don't need to hike. You don't need to do the what was it, the waterfall or what was the crack that
Yeah, right. The bonds. Yeah. You don't have to have to hang on the edge of a 4,000 footer, but yeah.
Well, in fact, I was in Sedona and there was a peak that we were climbing and there was this water dripping down and all of, this really narrow ascend, it looked daunting to me. And I was sort of at the peak of my fibromyalgia where I was just like, my body was just not working. And I just told my husband, I'm going to wait. You can go up. I'm going to sit here under this big rock and in the shade, and I'm just going to wait for you. I did as much as I could, but I wish I could have gone to the top, but I couldn't at the time. But, know your limits. I think that's one big thing when you're hiking. Know your limits. Make sure you've got water, and your list was great. In fact, I was a Girl Scout for my till I was 18, and then I was a Girl Scout leader. So you're like the toilet paper roll, and I'm like starting fires. I'm here yelling at the screen. Yeah. And I did not know that about Doritos, by the way.
Yes.
But
yeah.
Good
Very
tip.
flammable.
Good tip.
Right.
Let's see some of the comments that were made. Hearing this so clearly, Linda, about advocating for your needs and desires. Coping is sometimes the safest thing we can do. And then I love the definition of liberation, a 20-year-old hiking bag and not asking for permission. That was another comment that came through. Nice. So, Linda, thank you so much for sharing your story. What you've gone through is unimaginable, but as we can see that you've come out the other side stronger and amazing, and knowing who you are and accomplishing amazing feats. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Lisa.
All right, we'll be back in just a minute with Dr. Ashley Smith. Yeah, if you want to just load them, that's great. Hi, everyone. We're back, and we are with Dr. Ashley Smith, and we're doing a little technical There we go. We've got those loaded now. Great. Thank you for everyone for being here. And I'm going to get out of her way so she can tell you all about how to be the CEO of your life.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who's joining live and on replay. I'm Dr. Ashley Smith. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I am here to tell you that there is a really good chance that the way you see yourself and the world is wrong. Now, before you get offended and hang up or step away, let me be very clear. I'm not here to tell you what the right way is to see things, but I am going to tell you why that's a true statement, and more importantly, what to do about it. I'm reminded of a story that I first heard on an episode of Westworld a few years ago. Now, it's made its rounds, so I don't know who the original storyteller was, but it is such a good one for what we're talking about today. So a little girl and her mom go to the circus, and the little girl sees this massive elephant, and it's being held in place by a tiny little rope tied to a tiny little stake. And she's confused because she just learned at school that elephants are one of the most powerful, strongest beings on our planet. It can pull entire trees out of the ground with its trunk. How is it being held in place with a tiny little rope tied to a tiny little stake? So she asks, and the elephant tamer says, well, you see, when it was a baby, it wasn't strong enough to pull free, and now it doesn't know it can. Ladies, there are a lot of elephants in this virtual room today. We are being held in place by invisible ropes tied to invisible stakes. Part of this is the way that we've been programmed by our histories, by our societies, by people telling us what we can and can't do, what we are capable of and not. But the biggest thing holding us back is our very own mind. Now, I want to ask you a question. What do you see when you look at me? A middle-aged white woman. Maybe you've got curly hair. Maybe you think, oh, she seems friendly or confident if she's on this summit speaking publicly. And that's true. I like to talk both on stage and off. And maybe you see the successes. You see the degrees. I got a bunch of them. Maybe the businesses. I run too. Maybe you see the thought leadership. This is all part of who I am. Then there are the things that you can't see right now. The world traveler, the adventurer, the competitive amateur ballroom dancer. I am living a bold life. That wasn't always the case. I know what it's like to feel insecure, to question what is possible, to doubt yourself. And more importantly, I know what it takes to break free. Now, I asked what you see when you look at me. This is what I see when I look at you. You can't necessarily tell by looking at me, especially in this context, but I'm legally blind. I have a rare degenerative retinal disease called occult macular dystrophy that makes me legally and increasingly blind. The condition affects my central vision, the cone cells, and what it creates a blind spot in the middle. And this blind spot gets bigger the further out things get, and it's more pronounced in bright light versus dark. Brightness basically shuts my eyes down. My vision has shaped who I am in both dramatically good ways and bad ways. You and I don't experience the world in the same way. I quite literally see things differently than you do. But it's not just because of my retinas. It's also because of what I know about the human mind and the way it works. So like Neo in the Matrix, I'm going to offer you a choice today. Wait, spoiler. Wait, you guys have seen The Matrix, right? I hope, or I'm dating myself. If you haven't, watch it. It is a movie that has stood the test of time. But spoiler alert, Neo, the main character, is offered a choice. Take the blue pill and things go back to normal. You wake up, you live inside this computer simulated world, but you don't know it. Or take the red pill and see things as they actually are. Ladies, are you ready to take the red pill with me today? Put it in the chat if you're ready and excited. And I'm going to trust that you are. Now, I'm not saying that we live in a computer simulation created by the machine overlords, but it is an apt metaphor for the human mind and how it works. Most people move through life trusting their brains to show them some accurate reflection of reality. But I would argue that that's not what we need to do, because our minds don't just respond and reflect to this objective external world. They actually construct our reality as we go. And this is huge, because if you don't know this, then you are operating essentially in the matrix. So let me make this make sense. So you see these 5 dots. I want you to connect them to form a picture in your mind. I'll give you just a second. Think old school dot to dot. If you were connecting these dots, what do you see? So throw it in the chat. Just give a yes or a thumbs up if you saw a house. This is what most people see. Did anyone see a star? Usually get some stars. Any lightning bolts out there? Right? Not often. Now, the thing is, depending on how you connect the dots, we see very different pictures, right? And this is what our minds do. Our minds connect dots to make sense out of our experiences. So think about those dots as representing facts. Facts are the things that we know for sure right now through our 5 senses. So anything that you can see, hear, smell, taste, or touch for sure right now is a fact. One of those dots, right? Everything else is a fiction. And by fiction, I don't mean false or untrue. I simply mean created by our minds. These are mental fabrication. And fictions include interpretations, assumptions, predictions, expectations, judgments, and meanings. These are the things that our minds do, the way they take these dots and connect them to tell us a cohesive story. And this is really important because depending on how your mind connects those dots, you're going to see the world very differently. This is big. Our minds are amazing, but they're flawed, right? They take our experiences and their whole job is to make sense out of it so that we know what to do. We understand how to react and we understand what this means and we understand how to move forward. But we're going to react and we're going to move forward differently if we see a house versus a lightning bolt. Now, you might be thinking, Dr. Ashley, what are you talking about? Let me make this a little more concrete for you, okay? So imagine that I'm walking along, I step in a pile of dog poop and I think, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I just stepped in the poop. And then what if I get to work and everybody thinks that I stink, but I took a shower today? And what if it ruins my shoes? I love these shoes. How am I feeling? Pretty anxious, right? Now, imagine that I'm walking along, I step in that pile of dog poop. And this time I think, that stupid son of a, they shouldn't be allowed to have a dog if they're not going to clean up after it. How am I feeling now? Angry, right? Now, imagine that I'm walking along, I step in that pile of dog poop and I think, oh, I'm such an idiot. No one else would do this. It's just my luck. Today's going to suck. How am I feeling now? Maybe down or discouraged, defeated, depressed? Yeah. Now, last one. imagine that I'm walking along, I step in that pile of dog poop. And this time I think, well, it stinks. Oh, well, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I'll just wipe my shoe off and go on about my business. How am I feeling now? Now, most people will say fine, and fine isn't technically a feeling, but maybe I feel neutral or unfazed or calm. Notice I'm not happy. I wasn't like, woohoo, poo, because that would be weird. But I stepped in poop either way it goes, and I had 4 very different reactions: anxious, angry, down, neutral. Why? It's because of how my mind connected the dots here. So the take-home message is poo happens. Life is full of poo, and you may or may not be able to do anything about that. But it's not about the poo. It's about what your mind does with the poo that actually makes the difference in your life. And this is important. So there are 2 fundamental truths that you need to understand about your mind and how it works, the way that it connects these dots, the way that it creates these fictions, so that you understand how and why it's doing what it is and what you can do about it. So the first thing that you need to know about your mind is that it is designed to keep you safe. Our minds were not optimized for success or for happiness. They were optimized for survival. So our minds are designed to keep us alive, not to help us thrive. And that's why we have anxiety. Anxiety is our body's built-in threat detection system. Its whole job is to be on the lookout for potential danger and then give us anxiety to keep us safe. That's what it does. So imagine if you've ever been driving down the road and a car pulls out in front of you and your breath catches and your muscles tense and you slam the brakes. Thank you, anxiety, because it just saved your life. So anxiety is a great thing, except that too much of a good thing isn't a good thing. In our modern world, we get a lot of anxiety when we're not truly in danger. So I like to think of anxiety like a smoke detector, right? When it's doing its job, well, you don't even really know that it's there, right? It hangs out in the background. It's super quiet. And then it only alerts when there's smoke, right? It's smoke and then brah, 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 it goes off. You run out of the house. You call 911. But imagine that your smoke detector went off every time you lit a candle or every time you used the stove or the microwave, or you know what, because it's Thursday, why not? At some point you would realize, wait a minute, this is a false alarm. I don't need to keep running out of the house and calling 911. It's not a real fire. Well, that's what our anxiety systems do. Unless you are about to slam into the back of a car or get eaten by a tiger, a lot of the anxiety we get are false alarms. Contrary to popular belief, you will not die from embarrassment. You will not die from someone being upset with you. You will not die from making a mistake, from taking a risk, from failing, or for going outside without your makeup on. These are all false alarms. And yet it's our brain doing exactly what it was designed to do, keep us safe. So the number one thing you need to know as we think about how our minds construct our realities is that it was designed to keep you safe while conserving as much energy as possible. And this is the one I don't hear people talking about very often. If we go way back to cavewoman days, food was not readily available, and food is caloric energy, right? And so if we didn't actually have available calories, we had to be conservative with the ones that we were spending. And our brains use at least 20% of our caloric energy. So think of them as gas guzzlers. So what happens is our brains figured out shortcuts so that they could conserve energy. That's not a problem today necessarily, but we still have these ancient biological machines in a modern world. So our brains want to keep us safe while conserving energy. Okay, that's great. What does this mean for you? Well, it means every moment of every day, your brain is being bombarded with facts, little data points coming in, everything coming in from the outside world, everything you can see, hear, smell, taste, touch for sure right now. But it's also dealing with all of the internal input, all of the dots on the inside, like your hormone level and your blood sugar and your heart rate. So it has to sift through all of these dots to keep you safe, right? It's looking for potential dangers, little parts of a pattern. So our minds are pattern recognition machines. It's looking for patterns that might indicate potential danger. And so to do its job, it's had to develop shortcuts, right? It cannot systematically, methodically go through everything. It would take too long, right? If you had to, when that car pulls out in front of you, if you had to say, at this angle, at this speed, and this velocity, you would die. So our brains take shortcuts. These are what we call cognitive biases, thinking distortions, scripts, and heuristics, like rules of thumb. So let me give you an example. We all like money, right? Everybody wants money. Cool. So if money is good, more money is better, right? Okay. So assuming we all agree on that, if I said I will give you $100 today, or I will give you $110 next October, who's taking the money today? Most people do, right? Even though 110 is more than 100 and we've already agreed more is better, we take it now because our brains have a heuristic, a rule of thumb, now over later. So there are dozens, if not hundreds of biases, but I just want to talk about a couple today because these biases lead to distortions in our thinking and perception. They cause us to see a house when a lightning bolt would serve us better. So the first one I want to talk about is the negativity bias. Now, this is a pretty popular one, so you may have heard of it before, but it's a really good one in terms of it's got use and it's important to know about. So the negativity bias is our brain's tendency, all things considered equal, our brain will more readily notice, hone in on, and remember bad over good. And this goes way back to cave woman days. Imagine sitting around a watering hole, right? And they hear this rustling sound in the nearby bush. If they assumed it was a saber-toothed tiger, they could run to safety. And if they were wrong, big deal, right? At least they lived to be wrong another day. Stay alive. Now, imagine they're sitting around, they hear that rustling sound, and they go, you know what? It's probably just the wind. If they were wrong then, the results could be catastrophic. So our brains have this tendency to go to the negative. They jump to the negative, they hone in on the negative, and they remember the bad over the good. If we think about it still from that evolutionary perspective, if you ate berries and they were tasty, great. That's nice. But if you ate berries and they almost killed you, that's critical, right? You must remember that so you don't repeat that mistake. And what? Our brains want to keep us alive. Now, you might be saying, cool, Dr. Ashley, that works well for cave women. What about today? This negativity bias is still large and in charge, and you know this bias. If you get a new haircut and 9 people tell you, oh my gosh, that looks so cute, and one of them says, girl, what were you thinking? Which one weighs more? Right? Or if you're getting ready to go for a job interview or ask for a promotion or go on a date, do you what if all the good things? What if this is the start of something amazing? No, of course not. We what if all of the bad things because that's what our minds are designed to do. So we have this negativity bias, this desire to keep us safe. So our brain is going to go to that worst case scenario, to the negative. It's going to focus on the exceptions, right? Unless we train it otherwise. Now, besides the negativity bias, we also have what's called the confirmation bias. This is our mind's tendency to pay more attention to information that fits what we already believe to be true. So think about it this way. If you have ever tried to argue with someone who lives on the other side of the political spectrum from you, it didn't go well, right? You throw out undoubtedly sound arguments and they just shoot them down, right? Confirmation bias, because their brain is going, that doesn't fit what we believe, so we're going to shoot it down. We're going to dismiss it, downplay it, ignore it. But don't get cocky, because your confirmation bias is kicking in too. And the confirmation bias doesn't just unequally weight information. It also makes it so that it is easy to point to evidence that supports our narrative. So if you have one of those mental ropes, like I'm a bad mom, your brain can easily give you all of the reasons why. Remember, you lost your cool the other night. You forgot about their field trip. You did this. Your kid said that. You didn't do this thing. It can readily give you all of that evidence, but conveniently forgets the proof of being a good mom. If you think I'm an imposter, everybody else knows what they're doing, it can readily give you proof that you don't know what you're doing, while conveniently ignoring the rest of it. Now, the other thing that the confirmation bias does is sometimes it just hides dots from us altogether. So it's not just that we're paying more attention to some, but we can, if we try, see the other evidence, it's that it hides it altogether. So think about this like your favorite social media's algorithm, right? If you're on Instagram or TikTok, your For You page probably looks very different than mine. Now, we all have the same available pool of content that's out there, right? But we can't take it all in. It's impossible. So the algorithm takes a tiny little sliver, and that's what it shows us. It shows us what it knows we like. Our brains do the same thing. It blocks things out that we don't even notice. Let that sink in for a minute. That it filters stuff out behind the scenes and we don't even know it's happening. That has such big implications. And finally, our brains are excuse masters. Because they want to conserve energy, our brains are wired to avoid anything that is hard, boring, or scary. Hard because it takes effort and energy. Boring because that actually takes a special kind of effort and energy. And scary because that's anxiety, and anxiety equals danger. Although a lot of times it's a false alarm. So our minds are really good at giving us excuses to avoid anything that's hard, boring, or scary. So think about it. If you've ever had really good intentions of going for a walk after work, and you get home and you sit on the couch, and then all of a sudden the excuses start, right? You can just watch an episode on Netflix. Sweetie, you don't need to go for a walk. You worked really hard today. And our mind will give us these excuses, these rationalizations, these justifications to avoid hard, boring, and scary. So when we put all of these together, this forms the bounds of our comfort zone, right? And our comfort zone is really just what we're familiar with. So I want you to think about your comfort zone is the zone that those mental ropes keep you in. So think about that elephant and that circle that it could go in while it was tethered in place, right? So our minds give us these rules, these limiting beliefs, these mental ropes that keep us stuck in place. And the negativity bias keeps us there. The confirmation bias keeps us there. And the excuse maker keeps us there. And when we start to stretch out of our comfort zones or our familiarity zones, what happens is we get a lot of what I so very scientifically call inside ick. This feels like anxiety, discomfort, awkwardness. It feels wrong or unsafe. It's not danger. It is just discomfort because it is unfamiliar. And all of a sudden, our anxiety has to go into high alert because we don't have this assumption of safety anymore. We haven't done this before. We don't know what to expect. So anxiety goes up because it's looking for things that could go wrong. And this is really, really important because when especially as women, when we start to break those quote unquote rules, when we start to be assertive or set boundaries or chase big goals or create our own business or take on whatever change it is that we want to see, our mind will fight to keep us stuck, to keep us doing the status quo. And when you push against it, it is going to feel uncomfortable. That is not your sign to stop. That is your sign that you are on the right track. So our minds want to hold us back. They want to keep us tethered in place. But we have to figure out, you know what? If I am not my mind, who am I at my core? So I invite you to do this visualization exercise with me to figure out where your true potential lies, because it is not inside your familiarity zone. Your bold life is outside of that, and we need a roadmap to get there. So if you're comfortable, please close down your eyes, get still and comfortable, and take just a few minutes. Start to slow your breathing down. Long, smooth inhales, long, smooth exhales. And start to rest your attention on the place where you feel your breath the most clearly. It might be the tip of your nose, it might be your chest, or it might be your abdomen. Simply rest your attention there and see if you can follow a single breath from start to finish. Notice the very beginning of the inhale all the way to the top, to that slight shift as your body turns to the exhale, and all the way down to the bottom of the breath. See if you can follow one more breath. Now, in your mind's eye, I want you to do a little time travel. Fast forward to the end of your career. You have had a long, completely satisfying career. And everyone you have ever worked with, everyone you have ever interacted with is at your retirement party. And in our mind's eye, this includes people you may not have even met yet, or people who may have passed and are no longer with us, but they have the ability to be here. And as we do at parties, people stand up to toast you. The first person to stand up is someone from your personal life, someone who knows you and loves you. This might be a best friend, a partner, a parent, a child, someone in your community, but they stand up and they toast you. And they talk about who you are, how you lived your life, how you moved through the world, and the impact that you've had on them. Hear their words. What would you want them to be able to say about you? The second person who stands up is someone from your professional life. This could have been a boss or a mentor. Maybe it was a colleague or someone that you've mentored. And they also have things to say about who you are, what you stood for, how you moved through the world, and the impact that you've had on them. What do they say? What would you want them to be able to say? Hear their words. And finally, the third person who stands up is a ripple effect. There's someone you didn't even know that you had a positive impact on. Maybe it's a client or a customer or a friend of a friend, but they have some words to add about the impact that you've had. about the kind of person that you are and the way that you've lived your life. Hear their words. I want to ask you a question. If your retirement party was tomorrow, how fitting would those toasts be? Simply notice what comes up. And what does this tell you about the way that you are living, loving, working, and playing? What does it tell you about the way your mind is getting in the way of you being the true you and reaching your true potential? I invite you to start to bring your awareness back into the room you're in, back into your body. Focus on your breath. Maybe wiggle your fingers and your toes. Start to stretch a little bit. And as you're ready, flutter your eyes open. Come back to the here and now. Courage, curiosity, compassion, adventure, independence, learning, connection. Those are my values, my guiding principles of who I am and what I stand for. And I'm living in alignment with them now, but that hasn't always been the case. For most of my life, I was defined by my vision. For years and years, I didn't know what was wrong with me. I saw specialist after specialist in more clinics than I can count, in more cities and more states than I can remember. And they'd tell me the same thing. We don't know what's wrong with your eyes, but it's stable. It wasn't. It's gotten worse over time. And I didn't have a diagnosis until just a few years ago. All I knew for the majority of my life was that I had bad eyes, as my grandmother put it, that it ran in families and that it made me less than. My mind told me that if other people know about your eyes, they will reject you. Only at the time, I didn't know it was my mind. I just knew I had this flaw that made me less than other people, and I, by golly, better hide it. I need more friends and better eyes was a recurring theme from my junior high diary. I was shy and insecure and utterly and totally convinced that my vision set me apart from other people. I hid, and I got really good at it too. But fast forward to today, and I'm living a bigger, bolder life than I thought was possible. But it took a long time to get here. For me, I got really good at faking sight, pretending to be normal. For most of my life, I was able to rely on memory and context clues and excuses to hide the fact that I have a blind spot in my central vision. I would say things like, "Oh, I forgot my glasses. Could you read that for me?" I wear contacts, but the reason I wear contacts is I didn't want to have to explain why I still couldn't see even though I had glasses on. I paid a lot of attention so that I could just remember things or figure things out. I got really, really good at faking sight. And most people, even those really close to me, didn't know. Faking sight is all well and good until it comes to driving a car. So all of those doctors who told me my vision was stable, they were wrong. When I hit my mid-20s, my vision loss began to decline. And it declined to the point where I was no longer safely able to drive. And that for me, it was such a brutal time because I could no longer hide my disability. I could no longer pretend to be normal. I had to step out of my comfort zone and I was terrified. I was convinced that there was no way I could be happy, that there was no way I could be independent, that there was no way I'd be able to do the things I wanted to do when everybody knew about my eyes. I was afraid. I was sad. And frankly, I was ashamed. I didn't even realize the extent of shame I was carrying around. I am so glad to say that today, my vision is worse than it's ever been. I'm not glad about that part. I'm glad to say that despite my vision being the worst that it's ever been, I'm not scared of going blind. I'm not scared of what the future holds. I'm not ashamed or sad anymore. I am doing bigger, bolder things than I ever thought was possible, but I'm not special. If I can do it, you can too. You just have to become the CEO of your life. Now, C stands for curiosity. You have to have the curiosity to start to question, is there another way to connect these dots? My mind told me, your future is a house. Your future is a house. And I start to question, could it be a different? Could I be missing some dots here? Now, for me, I sort of stumbled on this. Luckily, right? When I hit this point where when I had to stop driving and I was wallowing in this grief and this misery, I finally hit a point where I was just so miserable. I didn't know what else to do. So I did the only thing I know. And that was I dove into science, specifically the science of happiness. I figured I can't change my retinas. There's no treatment. So I figured I can't change my retinas, but I don't want to be miserable my whole life. What can I do? So I started reading everything I could get my hands on about happiness. And I came across an actual study that compared the happiness levels of sighted people to blind people. And do you know what they found? No difference. My mind was blown. Here was science telling me that blindness doesn't have to equal misery. Now, data may not speak to you the way it does to me. Science is my love language. And here it was telling me that my mind might be lying, that I might have it a little bit wrong. So that gave me a little hope. But to be honest, facts and figures, it's not enough. So I kept going and I started looking for blind role models. Up until that point, the only person I knew with vision loss was my grandmother. And while I loved her dearly, she did not live the kind of life I wanted to live. Was small. She stayed home in her comfort zone, and that is not what I wanted. So I started looking, and I came across Isaac Lidsky. He is an Ivy League educated attorney who clerked for not one, but 2 Supreme Court justices before going on to run a multi-million-dollar construction company with a beautiful wife and family. And he is fully blind. He was living proof that my life could be different than it seemed. So I want you to think about, if it can be done, why not by you? Whatever that is, if it's you want to run your own business, you want a promotion, you want a healthy relationship, you want to be able to set boundaries, love your body, tap dance, whatever it is, if it can be done, why not by you? Go find those mentors, even from afar, who can show you that it may not be a house. Maybe life is a lightning bolt. Now, I knew that I was onto something, right? That okay, maybe there's a different way. Maybe blindness doesn't mean I can't be independent, I can't be successful, I will be alone. But I needed more convincing proof. And that brings us to the E, experimentation. Now, I was on the gymnastics team when I was a freshman in high school. I was on the varsity gymnastics team. That's a true story. And if I told you that I can still do a standing backflip, would you believe me? Now, thankfully, I can't see your faces courtesy of this technology setup, but I'm guessing you're looking at me with some blatant skepticism, like, what middle-aged woman can still do a backflip? And I would say, you know what? I've been practicing for a very long time. Are you convinced? Probably not, right? And maybe you say, yeah, whatever, but what would it take to convince you? I'd have to prove it, right? Well, if you call my bluff, it turns out I cannot, in fact, do a standing backflip, and I never could. Now, I was going to show you a demo of it, but in the interest of time and tech, I'm not going to. But my point being, we have to say prove it. And you have to say prove it to your mind, because you are not going to be able to argue your way out of those mental ropes. You can't say, elephant, you're strong. That elephant is going to have to pull against those ropes, test them, and see what happens. And we have to do the same thing. Now, as a younger woman, when people would say, Ashley, what's your dream car? I'd joke and say, I don't care as long as it comes with a chauffeur, right? Well, be careful what you wish for, because while dreams do come true, I mean, technically I got what I wanted, I do still wish that I could drive. At the same time, I'm grateful for that moment because it forced me to start to say, prove it to my mind. I had to start to step out of my comfort zone, to come out of the disability closet. For me, my first real experiment came when I decided to do some fundraising for the foundation Fighting Blindness. I'm a writer, so I wrote my story and I published it for the world to see. I sent it to every single contact in my email list. I shared it on social media. I talked about my vision, which I had hidden up until that point, and I put it out there, and then I came undone. I had stepped so far out of my comfort zone that my mind melted down. I literally was in the floor and I didn't know if I was going to vomit or cry or both, but it was awful. I'd stepped so far out of my comfort zone. All of this ick bubbled up and out, and I felt my world crumbling around me. Only it wasn't the real world. It was the matrix that my mind had created. And as it started to settle, I realized nothing bad had actually happened. No one shunned me. In fact, people were really supportive. They started offering rides and telling me they were glad to know me. Some people didn't even really react. It was like my biggest bombshell didn't even register for them. And that was eye-opening. I had to say, prove it to my brain in a really big way. And none of the bad things happened. And it brought me to openness. Openness is being willing to pursue what matters to you despite that inside ick. If you're really going to say, prove it to your brain, you're going to pull against those mental ropes. It is going to be uncomfortable. Are you ready for that? I hope so. Because for me, as I started to test these ropes, as I started to put my story out there and I asked people for rides, I started to say, hey, when I get there to meet you, can you wave at me so I don't wander around feeling stupid and awkward? Because I used to get there early to avoid that. As I asked for help, as I put myself out there, my comfort zone started to stretch. And I took bigger leaps. I went after bigger goals than I ever would have imagined in the before. Started my own business, left unhealthy relationships, traveled the world doing these things. And every step of the way, I had to tap into courage. It takes courage to question your mind, to be curious. It takes courage to experiment, to say, prove it. And it takes courage to be open, to experience that ick. And courage is not the absence of fear. It is being afraid and doing it anyways. And every time you do that, every time you have the courage to be the CEO of your life, you will build confidence. That's where confidence comes from. It doesn't come first. It is the result of stepping out of that comfort zone. And when you have courage and you have confidence, then you can live a bold life. Ladies, time is a finite resource. You only get one shot at life. Do not let your naysaying mind hold you back and keep you tethered in place like that baby elephant. You are strong. You are powerful. Be bold. Be brave. And by all means, be you. Thank you for joining me today. I invite you to connect with me. I have a bonus for you to work on separating the facts from the fiction and reshaping those narratives so you don't have the house anymore. You've got that lightning bolt of a life. You can get that at the QR code or through this website, talk.ac/Dr. Ashley Smith, code facts. But please be brave enough to be you. Thank you so much for joining me today.
And we're out. All right. Hi. That was amazing. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you for the exercises. I did them along with you, and
Awesome.
for just your honesty and sharing your story with us. And I know that somebody somewhere out there is going to hear your story and relate and be so grateful that you were here today. I know I am.
Thanks.
So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me and letting me be a part of your incredible event.
Thank you.
Anything else you need from me?
Oh, no, I think we're good. We're going to be back at the top of the hour with Jennifer Greenhut.
Okay.
So thanks, Ashley.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. We are back, and we are so happy to have Jen Greenhut with us here today. She's a founder, an author, and a stage 4 survivor, and we cannot wait to hear her story. Thanks, Jen.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here. You can call me Jen with 2 N's. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a writer, I'm a founder, I'm a stage 4 survivor, and everything that has happened to me is from stage 4 cancer. And so I hear myself echo, which is very strange. I'm honored to be here. But I also don't think this is hooked up. I hear myself. Lisa, are you able to help a little?
Let's see.
Because I'm hearing I say something and then it's like 3 seconds later.
I'm not hearing an echo on our side.
You're not? Okay.
No. Do you want to try maybe unplugging and replugging in your microphone, or does your computer have a microphone on it that's separate from the external microphone that you have? It was working just fine before
Yeah,
we
it
went.
does. Is that better? Can
That's
you hear
better.
me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Take 2. Okay. Okay, I still hear something on the other side, but I'm gonna try to tune it out. And this is where I pinch myself and say, everything is working with echo. So I'm super excited to share my story and to shed light on what I learned through stage 4 cancer. our true superpowers that we all have within us: love, gratitude, and trust. And sometimes every challenge that we face might be that experience to lead us to the knowing who we truly are, which is love. I'm also going to share how everything is a story. Even me telling you everything is a story is a story. I believe we are the writers of our stories. And sometimes we don't even understand what stories we've been telling ourselves forever and ever and ever, and where those stories are leading us. And when we choose the story we wish to live, right, sometimes that is the one that comes true. I believe most of it is most of the stories we tell ourselves are the ones we live. So how did I get here? I tell you, I am so grateful to be here. I am so grateful to be alive. I was diagnosed with stage 4 triple negative breast cancer. I was given a 12% chance of living past 5 years. Spoiler alert, it's been almost 9 years now, and I can honestly say stage 4 cancer is the best thing that happened to me. And it was also the story that I told myself through my journey through stage 4 cancer. It definitely wasn't how it started. In fact, the day I was diagnosed with stage 4 was truly the worst day of my life. And it wasn't only because of the diagnosis. In the parking lot of the doctor's office, my husband, Larry, he ran over my mouth twice, forward and backward. So let's just say it wasn't a good day for my mom, it wasn't a good day for the valet guys, it wasn't a good day for me. But imagine, I am now upstairs in the doctor's office hearing for the first time that I had stage 4 cancer. Tears are streaming down my face. I'm holding my sister's hand. All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I catch Larry pushing Mom in a wheelchair, screaming for help. I have never been more freaked out in my life. I realized I'm dying in my sleep. I realized that I've never even appreciated my life. And I realized that that God is gonna be my caregiver. Nothing made sense. There was no happy ending to any of this. Later that day, pinching myself, wanna wake up, wake me up from this horrible night. How did I get here? Well, I was only waking up to the reality that I had stage 4 cancer. And right now, the story I was sharing was I was gonna die. But I wanna go back to the realization of where these stories come from. And like I say, my story did not start with love, gratitude, and trust. So I grew up in New York City. My dad produced Woody Allen films. And his philosophy was, if you have only 3 good days in a year, that's a great year. So my story was, if you're depressed, that means you're smart. And I really wanted to be smart. I really wanted to please my so in order for me to be happy, I was miserable, and I was a competitive gymnast, which guarantees you to never feel good enough. So I leave home at 14 to train for the Olympics. I went to Allentown, Pennsylvania, one of the top clubs of the and I was in the gym 5 hours every day. I was doing great. I was in the United States national team. I traveled all over the world. I won the South African Games, and, well, I learned how to make the perfect ponytail. That was gymnastics. Everything had to be perfect. I learned that crying was bad. I learned that I was only as good as my score. I learned that I had to weigh 88 pounds to look perfect. Perfection was what we wanted. Perfection got love, Perfection got us acceptance. Perfection made us known. So that was my upbringing. I had 2 years to train for the Olympics, and I was starting to feel really burnout. But I'm not a quitter. That's not perfection. One day in the gym, working on a new vault, and I land in a pit. All of a sudden, my knee totally dislocates. In 1 week, I'm back at home recovering on a couch and being after major knee surgery. I remember this moment so clearly because my mom comes in with a New York bagel, cream cheese, butter, and I'm smiling. I feel happy. My knee and I are in a happy place, out of the gym, being taken care of. I don't have to do anything. It dawned on me, my body has my back. So from that moment on, that was my story. My body has my back. I ended up not going to the Olympics, not training for the Olympics, but I did finish another 4 years in college, and my life didn't start until after college. But I brought all of the things that I learned from gymnastics, how to be perfect, how to feel like I need to achieve in order to be good, how to go after my dreams, and those dreams are the proof of my work. So I fell into acting, I fell into singing, I fell into songwriting, and I fell into yoga teaching. They were all parts of me that helped me learn how to express myself. However, what I really wanted most, my story was my purpose is to be a mom and to have a family. So I'll fast forward 3 decades, I find my person. I meet Larry. I'm so excited because finally dreams of being a mom and having a family are gonna be true. We get married, we go right into IVF. 3 rounds in, I fail every round. All of a sudden, I'm probably the darkest place of my life because it seemed everything that I had worked for, misery, none of it mattered. I am still a failure, not even good enough to fulfill my purpose, and life must the story I was telling myself was life was punishing me by not allowing my dreams to come true. Larry thought we should take a pause and get a dog, which we did, and I fell in love with this dog as well. But that even made me sad because if I could feel so much love for a pet, for my dog, think of the love I'm missing out with my own child. So I'm sharing this to say that everything that I looked at in life put me down. There was something missing in myself, and I wasn't good enough, and everybody was better than me. So 6 months later, over the holidays, I feel a lump under my arm. I'm not worried at all because that year I've had all my checkups, my mammogram, nothing to worry about. I'm annoyed. I think it's a cyst, something that I have to get removed. In 1 week, I go from a healthy, depressed, yoga teacher to a stage 4 cancer patient. You never forget what goes through your head when you hear you're gonna die. My first thought, can't believe I never appreciated my life. Life is such a gift, and what a waste. I never even thought about that. Second thing that went through my "Oh, I get it. I didn't fulfill my purpose. I was given a certain amount of time to be a mom. I failed. Life is kicking me out. I had no worth anymore of being here. So let's get rid of it. Let her come back and try again. That scared me the most. That story rang true for me. But here's the thing. I didn't wanna I started pinching myself. Pinch was only waking me up to the reality. So that wasn't working. So the only other thing I had left, a Jewish, Catholic, Buddhist woman, I started praying. Please, God, please, God, please show me the right doctor, the one who can save my life. And I promise I will give back for the rest of my life. I was in. God just had to agree. I had 3 doctor appointments lined up, 3 oncologists, 3 different hospitals. The first 2 felt completely wrong, but I remember the 3rd one felt safe right away. He put out his hand, he said, "Hi, I'm Dr. Jimenez." He told me the treatment plan. He said 6 rounds of chemotherapy, double mastectomy, 6 weeks of radiation, more surgeries. We're gonna end with removing your ovaries. He said, "Jen, I'm so sorry. You're never gonna have a baby. I want you to know if you had gotten pregnant, it would have killed you." That was my pinch. That was my aha moment. Every every story in my head immediately shifted to show me that life was never punishing me. Life had been protecting me. My entire life flashed before my eyes, and every decision, every mistake, every failed relationship that I judged myself on as being wrong and stupid and bad, I saw that everything had worked out perfectly, and everything was working out. Everything still is working, and that pinch gave me chills because the story about stage 4 cancer, it wasn't coming to kill me, it was coming to teach me something, and I walked out of that office seeing cancer as a gift from God, truly, and I was gonna love everyone, and I promised myself, even if I was every day from here on out is a day to be grateful for. Life is a gift no matter what is going on. I could never forget that. So, treatment starts right away, and I started asking myself, not why me, what's in this for me? And I started pinching myself to remind me of that one moment I understood I was being guided, I was loved, and that life is always working out. So I come and I'm in the chemo chair. I decide I don't wanna look at chemo as poison. I wanna look at chemo as healing medicine, possibly saving my life. So I say a prayer before every go round. Thank you for the ability to receive this medicine. Thank you, chemo, for coming to clean out my negative cancer cells, to save my positive ones. I looked at it like a chemo cleanse. That I was special enough to receive. I had to lose my hair. I didn't say, "Why me? I have to lose my hair." I said, "Okay, what's in this for me? Get to experience being bald. Cool. This is a chapter. What's it gonna be like?" Well, it is a little chillier without hair on your head. I realized that. I was like, are people going to see me as a badass or as a cancer patient? I was learning. It didn't matter what people thought because I was still the same person. I didn't feel any different no matter what I looked like. And that made me feel really empowered. And I bought different colored wigs, named them different characters. My husband was thinking he had, a hall pass, he could date around. So we had fun with it. I had to have a double mastectomy. I lost my breast. I actually really loved my breast. What's in it for me? Well, I get to design brand new boobs looking exactly like they did, but they will be perfect for the rest of my life. How bad can that be? And what I'm also learning is that I am not my breast. I am not anything than the inside. I'm inside observing, making this machine healthy. And I was going with the flow. I was grateful to meet amazing surgeons, amazing doctors who could put me back together. So what else did I look at? I looked at, okay, I get to tell my husband or ask him to do whatever I do. Please cook me dinner. Please walk the dog. Please give me a massage. Please cancel that plan because I'm tired. I knew how to play the cancer card, and why not? I had stage 4 cancer, and let me just say, if you have stage 4 cancer, it's like the black Amex cancer cards. You can use it whenever you want the rest of your life. Lastly, what else can I be grateful for? Handicap placard. Whenever I choose, I can listen to my body. Gave me permission to slow down. And what I learned from slowing down is that when we're so busy, we are missing out on the most important moments of our lives, of just being still and seeing how magical we are. I started meditating. I had a very profound meditative experience where I sat with my organs and my cells, and I went in and I just started appreciating what our bodies do for us. They breathe, they digest, they poop, they sleep. They are functioning and keeping us alive, and we're not doing anything but just going places and doing what we do. But wow, how special is it to have this body, these cells that know exactly what they're doing. And I started thinking about my knee, got us out of gymnastics and took the blame. And then I thought about my body saved my life by not getting pregnant and doing what it should have done. I had so much compassion and forgiveness and love. I sent love to every cell in my body, especially the cancer cells. These cells were part of me. Maybe they were the ones that felt unworthy, unseen, unloved, put down, and they were acting out. I can't tell you why, but I felt a huge tumor dissolve. My imagination, I don't know. All I know is after 3 rounds of chemo, I'm back at my doctor's office. He's checking where are the tumors, seeing how they're doing. He can't find one tumor. He's like, "What did you do?" I said, "I don't know what I did. I love everything. I love you. I love treatment. I love life. I just love everything." He looked at the nurse and he said, "Make a note, chemo brain has kicked in." I didn't care. Because what I was learning was that my body is still on my side. My body never came for me. My body came to me. that the answer is always love. So that aha moment became, oh wait, here's the kicker. I was cancer-free in 4 months. It taught me how powerful not we all are. And when you think you're a superhero, your gratitude and your trust and your love are superpowers, and you know that everybody has these superpowers. You wanna share this with the world. So now it comes to how do I do that? The cancer was called triple negative. So the company that I created was derived by that, but reversed, called zero negative. I wanted to create something that would spread love and give back. So what first happened was we created a tote bag that said love, and it could be used as a chemotherapy bag, and we could sell it and give back to cancer research at UCLA's Johnson Cancer Center Foundation. So that became the basis of now the zero negative compound. We have an intentional lifestyle brand with accessories, tote bags, crossbody bags, and clutches. We call it the Love Collection because every accessory says love, gives back to a foundation that I created called the Zero Negative Foundation. The mission of the foundation is to empower patients to send them gifts filled the love tote with essential items to get them through treatment. We put prayers in these totes, mantras, intentions, and we wanna basically support every patient going through treatment to hopefully inspire their stories to shift. Are they seeing cancer as a punishment or as a blessing? Because possibly just shifting that story could make or break their outcome. But it's really not about becoming cancer-free for us. It's about living your best life no matter what is going on. If you are going through cancer, life doesn't have to end. There are still things in life to live for, breathing, life itself. Because we believe that if life is a gift, everything in life is also a gift. And what if everything is working out for us and not to us? All it takes is a mindset shift to think, to ask that question, "What's in this for me?" So, I also wrote a book with my husband called Everyone Needs a Diary. I wanted to write a book about my journey. How did I get from stage 4 cancer free in 4 months? And my husband comes to me and he's like, "What about me?" And I said, "What about you?" He said, "What about the caregiver? Aren't I a part of success story?" And I said, "Yeah, you totally are. Every caregiver is a part of a patient's success story." And it was so important for us to highlight that journey because we all talk about the patient, we never talk about the caregivers. My journey was just as powerful as his journey was for him. We both didn't choose these roles. We were thrown into patient and caregiver from newlywed, patient and caregiver. So we wrote a book called Everyone Needs a Larry, and it's about his journey as a caregiver, my journey as a patient, and it's a he said, she said answer of how we survive together, love, marriage, and stage 4 cancer. And it's our intention to sharing this for people who's going through a really challenging cancer or something else, and hopefully allowing their stories to become one of this is happening to make us better and not happening to break us up. We have lists and tips, advice, and what to do when your husband runs over your mother's foot, which I hope never happens, but, I will come back to that at the very end. My mom's foot is doing it. So she survived, we all survived Larry's ADHD. Lastly, the last status particle compound, the zero negative compound, called the pinch me method. It's derived from the aha moment that gave me chills, that I felt touched. So that pinch reminds me whenever I'm overwhelmed or in a negative spiral, because we're still human beings, things still happen, and we still react. The pinch is my way of stepping out of the chaos and into a moment where I get to remind myself that I'm loved, that life is always working out. And I get to choose what superpowers I want to use. So that pinch I'm able to bring into a coaching technique when I have clients, whether they're cancer survivors, patients, women going through challenges. It doesn't matter what the challenge is. What matters is how we think about the challenge. What matters is the stories that we're telling ourselves. And I am really inviting people to see that their challenge, every challenge, is a way to bring them to where they're supposed to be going, is a way of helping their evolution, is something that possibly their soul has chosen for their growth. And when we can take a look at a different perspective, take that pinch and step out to see dots that are connecting, and the lessons that we're learning, and that everything that we're learning is being shared for this collective healing experience that we're all having together. How awesome is that? And that's stage 4 cancer ultimately, that we are all part of this one God, special and unique. And our intention being here is to heal and to lift. And so I am so happy to have shared my story and help ignite self-love, all superpowers that we all have, and to serve as a reminder that you have the choice and the power to write the story you wish to live out. So, what story are you writing right now? Let's take a look at it. Every story matters, and every pinch can be that wake-up call that you need to heal. Thank you so much.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. That was amazing.
My pleasure.
Yeah, there was a little bit of audio glitch during your talk, but we're going to make sure we fix that in editing, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I just realized?
What's that?
Oh my goodness. I just had another aha moment. The reason why I was hearing the echo was because, I've been watching every woman on this, and it was on my other window, the YouTube channel.
Oh.
So I'm so glad that you guys didn't hear that.
No, we did. I did hear, not the echo, but it was kind of going in and out a little bit.
Okay.
The sound. So
Okay.
we're gonna see if we can edit and fix the sound. I let everybody know who was listening that there was a little glitch. I didn't know what was going on. But we're gonna try and even out the sound in the editing. So don't worry.
Okay, so sorry.
If we can, that's what I said that at the beginning. I was like, is there another window open? But maybe you just didn't hear me. But that's okay. Listen, we heard your story, and thank you so much for sharing. And we love Larry. We're happy. We're happy. Everybody needs a Larry.
Everybody needs a Larry.
That's for sure. But thank you. Such a wonderful, triumphant story. And thank you for taking time to share it with us.
My
And
pleasure.
we
My
really
pleasure.
appreciate you being here.
So happy to be here. And yeah, I hope I hear from some people. Just, I would love to connect. And this is an amazing conference and organization. And I love women helping women, lifting women.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much again. We are going to take a little break. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Chanel Boyd. So thank you. Hi, everyone. We are back. It is 12 noon Pacific time, and we are so pleased to introduce you to Chanel Boyd.
Greetings, everyone. I am so excited to be in this space with you. And so I just want to remind you right now, just take a deep breath and know that even though I'm sharing with you my journey, I am a reflection of you. So I pray that things land, that things awaken within you, and you just say yes to your journey. So what I want to do first is just introduce myself. So my name is Coach Chanel Adisa Boyd. I go by Adisa or I go by Coach Chanel. Adisa means the one who is clear. And that name was given to me. It was given to me, such a sacred name, in my process of becoming a spiritual life coach. So in the world, I show up as a feminine embodiment and spiritual life coach. I'm also an author, a founder, a CEO, a supporting wife. I love my role as a wife and a proud mother of 5. I love my role as a mother. It's been so rewarding and it's required a lot of work. So I'm just going to share with you, there's my mission and my vision on the screen. However, my vision is my bread and butter. My vision is what guides me to say yes or to say no. My vision is what is supporting me to be right here, right now in this space, in front of you, with you, as a reflection of you. And so my vision, I share it boldly, which is to co-create a liberated world where women are balanced in self-love, where they are secure in their divine energy while holding the power of their voice as sacred. So I want to remind you, use your voice. Check in, use your voice. In everything you do, be, say, think, use your voice. Now, remember, you don't always have to say and think everything, and use your voice. So, did I skip? No. Okay. So I just want to share with you my journey, my why. So there's a wound that sparked the becoming of who I am. And I'm clear in this right now moment. Nothing is by accident. However, growing up, I was so confused. Like, why is this my life? Now I'm like, I'm so grateful this is my life. And one of the most rewarding, if not the most rewarding blessings, is that I became a mother I became pregnant at the age of 16 and became a mother at the age of 17 and 19. Such a blessing. Such a blessing. I used to view it as a wound, but it saved me. And then navigating the generational trauma, the societal pressures, the self-hatred for my skin and hair. Because let me tell you, I grew up in Grove City, Ohio, went to it was just a predominantly area with people that didn't look like me. And so it was difficult to navigate. There were a lot of instances where I was talked about, where I was picked on, and I tried to fit in. In this now moment, I'm okay with being authentically me. But back in the day, it was like I'm trying to fit in. My hair didn't look like others. My skin didn't look like others. So I was good at silencing my voice and disconnecting from myself for the need to survive. I will tell you, don't show up in the world that way. Give yourself permission to be you. To be you. Being you is the most important person on your journey, and it's so rewarding. But let me share with you my aha moment. I have plenty of them. I still have so many aha moments that they will never go away, and I'm so thankful and grateful because the Perry shows up, because it means I am experiencing life. So, what happened for me that shifted my walk, that shifted my world, that shifted my life, that shifted my understanding and my purpose was through my spiritual certification process to become a spiritual life coach, which happened at Inner Visions through with Iyanla Van Zandt. So rewarding. So I invite you to work on yourself, to heal, to call out that little girl within you, because it's so rewarding. And then through that process, I realized I didn't need it to fix myself. I needed to remember who I was, who I am. So remember, everything that I'm sharing with you, know that I'm a reflection of you. Know that you are here, you are listening to me because we are oneness, in oneness. So just realize who you are. You don't need to fix yourself. You just need to remember who you are and step into that space boldly and authentically. So before we move on, I want to invite you to do something. I want to invite you to take a deep breath. And in that deep breath, I want you to play, right? So I want to ask you to think of a song, and whatever song comes to your mind, hold that. It doesn't have to make sense. It's real quick. Think of a song. Think of a song, hold that song, or write it down if you need to. And then I want to ask you to check in. Let's meet your inner little girl. And so with that, I want you to ask yourself, what does this song represent? How is this song showing up for me? Is this the adult me? Is this the little me, the younger me? For instance, when I said it, what came to my mind is Pippi Longstocking is coming into your world. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that show? I was in love with Pippi Longstocking, not her, just the show. Like, it was so exciting to watch and just to envision myself in that space as the free little girl. And the fact that that song literally just came up in my head when I asked you all to take a breath and to pull a song acknowledges and reminds me that my little girl is still present, that she is still active, that she still needs me to show up for her. And so I want to invite you to meet your inner little girl if you have not, if you are not in oneness with her. Because let me tell you something. If you don't, she will make it known that she is present. Because anytime you are not okay, that's not you. That is not your adult self. As adults, we are okay. But when we're upset, when we're feeling anything other than peace, oneness, our little girl is present. And there's something that she needs us to know. And so it's like, who is she? Who is your little girl? So your little girl, your inner girl, give her a name. I call mine Tink Tink. My little girl's Tink Tink. And let me even show you. Through the process of getting to know my little girl, I carried around a doll. And now I keep her with me at all times. Well, let me restate that. Inwardly, I know my little girl is with me at all times. I carried her around with me without leaving her anywhere for a month. And she was like, I would literally keep her right here, like to remind myself, I have a little girl within me who needs me. And so I want to invite you to remember that you have a little girl within you who needs you. She needs you more than anything. So again, she is the keeper of your innocence, your dreams, and she also holds your early wounds. Because there are times where our little girls might show up because they think they did something wrong in the past. And as the adult, we have to remind ourselves, you did nothing wrong. You did everything you were supposed to do. And then guess what? She's also a part of you that still longs to be seen, to be heard, to be loved. Because if there was anything you were lacking growing up, that is still present. Now, does it have to consume you? No. And my offering is to not let it consume you by being present with your little girl. But the part of you that still needs to be seen, that needs to be heard, that needs to be loved, she is there. And she will show up. And she will challenge you. So you, in your divine feminine energy, have to step in and nurture. You have to nurture you. Because you are the most important person in your story. The most important person in your story. So, do you want to know how she shows up unhealed? And remember, there's no judgment in this. Please, I ask that in this conversation, as you are sitting here, as you are listening to me, just reflect. And because, again, I'm a reflection of you, there is no judgment. But let me introduce some ways to how you, your little girl, might show up in spaces and you know that she's unhealed and she needs you. People pleasing. Do you find yourself trying to people please? I know I once was. People pleasing even looked like me silencing myself. You don't have to do that. And remind your little girl, it is safe. It is safe. You might have had to people please back in your younger years, trying to make sure that, your environment was safe, or just falling in line. Because I think about all the time me being a young parent and how I parented my children. I parented my children through fear, which then created fear in their lives, right? And so it was do what I say. My children didn't have a voice. And I'm okay with saying that and understanding that I took their voice away from them in fear. And so they naturally showed up in places, people pleasing, maybe not because they wanted to, because they felt they had to. And so if you have a little girl that shows up in that way, it's okay. And it's okay to say, you know what? I'm complete. I am going to take this another step. We no longer have to people please. That might have worked for us when we were younger, but it's not necessary now. And then self-doubt. There's so many different stages in our life, in different age stages. Mistrust versus trust. That is so important. Self-doubt can show up in that stage. So if that is present for you, that's okay. It's calling you. It's showing up for you to heal her, for you to be healed, for you to honor yourself, for you to say yes to yourself. And then let me tell you the fear of being seen. I want you to know all these are present because I had to and still work through this every day. There is always something showing up for me. Now, does it consume me all the time? No, but I'm aware my little girl needs my attention. Let me spend some time with my little girl. So the fear of being seen, that's a big one for me. Because oftentimes I'm like, I want people to see me. I want people to know that I have been given this to be of service. And it's also like, I have to use my voice for people to see me. What if I say something wrong? What if I do something wrong? What if people judge me? Then I have to go inward. And I'm like, little tink tink, it is okay. It is okay. I am going to protect you. You can just rest. And then later on, we can watch Mary Poppins. Because me and my little tink tink, it goes down. And I make sure that I reward the little girl within me. And then overachieving. From a place of feeling like you are not enough. If that shows up for you, I want you to just take a deep breath. Take that deep breath. Take that deep breath and remind yourself that you are enough. But it's not you. It's your little girl. You need to remind her. You see her? Get you a little doll too. You need to remind yourself that you are enough, that you do not have to show up trying to perform in life. But I want you to know when that is present, your little girl is present. So again, if you're trying to people please, if there's self-doubt, if there's a fear of being seen or overachieving, your little girl needs your attention. And the question is, like, what did your little girl hear when you were growing up? When she was growing up? What did she hear? What did you hear? I want you to ask yourself, what voices did I hear? What was always being told to me? Whether it was from your parents, your siblings, your teachers, friends, random people. What was being told to you? And in that space, I want you to know that's where she needs you. So, I want to share my healing journey with you. And again, remember, I am a reflection of you. There is no separation. So as I am sharing this journey with you, I invite you to take your own journey. I invite you to say yes, because your yes has the power to change the world. Your yes has the power to change the lives of not only you, but everyone connected to you. Me saying yes requires me to be so vulnerable. So vulnerable. I'm still working with being vulnerable because my entire life I felt safe covering myself from the heartaches. Because, honey, I have a whole book, a whole story of heartaches and heartbreaks. But vulnerability is so healing. It's necessary. It's important. And like I said, it shifts your world and everybody connected to you. So, to share my healing journey and remember our healing journey, the first thing I did that I can remember was I started working with a coach. And this was right after I went through my divorce. This lady I was working with, she seen like energetically in me, like, you're a little heavy. And I was like, because I was complete with a divorce, but still, no, I wasn't complete. I was going through the divorce. And she invited me into a space where there was this lady who was a coach. I did not know that I needed her in that moment. I was still resistant. I would go to those meetings at this lady's house. I can't remember if it was a weekly meeting. It might have been. It was so long ago. It was over 10 years ago. And so I started going to that group, and then I started working with her one-on-one. And I was still covered. I had all the walls up and everything, not realizing she was who I prayed for. And so when I started working with a coach, she would challenge me, like, journal this, talk to me. And I would sit there and I was real safe. Like, I'm only feeding her what it is I want her to know. Vulnerability was not present. Not at all. And then so as I went on, I started watching Fix My Life with Iyanla Vanzant. And I was like, okay, obviously, since, I am the common denominator, because I had a Phoebus. Let me add this disclaimer. I am in the stage of perimenopause. And so anytime something comes up, if my brain goes right in perfect health, meaning I lose thought or my words get tongue-tied, I just say, Perry. That means I know it's happening and I'm inviting myself to come back in oneness. So anyway, if you hear me saying Perry, just know that's what it is. And my Superman / husband, his last name is Perry. So I always say, I married a Perry and caught the Perry. That's a little disclaimer. But anyway, so I was watching Fix My Life. And I said, okay, Chanel, this is my journey. I can't blame the experiences in my life with my children's father, because that was a relationship I was in for a long time, 14 to late 20s. It's so long, I don't even remember. I can't blame my experiences on the person I divorced. I am the common denominator. So it's like, okay, watching her shows, I became open to checking in. Like, what is going on with me? And I was like, yeah. And so then through the process, I cannot tell you how, other than the universe knew what I needed was for me to end up getting the opportunity to get my spiritual life coaching certification under Iyanla Van Zandt. A blessing, life-changing. And in that, I was invited to, number one, be aware that I had an inner child, because I had no clue. I knew I was a girl. I knew that I, grew up. I knew that I went from 0 to however old I was, but I wasn't aware that she was still within me. And so I began to, have that awareness and understanding of the different age stages and check in. And so I started doing practices with my little girl, me. And it is so freeing. And then once I gave myself permission to feel, I gave myself permission to understand, I gave myself permission to just be. It was clear. This is my yes. This is my reward. This is my vision. This is my mission, to be of service and to support and ask women all over the world to honor their little girl, to know that healing comes from healing within. There is nothing anything can do for you. Nobody can say, I am sorry, and you be healed. You have to check in with your little girl. And so the practices that I had with me, myself, and I call her Tink Tink, supported and supports the healing. So things still come up right now. Like, I was working with my coach. I have a coach and a therapist, because this life's journey, I said yes to it. And because I am of service to others, I need to keep growing and healing as well. And so I was telling my coach, I had an upset. And I said, what was showing up, I had to go inward and see, why was this present? And why does it keep showing up? So when I was sitting, it was, oh, my little girl. And I had recalled one of the experiences, and it was around being seen, being heard. Like, I was telling myself I wasn't being seen and I wasn't being heard, and it was inviting upset. And so I had to sit and ask myself, what is it? What is showing up? And I'm inviting you to do the same thing. If you feel upset, if you feel anything other than okay, ask yourself, what is showing up? And in that space, it was a vivid memory, because my mom raised me as a Jehovah's Witness. And I remember knocking on someone's door, because my mom said I had to knock on the door and I had to say, whatever it is I was supposed to say. And I just didn't want to. And when that happened, a man opened the door and he fussed at us to get off of his property. And inside the door, inside that home, it was 2 twins that I went to school with. And so, number one, I was embarrassed. But when I went back to school, the whole class laughed at me. And so that was the time that I was seen, but did not want to be seen. And so that stuck with me. And I had to pull that up to see, okay, Chanel, what is this? What is showing up? The fear, the need to be seen, but not be seen in a way where people are making fun of me, went back to when I was in elementary school. So again, inner child healing practices supported me and allowed me to work into forgiveness, because forgiveness is important, right? Forgiveness isn't just a word to say like, oh, I forgive myself. No. Be okay with understanding what happened, and you're willing to move forward. And that's what it is. This happened, and I'm okay with moving forward. And I honor myself with moving forward. And, not a but, and. And so then also I gave my girl a voice. My voice, my authentic voice, not trying to be like anybody, not trying to mirror anybody, definitely taking wisdom from others, but giving myself my voice, my authentic voice, the voice that I silenced from youth to adulthood, the voice that I silenced at times. So healing. And then let me tell you what supported me. And prayerfully, if you are listening to this, it is not by accident. So let me invite you into what supported me. And then I invite you to ask, to pray, to receive. What is it that you need to support you? But journaling. Let me tell you, again, remember I said I had a coach. My first coach, she used to always say, write about this, write about this. And I would be like, I am not writing. It just wasn't, I didn't feel like it. I felt like it was high school. Like I wasn't a fan of homework. And so it's like, you're giving me homework. No. However, journaling is so important to me. And I look at it as heart work. It's something I'm doing for my heart. So writing out what is coming to me in the right now moment. If it does not make sense, that is okay. No judgment. But this is what I'm definitely going to write about. Journaling is so supportive. It gives me permission to release what is inward, what does not need to be said, but needs to be said. And I have a lot of those. There are times when I'm saying something that doesn't need to be said because there's words, sentences, thoughts that everybody doesn't need to know, right? But they need to get out. And so journaling is so supportive. And journaling has so many different ways to support you, me. I'm offering that. And then mirror work. I had to get in the mirror and see who I was. I had to ask myself, Perry, I had to ask myself for permission to see me. It was the most hardest experience in my life. Working on me was the most hardest experience in my life. Not having children, not going through breakups, not having enough finances, not getting my gallbladder removed, working on me. And it is the most rewarding experience in my life. It has created my right now. It has created the most beautiful experience I'm having with my family, with my husband, with our children, with my friends, with everybody I'm connected to. Mirror work will help you get down. You have to see you. And then breath work, embodiment rituals. Who are you? Who have you been called to be? Asking that question, taking breath to give yourself permission to be still has been so supportive for me. And I invite you, if you've been like, what is it that I need? Take a deep breath, drop in, and ask. And trust what comes up is for you. And then allowing my softness, I ask you to allow your softness to be sacred. So, as a feminine embodiment coach, and part of my vision is to restore the divine feminine energy of the woman. I am so clear that our presence, our nurturing, our softness changes the world. And allowing that softness to consume me, allowing me to be okay with that, has been so supportive towards my healing. And I invite you to say yes. I invite you to get clear, to understand that your little girl needs you. And so becoming whole and authentic, important. I can't express how important it is because you have to release the old without judgment. One of the most, no, is it one of the most or the most important thing you can do is live a life free of judgment. Meaning, however you show up in the world, okay. Be compassionate around that. Be understanding. Release the old. Let go of old stories. The stories are not serving. The stories might have created you, right? But they do not define you. And so I tell myself and my clients all the time, release the story. The story keeps you in a circle, revisiting the same thing over and over and over and over again. Release the story and let go of those limiting beliefs. I don't know what your limiting belief is, but mine was and still tries to show up is not good enough. But I know that's a lie, honey. That's a lie to the 5th, to the 6th, to the 7th, to the 100th degree. It is a lie. So release that. And then return to your body, your values, your truth. Holistically, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. Return to you. Get clear on who it is you've been called to be and stand in that. Because becoming whole and authentic is life-changing. It is rewarding. And everyone connected to you will reap. You will sow a seed that is watered. And you will watch that seed grow. And you will be like, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then you embody the new. So living aligned with your vision and your voice. Use your voice. However, you have to be clear on what your vision is. What is your vision? Are you clear on what a vision is? Are you okay with being led by your vision? My hope is you say yes. If you're not clear on what your vision is, that is okay. And when you have clarity, you allow your vision to guide you and you use your voice, understanding that nothing is by accident and your voice is here to change the world. And then let me tell you, embodying the new, restoring the divine feminine energy. Oof. This has been the most sacred journey, restoring the divine feminine energy. That is what I stand on. That has been given to me in so many different ways. And I was resistant, like, me? You want me to show up in the world embodying and saying and being a reflection of divine feminine energy? Do you know the things that I used to do? Do you know how I was perceived? Yes. Embody and restore your divine feminine energy is powerful. It welcomes you to becoming whole and authentic, life-changing. And so I want to invite you, say yes to restoring your divine feminine energy. You're a nurturer. Your stillness, your presence heals generations, heals communities. And that is the way you embody the new. And then loving the woman you are and the girl you were, the girls who is still present. So I seen something on social media where she was talking about how she used to be bigger, how she used to do this, how she is this. Okay. And love her. Loving her, loving you gives me, loving her, loving you, and me loving me creates a freedom that is undescribable. Nothing is by accident. So to become you, to become whole, to become authentic, you must love the woman that you are. And you must be clear on who you are. You must love the little girl within you. I look at her every day and I'm just so pleased with myself. Like, thank you. Thank you for showing up. Excuse me. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for all the things you did as a child. because we are here right now. So I want to invite you. I want to invite you into a space. I want to invite you to create a space for yourself, because you have to create a space to be open. You have to create a safe space for you to get clear. You have to create a space for you to use your voice. I want to remind you, I hear so many people saying, I don't feel safe. I don't have any friends. Women are this, women are that. People are fake. I used to say it too. But I want you to remember, excuse me, what we say is what we attract to us. There are amazing, amazing sisterhoods out here. Serve in them. And so how I serve, and I invite you to listen and allow it to feel, see what feeling you get in your body, to see if you've been called to serve in a way that will support you with being whole while honoring the little girl within you. So now I am the founder of Woman to Woman, and I am Adisa. Me. Woman to Woman is a nonprofit organization. I Am Adisa is where I show up in the world as a feminine embodiment and spiritual life coach. Me. When I think back, me. So I invite you, figure out how to serve. I also hold sacred spaces. I do group coaching. I do workshops and conferences. The one that I am here right now speaking to you through. I invite you not only to check in with me, but to check in with you, becoming whole. See where it is you need to serve. Service is part of a vision to create a life, a world that is not just for you. You are here to be of service to others. Get clear. And then I also blend spiritual wisdom with practical strategies to support women with becoming introspective. Because let me tell you, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to need you to go inward, because it's not his fault. It's not her fault. It's not their fault. There's no fault, no judgment. And I need you to go inward. Healing requires inward. Okay? Being self-nurturing. When you go inward, things might come up. You have to remember to nurture yourself, because how you nurture yourself is how you nurture others. And the world needs you. And then being authentic. Let me tell you, I am going to show up in this world who I've been called to be authentically, without any judgment. Is it always the case? No. There definitely are times where I'm judging myself and I have to go in. We're like, okay, Tink Tink, what is it that you need from me? But the invitation to serve, that's how I serve. That is what is supporting me with being whole, being in the world, and honoring my little girl. And I invite you to serve. So I also have an invitation for you to join sacred communities of women walking in their wholeness. Do that for you. Say yes to your healing. Say yes to your healing. Say yes to your healing. It wasn't an accident that I said that many times, because I know it can be scary. I know it can be uncomfortable. Staying in the same place and space is comfortable for so many people. But I invite you to say yes to your healing. Say yes to your voice. Your voice is needed. Your voice is needed. Your voice is needed. Say yes to it. And say yes to your divine feminine energy. She has the power to shift and shape the world. I promise you, life-changing. So remember who you are. Remember who you are. If I was to ask you and to see you and say, who are you? I want you to stand in that. I want you to know who you are without any judgment. And so If you're needing a place and space, I invite you to join our community. It's a place and space for you. Place and space for you. And like I said, I have been called, I am clear, doing the work, being a reflection of the work, restoring the divine feminine energy. Me, Coach Chanel, Coach Adisa, restoring the divine feminine energy has been my sacred yes to the world. I was resistant. I still find myself being resistant at times, but I am clear. So, as I invite you into the space, I invite you to find your space, to create your space, knowing that you are called, you are needed. And I tell myself, I am called, I am needed. Nothing is by accident. So, if you ever want to reach out, if you ever need me, you can reach me by these ways. But remember, being whole, becoming whole, honoring your little girl within is a journey that creates liberation. If you don't know what liberation feels like, ask. Don't ask me, ask. Go inwardly and ask. And be ready to receive. So I thank you for this space. I thank you for this time. I thank you that you are hearing this. And I want to remind you, it is not by accident. Not by accident at all. You are needed. Your little girl needs you. She wants you. And you have something to do in this world. So have an amazing journey. Have an amazing yes season. And I am complete.
Hello. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was amazing. I have some comments here for you from your, I really appreciate the interaction with our inner child. There's so much wisdom that they carry. And for me, she's so whimsical, and there's a spiritual healing in whimsy.
Yes. Receive it. When I tell you, these little girls, I just talk to my little girl all the time, but these little girls, they show up and they need us, right?
Yes.
They need us as the adults. It's life-changing to have an understanding that your little child is present, your little girl. We never leave, right? Just because we grow up as an adult, our little girls still are present and they need us. And how she can show up is life-changing. And to invite yourself into a spiritual release, life-changing. So thank you for your yes.
Yeah. I'm fortunate. I have a relationship with a woman who babysat me from the time I was born to I was probably 4 years old or so. And one day she sent me a picture of me that I'd never seen before. And it was, I think getting that picture was life-changing because I got to see myself through her eyes, not through, my experience and the pictures that I'd seen from my family. And so I keep that picture on my desk now.
Yes.
Because, I think that girl was so innocent and so pure and so special, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
It
Thank
really
you so much
is.
for this work.
You're welcome. It's my honor. And as you shared about your picture, in the process that I had to go through with restoring a relationship with me, I found a picture of myself that I scribbled out. And so I literally brought middle school and high school was tough for me. And so I did not like that little girl, because I wanted to fit in and I didn't fit in. My color, my skin, my nose, nothing fit in. And so I was so upset with her. And when I saw that picture that I crossed out, I carved an X in her, I was like, this is you. This is the little girl that I need to heal. And so that's the relationship building that I've been having with myself. And just having that picture there, reminding me, it's Thank you. And I'm doing this for you. So just hearing you, you know, the picture you got and you saw yourself through somebody else's lens, I pray that that was so life-changing and is so life-changing for you too.
So life-changing. And because she's right here, so I still look at her all the time, and I just think, kind of like I wish I knew her, you know, like as a separate person. Like I wish I knew that little girl.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for your community. Everyone, please join Adisa's community. It's, again, life-changing. We're constantly growing and we're constantly changing. And I always think that if you came here today and you saw her message, it was because you were supposed to.
Yes.
So yes. So join her community and join us here and change your life.
Yes.
Thank you.
Join us here at SheisMe. So life-changing. So life-changing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well,
We are going to welcome Anne-Marie Cribben at the top of the hour. So we'll be right. Hi, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with Anne-Marie Cribben, the founder of Thirsty for Wonder, and I think you're in for a treat. So, Anne-Marie, take it away.
Amazing. So when I like to gather with people, when I hold space in my own community, I always love to just start with a grounding practice. So I want to just invite you into that. Especially if you're multitasking right now, I sign up for conferences and workshops online. And sometimes I show up and multitask. Sometimes I'm listening and sending emails or working on something. And so I want to invite you in particular, if you're multitasking, just for a couple of minutes, just for a few breaths, to enter into a grounding practice as a gift to yourself, to really allow yourself to practice radical permission that you get to show up as you are. We're talking about recovery in a few minutes, sobriety and recovery. And that's one of the foundational practices of recovery is radical permission to show up as you are in the moment. So let's put that into practice to get started. And so I just invite you into a place of deeper comfort, whatever that looks like for you in the moment. And see if you can intuit into that, and maybe soften your gaze or close your eyes and just kind of slow down the body, maybe intentionally slowing the breath. And just seeing what's there when you think about increasing your comfort, even if it's just by 5 or 10%. What does that feel like? What does that look like for you and your body, how you're showing up right now? It might mean I just automatically, if you saw it, I just went to swaying my hips and moving my shoulders. My body is just asking for that. That's just bringing ease to my body, comfort to my body. For you, it might be, again, just some deep, deep breaths, maybe softening the belly. And I also just want to invite you to consider that comfort. When I think of the word comfort, I often think about like snuggling up and getting cozy and small. And I also want you to consider that comfort can be about taking up a lot more space. And so this can be a brave and safe container to practice that. And so if like spreading out, like extending your shoulders or your legs, or even laying down and taking up space feels like something for you, feel free to go ahead and practice that in this space. And then just coming into a bit of stillness. And we'll just take a couple of deep breaths together here, just really activating the belly, the diaphragm. So fully breathing in and exhaling, releasing, letting go. Again, deep breath in. Releasing, letting go completely. And last one, fully breathing in and letting go. And before coming back to opening your eyes or back to your emails, multitasking, just taking another second, just noticing if there's a shift, even just a slight shift in the body or noticing if things stayed the same, if there's neutrality. But just taking another pause here just to notice. And then I invite you back into opening your eyes, coming back to our space together. And let's get going. I'm Anne-Marie, and I'm very, very happy to be here with you today. I am the founder of Thirsty for Wonder, which is a recovery community for folks along the spectrum of sobriety, from sober curious to early recovery and sobriety to multiple years of sobriety. I have a community space for folks who are living sober lives, trying out sobriety, wondering about sobriety. And I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about my own story. And I've titled that From Survival to Sovereignty. And I'm excited to kind of dig in and share with you. And so a little bit about my story of origin. And I heard some other speakers say it today, and I feel like I need the same disclaimer of like, I'm not going to tell you about from when I was born. Like, don't check out. But what I do want to tell you is that, and maybe this might sum it all up, is that I'm Irish Catholic. And so I'm talking about sobriety, right? And I'm Irish Catholic, and maybe that explains it all. But I do want to share a little bit about how alcohol showed up in my life and in my family, and how that really played a part in my own story around alcohol. And so alcohol was really woven into the fabric of my family life. It was very much a part of our daily experience. My dad actually made beer and made wine in our home. It had a huge impact on me into my adult years. I'm actually a sobriety coach who also has a certification in French wines. I went to sommelier school at one point in my life. So there's that contradiction. But alcohol was a really big part of just the daily experience of our life. It was very connected to my culture, to my Irish background. It was very connected to my Catholic upbringing, to Catholicism in general, and life inside of a parish and a church. And then just the ins and outs of just family life. Like I said, with my dad, making beer, making wine, having exposure to it as young kids. What that looked like was, weddings, funerals, but also Tuesday nights. There was wine on the table or beer on the table. I had a grandfather who really did put alcohol on our gums when we were teething to offer us comfort. My dad would show up in the middle of the night as a little girl. If I had croup or bronchitis, my dad would show up with a little thing of Vicks and a flannel and a little tea mug that had a hot toddy in it. And I was given that as medicine. And so there was a conditioning there that alcohol meant belonging. It was a source of belonging to my family. It was a source of connection to my cultural and ancestral experience. And it was medicine. It was healing. There was a conditioned experience around, this is the medicine that we offer you when you are uncomfortable or in pain. And nobody in my family meant for that to be harmful. There was never an intention around, let's set the kids up or let's set Anne-Marie up for an experience where alcohol is going to become harmful in her life by doing these things. It was just the fabric of my family story. And our life and our family life. There was no malice or no intention or harm in that. In fact, ritual is not harmful. Ritual is really, really beautiful. And so gathering as a family for Sunday night dinner over a meal and bottles of wine or the dark beer that my dad made, there is nothing sinister about that. In fact, ritual is really, really important in my recovery as well. And so I just kind of wanted to say that out loud. I wanted to name that. That's how it showed up in my very early days. I have a very vivid memory and experience around being 4 years old. And my dad, at Sunday night dinner, we were allowed as kids to have just like a little thimble full of wine that my dad made. And he was experimenting with red wine, and we each had a glass, my brother and sister and I. And my sister was afraid of it. She was afraid of red wine, which really translated to she didn't like it, but she didn't know how to say that. So she said she was afraid of it. And I jumped in with, I am not afraid. I am not afraid. And not only did I get to drink mine, but I got to drink hers too, because again, the amount was minuscule. But it was praised at the family table. There was actual like applause at the family table for my bravery and courage in not being afraid to try that. So again, there is not intent, there was not malice or intent or harmful intent around that, but there's a conditioning that happens in that. There's messaging that happens in that when we're young, and we carry that into our adulthood as well. I want to say too that, like, you know, growing up, like, yes, I drank in high school with my friends. Yes, I drank in college and binge drinking in college. That was something that we did collectively together. It was not something I did individually on my own. It was a source of community and relationship. And then into my older adult years, being established in a job and things like that, it was very much a status symbol for me. It was very Sex in the City. I could afford nice bottles of wine in my home and have my friends over for dinner parties. And it was very much a source of connection to be at Sunday brunch with my girlfriends and have bottomless mimosas. But it was still something that was done in community until it wasn't. And here's where I want to talk about like what I just call the years of pushing through. What was happening here was mistaking depletion for devotion. I want to say that again, because that's kind of a key thing. That was a key element for me to understand in my own story and to really be able to name, identify, speak out loud. Was I was mistaking depletion for devotion. So at this point in my own drinking story, my drinking still looked kind of normal. I was working full time and I was volunteering and I was helping friends move and singing in the choir and being a bridesmaid 14 different times between my 20s and late 30s. I was saying yes to everything. And I was saying yes from a place of wanting to be a very dependable friend and sibling. I wanted to be generous in what I offered in my relationships. I wanted to be useful. All of these things were good. They all came from a really, really good place. But underneath that was a fear that I couldn't quite name at the time, but I can articulate it now. There was a fear of, if I stopped doing these things, who would I be? And also, would I even recognize what I really want to do with my time and my energy if I wasn't outsourcing it to other people all the time? And something that I noticed in those years of pushing through was, you know, at church, at work, at birthdays, like alcohol was just really, really readily available. And for women in particular, it was just the thing that we did together to take the edge off. And we called it self-care. We called Sunday brunch and bottomless mimosas self-care, right? Like you're getting together with the girls and you're blowing off steam and you're taking the edge off and you're gossiping and talking and all of those things and you're taking the edge off of things. So you're finding some relief. And that was the messaging and that was my experience over and over and over again. And what started to happen for me was by Friday night, that ritual felt earned. Like I earned that ritual. And so if I was holding it together all week, that I was still extending myself past my capacity, saying yes to all the things, being the person for everybody else except for myself. By the time I got that to the weekend, it felt like something I deserved and earned. But it wasn't alcohol or the buzz or the effect of alcohol that I was chasing. What I was chasing and couldn't name at the time was relief. I was eyeballs deep in the habit of caring for others and fixing things for others and serving others only to come home and pour a glass to quiet my own inner ache. That's what was happening. That's what pushing through looked like. Smiling through burnout, ignoring my body's no, like not even being able to hear my body saying, please don't take this on. Don't add another thing to your calendar. And then what I said at the beginning, mistaking depletion for devotion. I was pouring from an empty cup, that old phrase. I was pouring from an empty cup and I was calling it love. Before I click on the next slide and move on with the conversation, something I want to do is just really invite you into this as a conversation today. I'm sharing my story for sure, but I really want to invite you, even if there's just a few of us here on the live feed here right now, to interact with the chat feature if you can, to ask questions or to state what resonates for you. If there's something that you find affirming in my story, What that does is it gives other people permission to say me too, and for us to start like really like changing the narrative that it really starts changing the narrative about recovery, what healing can look like and recovery can look like, in particular for women. If you are thinking it and if you are asking the question about it, I guarantee somebody else is too. And for folks who are watching the replay, I know they will be so, so grateful that you put something in the chat that they can resonate with and will affirm their experience as well. So let's make this a conversation if we can. I just want to encourage you to do that. Okay. Let's talk about gray area drinking because this is a really big deal. And I want to talk about it because I don't think it's a term that everyone knows. I'm a sobriety and recovery coach, and this is really where I meet most people, and women in particular, is folks who drink in the gray area. So I do want to take a little bit of time and explain what that is. This is the space between social drinking and what we have been taught to call a problem. So I'm going to speak from my experience. I did not wake up needing alcohol. I did not wake up in the morning craving alcohol, craving a drink. I did not need a drink to get through my day at work or anything like that. What I was recognizing in myself was I was slowly forgetting what it was like to live without alcohol. And so the space of waiting until the weekend started to get a little bit shorter. I wasn't waiting for Friday night anymore. It's like, it's Thursday. It's Thursday night. And Thursday night is a fine night to have a glass of wine too when I come home from work. And that backed up to like, you know what? Wednesday is really okay too. So I wasn't having like a real dependence on alcohol, as in like I needed it to get through the day. But something I was noticing more and more was I was thinking about it a lot. I was thinking about alcohol a lot. I was thinking in terms of like what I call wine math with a lot of my clients, which is at some point things shifted to my calculations were, okay, well, if I can do like, I can get through this part of my workday and I come home and I do this and I know I have this thing tomorrow. So I can have a glass of wine tonight, but I can also go to this thing and then maybe I can have a glass of wine when I come home. There was a lot of energy and calculation going into when I could take the edge off of my life and my day. Right? Again, I wasn't looking to be intoxicated. I was looking for relief. I was chasing relief over and over and over again. Excuse me, getting over a cold. So I would come home and like the glass of wine that I cooked with dinner was fine. And then I would have another glass of wine if I was answering a few emails. And it was never enough to call it a crisis. Like my drinking did not look like a crisis to anybody. In fact, it looked a lot like other people's drinking. And that's a really, really big thing to know about gray area drinking is that most women identify as gray area drinkers. They drink in the gray. They drink in that middle space. That number is increasing in a post-COVID world. That number is increasing again in our current political cycle here, right? People are looking to take the edge off of their lives. And alcohol is a very conditioned and very, very quick way to meet that. It works until it doesn't work. For a lot of people, gray area drinking looks like maybe you've thought that you have a problem with alcohol. And maybe you see if you can challenge yourself to give it up for 30 days and you successfully give it up for 30 days. But on day 31, you're drinking again. Like the coming back to it is the thing that is the identifying factor of gray area drinking, is that sobriety can be in fits and starts, stops and starts, but usually people come back to it again. And that was certainly my experience. I wanted to see, like, do I have a problem with this? Let me do a whole 30. If you remember the whole 30 trend, I don't know if that's still a big trend anymore, but it was several years ago, about 8-9 years ago when I was like dabbling in sobriety before I really quit and got sober. I was like, let me do a whole 30. I'm going to prove to myself that I don't have a problem. And I would do it successfully. But in all honesty, the thought of drinking did not fully escape my psyche. It did not fully escape. And if I'm being really, really honest, it was probably around day 22, 23, 24, where I started planning how I was going to celebrate my whole 30 with the wine I was going to open on day 31. right? That's what it looked like for me. Yes, I could do this thing. I didn't have a dependence on it, but it also was like really overwhelming to think of not having it in my life at all, or knowing how to navigate life without alcohol. It became my reward for saying yes to all the things. It was a bridge to holding it together and then finally exhaling. On the outside, I was fine. I was excelling in my work. I was showing up, but inside I was tired. I was anxious, and I was disconnected from anything that felt real in my life. And that's the thing about gray area drinking, is that it doesn't demand your destruction. It does not demand your destruction. It does not demand a rock bottom Netflix documentary special kind of collapse. That's not what it looks like. It is quietly asking you to settle for less and less in your life. It does not demand your destruction. It quietly asks you to settle for less and less in your life. I'm going to cough really quick. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so that's a little bit about gray area drinking, about not hitting rock bottom. You don't need to lose everything to decide that you want more. That's really important to hear and to understand, and to let that kind of sit and sink and like get into the bones and the marrow of ourselves, is that we do not need to lose everything to change our relationship with alcohol. That's where the sovereignty piece comes in, that we're going to talk about too. Okay, let's keep going. What did the turning point look like for me? Yeah, my turning point was not dramatic. And again, because my drinking story wasn't dramatic. And so my turning point wasn't dramatic either. I didn't have a big confrontation. There was no intervention. I didn't go to rehab. I didn't even go to AA. Like AA for me, as an Irish Catholic in Washington, D.C., like this is my joke all the time, is Alcoholics Anonymous is supposed to be anonymous. And as an Irish Catholic, I was also working for the church at the time. I would have known like every person in the room if I had showed up in an AA meeting. And so that was not a part of my plan either. There was also something about like the idea of going to an AA meeting that like, at the time it was like, oh, that's going to really mean I have a problem. And I was not ready to accept that, talk about that, own that, or anything. So there was nothing really dramatic about my turning point. There were no 90 meetings in 90 days. There was no rehab experience. There was no confrontation. I became increasingly exhausted and tired and just so over myself. I was escaping my life every single day, right? I was in this pattern of escaping my life all the time, only to wake up and meet my same life, only with more anxiety, because that's what alcohol was doing for me. It was fueling my anxiety. Just the increase of anxiety, or what I like to call hangxiety. And that hangover doesn't mean that you've had 2 or 3 bottles of wine. Hangxiety, especially when you're in your mid-40s with perimenopause, menopause, stuff like that, alcohol really, really wreaks havoc on your hormonal system. So even 1 or 2 glasses of wine can really, really cause a lot of anxiety. So the quantity of drinking here isn't as important as drinking itself, right? And what the alcohol does. So I was waking up with increased anxiety, debilitating anxiety in my life. And it was just this hamster wheel that I could not get out of. My desire to let go of alcohol was not enough for me to let go of alcohol, because the idea of navigating a life without it, social situations, family situations. Remember, I talked about this was my connection to belonging, to my cultural heritage, to my faith life, right? This was my lifeline to those things. And so navigating a life without that felt so overwhelming. I really just couldn't fathom it. What I was noticing, though, more and more, was that alcohol really was infiltrating every part of my existence, everything. It's how I celebrated, obviously. It was how I grieved. It was how I relaxed. It was how I connected. And there was a real moment of reckoning for me. I'm a deeply faithful person. I am a spiritual director as well as a recovery coach. And something that happened to me that was a real wake-up call in this experience of what was the turning point was, I was with a group of women and they were inviting me into their Bible study. And I was really looking for deeper connection thinking that's the thing that's going to fix my life, right? If I can just find the right people or the right program or the right guru or the right podcast, right? That will be the thing that will fix my life. That will be the more that I'm looking for. And so I was so eager to be a part of this group. And then they told me what the name of it was, and it was called Thirsty Thursday at the Well. And if you are familiar with the Bible, with Christianity, you may recognize that really clearly, the story of the woman at the well, that Jesus meets the woman at the well. But the Thirsty Thursday takes me right back to my college experience. And Thursday night was a really, really big drinking night on college campuses, or at least it was for me in the late 80s, early 90s. Thirsty Thursday was when all of the local bars up and down, the college campus strip had quarter pitcher night and all of those things. And so this idea of Thirsty Thursday at the well, like just really, it really, really rattled me. And this wake up call of like, it's coming for everything, Anne-Marie. It's coming for everything. And it was a wine group. I mean, they were reading scripture and drinking wine. Like, that's what the group was. But this inner knowing of like, it's not going to stop here. Like, this is coming for every aspect of your life. And it's coming for your spirituality. It's coming for your connection to the divine. And if you don't put a stop to this now, like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. What would have happened, right? Because alcohol is an addictive substance. And so what would have happened is my being able to only drink on a Friday or Thursday or whatever, only have, a couple mimosas on Sunday, whatever that looked like, was going to escalate, because that's what alcohol does. It is meant to do that. And so there was a reckoning. I couldn't really articulate it because I didn't have the brain science and the understanding around addiction and things at that moment. But inside, my inner knowing was like, oh, guardrails went up. And I really understood, like, something really needs to change here. And I know that the key to the more that I am desiring and that I cannot speak of, I know that the key to wanting something different in my life is dependent on me putting down this coping mechanism. I have to let go of alcohol. I have to. And so I quit. And I say that as a very simple sentence, right? Like, and so I quit. That is not how it played out. And I share with people, I've done two really, really hard things in my life. The first hard thing that I did was when I was in my early 30s, I discerned religious life. I thought I was called to be a religious sister, a nun. And I let go of my job and my family and my money and my cell phone and my high heels and my hair. And I entered a convent. And I lived with 28 sisters in New Jersey in a convent, and I was there for about 6 months until I was discerned out of that. They helped me discern myself out of that situation, that it was not my calling. That is one of the hardest things that I have ever done. Letting go of alcohol was harder than joining the convent. Let me just be really, really clear about that. Letting go of alcohol was harder than joining the convent. And hard for all of those reasons that I named, because my identity was really wrapped up in the story of drinking. It was really, really wrapped up in that. But I did quit, and it was really, really hard. It was incredibly brutal, but I did it with a lot of support. I had a coach. I had a sober coach for myself. I found an online sober community that really resonated with what I was trying to build in my life. In fact, like, the hook that got me in the door and made me sign up for their 8-week sobriety class was stop escaping, or create a life that you don't want to escape from. That was the hook, right? Sobriety allows you to create a life that you don't want to escape from. And I was like, that's it. That's what I've been trying to put into words. I don't want to escape my life anymore. And if letting go of alcohol is the thing to do that, I am ready. I am ready for it. Let me look at my slides and see where I am here. Okay. Again, I walked through early recovery like a little newborn bird, just feeling incredibly raw and exposed. It was really hard. Even though I didn't fit the internet's version of alcoholic, it was just incredibly, incredibly difficult. But again, beneath that fear, and the withdrawal and the loneliness, I could feel a pulse of something new. Like even in early sobriety, even in those first 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, I could feel that there was a pulse of something different. I wasn't there. I hadn't arrived. But I knew that I had paid attention to that whisper of what if you could live differently, and that I was inching closer to it. With every day that I was sober, I was inching closer to it. And for me, that was enough for me to keep going, to make that choice daily, to keep going, keep going, keep going. And I'm happy to say that I'm 7.5 years sober today. April 5th, 2018 is my sobriety date, and I celebrate it like a birthday. In fact, I celebrate it bigger than a birthday. So let's keep going and talk about what changed. And I also want to say here, and I'll say at the end of this talk as well, like, for the sake of today, like I'm giving you the highlights, right? But I love having conversations with people about recovery and sobriety and about what that early part of the journey looked like, because it is so difficult. There can be a pink cloud for folks. Some people, give up alcohol and their first experience is the world has never been more beautiful or wonderful, and they lose 20 pounds and their skin clears up and they find a man and they win the lottery. Like some people have that experience. That was not my experience. Things got really, really hard. That was not my experience. And so I love to share my experience with other people and then hold space for people to share their experience as well. And so I just want to say here, like, if that's something that you want to connect on, like, please reach out to me. You'll be able to see where to reach out at the end. But just hold that, like if you feel like you want to chat about this more or ask me more questions about specifically what that looked like, those early days, that first year of recovery, I'm available for that. Like I want to share that experience with folks. So know that is up for discussion. You can ask questions about that for sure. For sure. Okay, so what changed? Here I am. I'm this fledgling little baby bird, and everything feels really, really raw. I did not suddenly feel better. What I did was I felt everything. That's what was happening. I didn't feel better. I just felt everything. I felt everything, because what I didn't realize I was doing with my evenings of having a few glasses of wine was I was numbing all the parts of myself. I was numbing everything. I was really shutting myself off to not just the world, my surroundings, but to all of my own feelings. And so what I did was I had to relearn how to live my life without alcohol. And so I started small. My drinking was always in the evenings. I would come home from work. I would pour a glass of wine when I got home from work. I would cook dinner, watch TV, have another glass of wine or two, whatever that looked like for the evening. And so relearning how to shape my evenings was very, very critical. I had to become a new person when I walked in the door in the evening. And so I changed my rituals, because remember early in our conversation, ritual is not bad. Ritual is not bad. Wanting to escape the world is a valid coping mechanism. Like, the world is hard. It is very hard to be a human right now. And so wanting to soften the edges of that is not a horrible thing. It's how we are conditioned and what we're choosing, what our responses are, right? And so I was choosing something that was numbing all the best parts of myself. And so I had to learn to do things differently. So what that looked like for me was coming home and doing really, really small ritualistic things, like lighting a candle when I cooked. One of the things that I did on repeat was I would come home from work, put my stuff down, take a shower, put on my very softest, comfiest clothes, because that was a signal to my body that I was going to take care of myself. That was a symbol of comfort that I had never given myself before. So even just that small act of like, I'm going to put something like that feels good on my skin, I'm going to do that. And my brain is going to start to register that as a way of comfort that it's going to accept over time. I would make tea, but I wouldn't microwave the water. I would boil the water on the stove, in the kettle. I would scald the pot the way that my Nana did. I would put the tea bag in and let it steep for the full 3 minutes. I would drink the whole cup of tea. And that was the beginnings of, I didn't know it when I was doing it, but that was the beginnings of changing my neural pathways right? The neuroplasticity that we have, that we can change our habits and behaviors. We can retrain our brain. And so that pathway that was like, get home, go to kitchen, open a bottle of wine, slowly over time, that ritual of making tea, drinking the tea, holding the teacup in my hand was enough of a roadblock that I was consistent with it enough, and perfectly consistent with it enough, that it started to change my behaviors over time. I started to write again. I've always been a writer, but there was a long time where I wasn't writing, and I didn't think that my writing was creative enough or worthy enough, or that my voice was valid enough. So I started writing at night. I started with lists. I started just with making lists of things, of like what I missed in my life, and things like making lists of what I hoped for. I started dreaming into my life again. And then I moved into writing poems, because that was helping me pay attention and notice. It was a form of meditation. I remember being on community calls with my sober community, and people would talk about meditation, and I would roll my eyes and just want to punch people in the face. I'm like, I cannot meditate. Like, I do not have capacity, desire. Please go away. But what I could do was write poems and read poetry. And it has a same meditative experience and quality to that, because you are out of this part of your brain, right? And you're into an embodiment. You're feeling it. You're feeling the words. You're noticing. You're looking. So I started writing poems, and then reflections, and then prayers. And it started to give shape to my life. It became a way for me to tell the truth. I started moving my body, but not in a way to control it, or this demand that my sobriety had to come with weight loss. That's a whole other speaker series and workshop for another time, right? But not moving my body to control it, but to really just be in it, because I had not been in my body for a very long time. I started lifting really heavy stuff. I started lifting weights and walking and stretching, and it became just this quiet rebellion against depletion. I also started to lean into my family story again, like talking about like that connection that I had. My sobriety made me feel very disconnected from my family, and that was very upsetting, depressing, sad. And so I started to get really curious about like, what is the connection then to my Celtic heritage? Like, it has to go beyond drinking. It has to. Like, it has to go past like the trauma that's been handed down from generation to generation around drinking. And so I started reading and researching and asking questions. And what I landed on for myself was, drinking is not the history of Ireland. Drinking was the story of drinking and alcohol use and abuse in Ireland came with colonization, when the Irish were being forced to give up their land, and forced into starvation, and forced to give up their language. And reading about that and understanding that opened such a space of compassion for me around my own family story, and how that then got passed down generation to generation. It just opened up something so much, like such a broader understanding. And it really helps me connect globally then to see how systems of oppression, white supremacy, capitalism, patriarchy, how those systems are still imparting that today, right? So there was a global connection. And in my research, what I came back to was, we know that generational trauma is real, and some of the other speakers have talked about that. In fact, Coach Chanel was talking about that right before me, and I recommend watching the replay of her speaking. She was talking about generational trauma too. And so what I was led to understand was, I know that generational trauma is real because I'm witnessing it in my own life and in the story of my family. But I also understand that generational remembering is real. Like, what is the generational original source of medicine in my family? And what that brought me back to in my own Celtic heritage was the land, was collective care, was communal living, was understanding that when one person is broken, we're all broken. Was understanding that if I have abundance, it's for you too. It came back to the Celtic calendar, to building a relationship with the land, to being in tune and in alignment with the natural world. And when I tapped into that, Ooh, and that was a couple of years into my recovery. But when I tapped into that, like, it opened everything up for me. It really, really did. It became such a beautiful way to align my recovery with seasonal living. And it reminded me that life has a rhythm and that there's time for rest and time for growth and time for letting go. And I do not have to push. I do not have to live beyond my capacity, because that was the thing that led me to drinking. And so I could do this radically, radically differently. I could live my life in alignment with the Celtic calendar and move through my recovery at a slow enough pace where my body and my brain were building trust together. And that was incredible, absolutely incredible. Sobriety stopped being about what I couldn't have, and it became about what I could build, a life that felt spacious enough to hold me. Healing moved at the rate of trust, not faster, not linear, just faithful, just faithful. Let me keep going here. The shift into sovereignty. Ooh, yeah. I mean, this is the beauty of what we're talking about. In recovery, I stopped measuring my worth by how much I could push. And I started asking, what if healing isn't about willpower, but it's about worthiness? Sovereignty for me meant belonging to myself again, not ownership or control, but stewardship, the sacred responsibility of caring for my own energy, my own body, and time. I no longer saw rest as laziness. I stopped earning my right to be joyful. Joy became a rebellion, an act of saying I'm allowed to have a good life, even if it looks different from what I imagined. Each small act of self-respect, turning off my phone, taking a nap, making my bed, all of those small things, saying no, right? Honoring my capacity, all of those things began to restore my dignity. And sobriety gave me back my voice. It gave me back my connection to wonder. And it gave me a connection back to, like, what were my desires? What do I really, really desire? I stopped surviving my days and started partnering with them, learning to trust timing and the ebb and flow of life and the beauty of just the ordinary. That's sovereignty. It's not ruling my life, but that I get to be a co-creator in my life. I get to show up with full agency, full voice, and a full yes to the things that are in alignment with that, right? A full yes to the things that are in alignment with that. Healing through worthiness, not willpower, is a game changer. Healing through worthiness, not willpower, is a game changer. How I serve now. This is what I do. I'm a recovery coach. I'm a spiritual companion. I work with people. I get to guide others through that same middle space, that space of becoming, people who don't fit the extremes but feel stuck. Through my company, Thirsty for Wonder, I offer coaching and community and writing that's rooted in recovery and Celtic wisdom. I created The Wellspring, a Celtic recovery journey, which follows the rhythm of the earth and reminds us that healing is cyclical, not linear. It's really badass and really cool. I'm just going to say that. I want to own that, that The Wellspring is really, really amazing. It's a really awesome place to hang out and to look at recovery in a radically different way, in a really different way. And, most importantly, I think that my work is not about fixing. It's about remembering. It's about helping people come home to, it's about people coming home to their dignity and their worthiness. And, the desire, that dignity and desire were never lost. They were only buried, right? And so reclaiming that and recovering that. Sobriety is not about deprivation. It is about reclamation. The heart of my work is helping people. The heart of my work is helping people live lives that they are proud to die of. Remember that hook, right? That hook that brought me into sobriety was building a life that I don't want to escape from. I needed that desperately. When that was offered to me. But the evolution of my recovery is that I'm living a life that I'm proud to die of. I'm living a life that I'm proud to die of. And that is what I help other people with too. I put some questions here for you to consider because I'm a writer and a spiritual companion. I love contemplation. Hanging out in my mind castle is my favorite thing to do. So I put some questions here for your consideration too. If you want to do some journaling, or if you want to connect and schedule a virtual coffee and we can answer some of these questions together. I'd love for you to spend some time with them, because your own healing journey is so worthy of it. It's worthy of time. Where do you notice yourself pushing through instead of pausing? What are the moments, people, or feelings that make you want to reach for relief? Ooh, that's a good one. It's also a dangerous one. Be careful. What does enough feel like in your body? What does sovereignty, being the author of your own life, look like for you right now? And what tiny act of care could remind you that you belong to yourself? That tiny act of care, remember back to just our opening grounding practice, paying attention to your body. What's your body intuiting for you? What feels good in the moment? What could be an act of care? And then finally, I just want to say thank you for your time and attention, for your presence. I want to say thank you for how you show up to your life in all of the beautiful ways that you do. I want to say thank you for even considering that there's more. It's, like saying yes to life, saying yes to our healing. Those are the constant themes I'm hearing as I pop into the other speakers with the SheisMe Conference this week, and saying yes over and over again, saying yes in a way that honors our capacity. It's just such a beautiful thing. And so that is my wish for you, is that your yes is just remarkably, remarkably blessed. I'm so grateful to spend this time with you. Feel free to reach out to me at thirstyforwonder.com or on Instagram. I can't wait to connect with you.
So many nuggets.
Good.
I have a mind castle too. I just want you to know. I spend a lot of time there. But I loved the question that right at the end there, the question, I mean, I have a lot to talk. I have a lot to unpack here. The question at the end, though, moments that make me want to reach for relief.
Mm-hmm.
The news every day. The news makes me want to reach for relief. Now, I haven't had a drop of alcohol in over 10 years. Not because I was an alcoholic, but I grew up with alcoholics, and I would find myself drinking even if I didn't want to, just because it was part of the culture, just because it was part of what we did. Like you said, going out for brunch or family gatherings or a funeral or whatever. It was that you reached for it. It was just an automatic response. If you were happy, you had a drink. If you were sad, you had a drink. If you were mad, you had a drink. If you were, it was just that's what you did. And I remember growing up, and it was like, I don't want to act like that. I don't want to be like that, because, alcohol equals trouble. There's always crazy shit going down, and there's always something. And then there's all these secrets, and and then you sort of trace back to where it all starts, and it starts with those drinks, right? And so when I met my husband, and just he's sober, and I was like, I never felt like I needed a drink, and there were plenty of times when I definitely had more than I should have, but I never felt like I needed it, And then so it was just easy for me to not drink when I was around him and around our friends and everything else. And we have a big sober group of friends. And so I don't even think that I know, well, no, I think I know one person, but now, like, my circle, most everybody's sober, most everybody is, it just doesn't drink. And my first experience in telling my story was in Al-Anon rooms, because I was trying to heal from the effects of alcoholism that rippled throughout my life. And so I'm grateful for those programs. I've been in thousands of rooms. I'm so grateful for those rooms. I am so grateful for the work that you do, and what brought you to the work. I think it's needed, because I think there is this, the United States is a country of excess, and excess is applauded, and it's also excess in drinking is applauded, really. I mean, the more, like, how many drinks can you have, and how many shots of tequila can you do, and how many, I mean, it's really insanity, right? And we know that. We know that.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing this amazing topic to our conference. It's something that definitely needed to be talked about, and your story is amazing. I too wanted to be a nun at one point. I thought they were so perfect when I was a kid, like they were so close to God, and they were just so perfect, and they must be chosen. If that's their job, they must be amazing. And how do I get there? Like, that's what
Yeah.
But then I kind of found boys and didn't really think what? I can't go out with boys. But yeah, I thank you so much. Your message was amazing, and I can't wait. I'm going to check out your community. Can't wait.
Hey, awesome, Lisa. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love that we have that in common. Sobriety. Love that we have sobriety in common, recovery, and that nun connection too. Like, real quick, I want to name something because I think it's important. Like what you're talking about with the news, like wanting to escape. I see that so much in my work currently. And what I tell people is like this is the heart of recovery, is like, how do we hold the heartbreak and the beauty of the world in the same hands? Right? Like that's what we're called into, is like the duality and the polarity of just being a human being right now. How do I witness it without letting it crush me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the questions that we're trying to answer. And that for me, and it sounds like for you, is something where sobriety gives me the agency to know when I have consumed enough information that I need to go to my mind castle and do that work of integration and contemplation, so I can be called back into action.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when I do find myself thinking I need relief, I don't think of alcohol, and I don't think, and I used to think of food was my other thing. Used to think of food. And now I think, what can I hug my dog, or can I take a walk, or can I just turn it off and not look at it for a while, but also the work of, can I control it? No.
Right.
So if I can't control it, I didn't cause it, all of those things, then I need to put my focus somewhere else. And it's not my problem to solve necessarily in that moment. But what work can I do going forward to bring awareness, or to bring, solutions or something out there in some other way? But focusing on right then, because your brain wants to solve the problem. Your brain wants to do something about it. Your brain is like, and so your nervous system goes into full mode, right? Where like, danger, we've got to solve this. We've got to run. We've got to do something. We've got to soothe ourselves. And so there are lots of ways to get past that, but you have to practice them. I mean, you have to practice them. Yeah. And nothing good ever came from drinking to solve your problems. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And up next we have Tatiana. Tatiana will be here. We're going to play her commercial as well, so stay tuned.
For generations, women have been taught to silence their bodies, to hide their emotions, to suppress their desires, and to dim their power. I know this pain intimately, because I once lived it. My name is Tatiana Dorofeeva, and my mission is to help women all over the world reclaim their fullness of who they are, body, mind, and soul. There was a time in my life when I carried deep emotional wounds, family patterns, and silent traumas that shaped everything: my health, my relationships, my choices. Like many women, I was strong on the outside but disconnected inside. I searched for answers in science, in psychology, in spirituality, and eventually I found a way to bring it all together. Through my own healing journey, I discovered a path that doesn't just fix symptoms, it transforms the very foundation of a woman's being. A path that brings her home to herself. This is why I do what I do. I am a speaker, psychologist, Ayurveda practitioner, and the author of the method Female-Male Healing. My method integrates modern science, psychology, and Asian knowledge of female nature. It works on every level, body, mind, and soul, bringing deep, lasting transformation. For the past 15 years, I've worked with women all over the world, leading retreats in Bali, India, and Europe, hosting online trainings and private sessions, and speaking at conferences, workshops, and corporate events. I've been featured as an expert on TV and radio, and I've wrote for magazines. Because women's healing deserves a global voice. Over the years, I've witnessed hundreds of women return to their true feminine essence. Women who opened their hearts, reclaimed their creative power, healed their hormonal system, found love, built fearless careers, and conceived children after years of struggle. These are not just stories. This is her story of each woman. They are living proof that when a woman remembers who she is, everything changes. And now I'm here with you at this beautiful global gathering because I believe your story matters too. Whether you are at the beginning of your journey or standing on the edge of transformation, know this. Your body remembers, your soul knows. All you need is a safe space, the right guidance, and the courage to say yes to yourself. I warmly invite you to connect with me. Follow me on Instagram and Facebook. Join my trainings, retreats, and private sessions. Become a part of a growing global movement of women who are awakening their power, their wisdom, and their joy. When one woman heals, generations heal with her. Together, we are not just transforming our own lives, we are shaping a new world, her story for the women who will come after us. Thank you for walking this path with me.
And we're back. Tatiana, welcome. So nice to see
Hi.
you here. Thank you
Hi,
for
Lisa.
joining us.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and let you get started. Enjoy.
Okay. Hi, ladies. My name is Tatiana Dorofeeva, and I'm feminine guide, speaker, and creator of the Female-Male Healing Method. For 15 years, I've worked with women around the world, and today I want to talk about woman. She's strong, successful, beautiful, sexy, and healthy. She has a lot of energy and her hormones are balanced. She is relaxed, calm, and she enjoys life. But tell me honestly, do you also believe that a woman can either be relaxed or successful, but not both? In fact, you are right. If you look at how women are expected to succeed in today's world, because in most areas, business, corporate rules, sports, lifestyle, even medicine and education, society still applies the same approach to women as to men. In the past, men and women had very different roles. Men went out to defend their territory and hunt. Women stayed home, gave birth, and cared for the family. Today, Women have won the right to be educated, to build careers, to be creative, to participate fully in society. And that's a huge success for us, right? But the truth is, our previous responsibilities didn't disappear. To be a wife, to be a mother. Now we are expected to do everything. We face a choice. Either we sacrifice our creativity and career for family, or we sacrifice family for our careers. Both choices are painful because either way, it's still a sacrifice. I think you understand what I mean, right? Can you honestly answer yourself? What are you sacrificing and for what? Even if you are doing well in all areas, career, family, relationships, you might be paying for it with your health and energy. But there is one small yet very important detail that I call a revolution in understanding women. I want to share with you a discovery that completely changed my life and became the foundation of my own method, female-male healing. Let me tell you a story from my life. I grew up with a very strict, abusive, and controlling father. He didn't care that I was a girl. He raised me as if I were a robot. I had to do everything perfectly, of course. Clean the house, cook soup, help him repair the car, inflate the rubber boat, help him fish, and even assist him with paperwork and phone calls at his work. If I didn't know something, didn't do it quickly enough, or simply wanted to rest or play, he would get angry. He shouted, and sometimes he beat me severely. As a psychologist, I can tell you, our relationship with our father deeply shaped how we see world afterwards. The father represents the outer world, how safe we feel, what boundaries we set. He also shapes what we believe is acceptable, both from others and from ourselves. For example, can you push yourself to exhaustion without noticing it? Or do you know when to stop and care for yourself? You can write me, by the way, in the chat. When we grow up, those patterns become parts of us. We carry them inside. They form what we call our inner parents. We treat ourselves the same way our parents once treated us, even if we were angry at them or think their behavior was wrong. We continue their pattern. We expect the same things from ourselves. We criticize ourselves the same way. Have you noticed this? And where does it lead, actually? Often we act in ways that completely contradict how we feel inside. We want one thing, but we do another. Our body tries to send us signals through fatigue, illness, or hormonal imbalances. It's saying that something's wrong, but instead of listening, we usually take a pill and keep going. Your soul might be saying, I want to create, I want to love, I want to live, but your fears stop you. So if you want to get to different place, you need to go in a different direction. As I grew up, I did the same to myself. And I was terrified of looking stupid or not to know anything or to be different than other people. If I didn't know something, I pretended that I did or put on a very smart face. Otherwise, I felt deep shame. I couldn't afford to fail. That's what my father taught me, and I believed him. So my life became a race. First, I studied very hard at university, then I started working while studying. When my father died, I had to pay for my education, support myself, and care for my often sick mother. He used to tell us, if I die, you will end up begging on the streets. And of course, I believed him. He was my authority. When he passed, fear consumed me. I worked tirelessly, driven by panic. I took 3 jobs at once, studying and working without sleep. Sometimes I wouldn't sleep for days. Eventually, I collapsed. One morning, I woke up and my legs wouldn't move. The pain was unbearable. Doctors couldn't explain it. But as soon as I quit 2 of my jobs, slowly I began to walk again. Yeah, I know, it sounds like magical, but now I know when we don't listen to the whispers of the body, it starts to scream. I interpret the word pain as pay attention inside you now. So since then, I began to see every illness as a message, a way my soul protects me. And later, I continued working as a psychologist and women's coach. I was successful, but I was still running. And whenever I finished a big retreat or project, I'd get sick again. And once after returning from a retreat, I was carried off the plane straight into the hospital. And I even experienced clinical death. You'd think that would stop me, right? No, I kept going. I was successful, admired, but also terrified of being nobody and have nothing. I didn't rest. I didn't eat well. I didn't listen to my body. I didn't feel when I was tired, cold, thirsty, hungry, or in pain. I just pushed through everything. Of course, I couldn't build a healthy relationship. I repeated my childhood patterns, anger, control, emotional exhaustion, and one by one, my relationships fell apart. Eventually, I burned out completely. But for me, stopping meant dying. And I fell into deep depression, and doctors diagnosed me with fibromyalgia. It's like constant pain and muscle hypertonicity. I couldn't even hold a glass of water. That's when I had to stop completely. I couldn't work or move without pain. I had to rethink my entire life. I began deep trauma work, releasing memories from my body. I lived with shamans, curanderas, who taught me healing, herbalism, and ancient woman's wisdom. And later, I formally also studied Ayurveda and somatic body work. And one day, I asked myself, and what if success doesn't have to come at the cost of your body, your health, or your joy? What if true success begins not with doing more, but with remembering how to be in your feminine nature? My body is not my enemy, it is my guide. And I began studying the menstrual cycle as well, not just as biology, but as a map of how my brain, emotions, and energy change each week. I discovered that my symptoms were not random. They were messages. Living against my nature was what made me sick, tired, and lost. That realization was a game changer. I created my own method after that, female-male healing, which combined trauma healing, somatic therapy, science, hormonal education, and ancient feminine wisdom, and of course, Ayurveda. I learned how to rest without guilt, to plan my work according to my cycle, to listen deeply to my body. And slowly I healed. My gynecological issues disappeared, my hormones balanced, even fibromyalgia faded. Yeah, I was happy that time. But most importantly, I found joy again. I found myself. I met my wonderful husband, loving, caring, and supportive. He accepts me for who I am. I rose from the ashes like a phoenix, leaving my old self behind, creating a new me with my own, I call it, personal DNA. I started my life again from the scratch, slowly, gently, in rhythm with my body. I reached a new level of success. And my mission became crystal clear. My mission is to guide women back to their true nature, to help them heal, reclaim their feminine power, and thrive in alignment with their unique rhythm and cycles. We do it through deep healing, body-based practices, and compassionate guidance. I help women stop betraying themselves, unlock their sensuality, and create lives filled with health, love, and purpose. I guess now you want to ask, so what became the foundation of my rebirth, my happiness, and my healthy body? Let's take a look. You may have heard of circadian rhythms. They are also called biological rhythms. Our bodies live by the sun. When the sun rises, our inner world wakes up too. Cortisol hormone, our activity hormone, rises within the first 30 to 60 minutes after waking, preparing our body and mind for movement, for work, and creativity. And around midday, from about 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., the sun is at its highest point, and so are we. Our physical and mental energy reach their peak. This is when serotonin, the happiness hormone, is most active. You've probably noticed that how even our mood changes when the sky is bright and during sunny day, how everything feels easier, happier, lighter, and more alive. And then, just like the sun, our energy begins to fade. Everything comes, cortisol drops, and melatonin begins to rise. Under dim, warm light, the body understands it's time to slow down. That's why 2 or 3 hours before bed, it's so important to turn off the harsh white or blue light from our phones and screens and lamps, to switch to or candlelight or warm lamps. Otherwise, our sleep can be shallow, restless, or disappears altogether. This, by the way, is true for both men and women. But now, let's talk about what makes women unique. Women's bodies dance to an additional rhythms. You can see it on this picture. The infraradian rhythm or moon rhythm. It's a rhythm that mirrors the moon, the tides, and the cycle of the earth. That's why women in menopause continue to live by it. Their inner rhythm follows the phases of the moon, and for menstruating women, follow the menstrual phases. The lunar cycle lasts 28 days and repeats 13 times in a solar year. That's 364 days and 1 day for rest. Indigenous people around the world used a lunar calendar based on a turtle shell. As turtles go through their entire life cycle, 13 squares appear in the middle of the shells, along with 28 small divisions. Can you imagine? Look at this picture. Mother Nature herself encoded this wisdom for us, like a reminder that we are a part of her cycles. As the nature, every 28 days, women menstruate 12 or 13 times a year, just like the moon waxes and wanes 13 times per year. There are also 4 phases of the moon and 4 phases of a woman's cycle. This is the secret 1328 principle, the very foundation of feminine and earthly nature. So, what shapes a woman's health, mood, and energy? First, it's seasonal rhythms, like the changing seasons of the earth. Second, circadian solar rhythm, the daily rise and fall of the sun. And third, infradian lunar rhythms, the phases of the menstrual or moon cycle. Men live only by circadian rhythm. They are linear. Every day repeats itself in the same rhythm and pattern. But women, we are cyclical. Each phase of our 28-day cycle changes the chemistry of our body, our hormones, and therefore our emotions, our productivity, and even how we see ourselves and the world also change. Have you noticed how on some days you feel unstoppable, full of energy and inspiration, and on others you just want to rest, cry, or stay silent? That's your cycle speaking. Okay, let's explore the 4 phases together. Follicular phase is the first one, or I call it inner spring. For women in menopause, it's the period of waxing moon. This phase begins right after menstruation. It lasts about 6 to 10 days. It's your inner spring, a time to renewal. Estrogen and follicle-stimulating hormone begin to rise, and life energy returns. You feel ideas flowing, your body feels lighter, your skin glows. It's like a fresh air. Just like nature after winter, flowers bloom, sap rises in trees, your body awakens too. It's the perfect time to dream, to plan, to set intentions for the month ahead. Estrogen gives clarity and motivation, so use this phase for brainstorming, starting new projects, meeting new people, and taking actions. Your physical energy rises too, and that's why it's great for gym, exercise, dance, yoga, and cardio. I will tell it later also. You can plan your month according to this rhythm, schedule meetings, creative projects, or even social events. And when you live this way, with your cycle, you save energy and your work aligns with your natural power instead of draining it. Also, your digestion fire starts to rise now. And it's good to eat fresh vegetables, fruits, sprouted greens, because you can digest it. exactly in this phase. And the next phase is ovulatory phase, or inner summer. For women in menopause, it's a period of full moon. This is the peak, the time of radiance and fertility. By the way, not fertility only for pregnancy, but for creativity, for projects, for ideas. It lasts about 3 to 4 days. Estrogen reaches its highest level and mature egg is released. Also, testosterone rises here in this period, giving us confident libido, ambitions, and drive. We feel magnetic, radiant, and alive. It's a perfect time to connect with people, share your message, speak on stage, or host events. And also go for dating. Estrogen makes your eyes sparkle, your skin glow, and your smile soft. It's not just biology, it's magnetism. For women in menopause, this is the full moon time, as I said before, the phase of light and outward expression. And one thing, common mistakes we make during the follicular and ovulatory phases are taking on too many tasks and activities, leading us to overload. And I'll tell you a little secret. If we burn out during the first 2 phases, we will feel this energy deficit not only in those phases, but also and most of all in the premenstrual and menstrual phases, where we particularly need this heightened sustainable energy. So let's be realistic together and think about what you are capable of and just feel your energy. Also, there is something very important to remember. After menopause, estrogen is produced mainly in the adrenal glands, the same glands that make cortisol and adrenaline, our stress hormones. And when we live in chronic stress, the body chooses survival over pleasure. Estrogen and progesterone, I will tell about it later, turns into cortisol, and we feel fatigue, weight imbalance, and mood swings. That's why relaxation, rest, and gentle movement aren't luxuries for us, they are essential. By the way, stress can come from life events, connections with other people, your relationship with yourself, and how you treat yourself, nutrition, sports, and exercises. Yeah, if you exercise a lot, do a lot of cardio and intense workouts, and lift heavy weights, your adrenal glands will produce cortisol and adrenaline all the time. These are added to the stress in your life. During ovulation, your digestive fire also is very strong. So you can enjoy fresh foods, fruit, vegetables, and exercises here. It's stretching, movement, cardio, gym. So now you can do everything. The next phase is luteal phase. It's like inner autumn. For women in menopause, it's a period of second part of waning moon. Now, in this period, the energy begins to turn inward. After the high of summer comes autumn, a time of reflection and wisdom. Progesterone rises, produced by the corpus luteum, or yellow body, people say. This hormone grounds us, calms us, and prepares the body for either pregnancy or rest. Progesterone is like the earth, steady, wise, nourishing, and full. It helps balance mood and supports deep emotional insight. This is when we start to see things more clearly. both in ourselves and in others. It's when illusions fall away. You might feel sensitive, emotional, or introspective. And please don't rush to fix it. It's okay. This phase is not a problem. It's your body's way of showing truth. Creativity flourishes here in this phase. You can write, if you write books, paint, think about your future, analyze, think about your relationships. Is it good for you or not? About your life. You can create your courses or spend time alone. Just make space for yourself. Physically, your energy slows down, so please choose gentle practices and exercises. Walking, swimming, yin yoga, or dancing. Avoid overloading. And remember, when stress is high, progesterone converts into cortisol, stress hormone. Look at this picture. Imagine there is a family here, estrogen, cortisol, with a little progesterone in the middle. They have an excellent relationship and control the body and health. And when estrogen is in trouble and there was not enough of it, progesterone would say, don't worry, estrogen, I'll help you, and turn into estrogen. But when progesterone can also turn into cortisol, and since cortisol is a stress hormone produced by the adrenal glands to help us survive in danger and stress, cortisol will always prevail and have power over estrogen. When cortisol says, progesterone, I need your help, progesterone turns into cortisol, forgetting about estrogen. So it will be not enough estrogen, our women hormone. Our body always puts survival before prosperity. About eating in this phase, I suggest to eat warm food, baked vegetables, soups, stews, and I like also spices like ginger, turmeric, and black pepper. I suggest you, if you can, of course, to avoid caffeine, especially in this phase. I suggest every time, but especially in this phase, because it mimics adrenaline and can intensify PMS, the same alcohol. This is the time to nurture your body with love and awareness. And the last phase is menstrual phase. It's inner winter. And for women in menopause, it's a period of a dark moon or second part of waning moon. Here we finally enter the phase of stillness, the inner winter. It's the time of release, dying, renewal, and secret rest. Menstruation lasts 3 or 7 days, it depends on women. Think of it as nature's pause, a moment to return to yourself. I love this phase and I love to tell about it. What the previous phases built up is now released. It's so beautiful moment. It's both an ending and the beginning. That's why emotions can surface: grief, sensitivity, clarity. You can want to cry. It's natural. You are letting go. Menstrual blood itself is also a powerful cleansing. It's cleansing antimicrobial and healing power. It purifies the uterus and renews the womb for the next cycle. During this time, I invite you to give yourself permission to rest deeply. If you can, take 1 or 2 days off, for example. I suggest to light candles, to wear soft clothes. For this phase, I have special red clothes. Cook nourishing food, warm soups, stews, herbal teas. Also, it's beautiful to drink red rose tea and to eat red foods like beets, sweet potatoes, red sweet potatoes. They replenish your blood and minerals. Your body is a secret temple. Let it rebuild itself in peace. This is also the most honest phase because we see ourselves without filters. We feel everything. So please cry if you need to, because it's purifying your soul. It's not weakness, it's cleansing, it's renewal. After this winter, spring will come again, like in nature, with new energy, new clarity, and new life. This rhythm doesn't just affect business or career. It touches every area of life, our relationships, families, children, health, creativity, and even our physical vitality. The idea is that by deeply understanding and aligning with the 4 distinct phases of their menstrual cycle, women can unlock their full potential, physically, emotionally, and mentally. And because when a woman aligns with her feminine rhythm, she doesn't just survive, she thrives. Imagine if companies, for example, also recognize this truth and integrate it into their culture. I'm certain the impact both for women and for organization would be profound. After all, what's the point of pushing a woman to perform when she's in pain during her menstrual phase, when her hormones are low and her body and mind are simply asking for rest and sleep? She won't be able to give her best, or she will burn out quickly like I was. But imagine instead if during the autumn, the company gave to the women easy tasks and allowed 1 or 2 true days of rest during her menstrual phase. Then she would return renewed with energy, clarity, optimism, strength, and brilliance, ready to create and contribute at an entirely new level. Have you noticed this changing in your life, by the way? Or maybe you will start to notice them after today's meeting. It could be beginning of an amazing journey into your own body, into your nature. Try it. Think about it. We are taught to brush our teeth from early childhood. It's the foundation of health and a simple act of hygiene we can't imagine living without, right? But why don't we treat knowledge about our bodies and menstrual cycle with the same level of importance? Even though they influence the quality of every part of our lives. This isn't just a matter of curiosity or passing interest. It's the foundation of our health, energy, and life force. Understanding your menstrual cycle and its phases, it's not a hobby. It's not a women's thing. It's essential education, a powerful tool for living in harmony with yourself, recognizing your needs and creating balance. Every woman, I'm sure, deserves to understand her body and respond to its signals. This is a core skill we should build into our lives, just like any other healthy habit, and into the lives of our daughters. It's time to see this as self-care, just as natural and necessary as brushing your teeth. Because let's all remember the main point about men and women. We are equal, but we are different, total different. And that difference is the key to being truly successful and fulfilled in every area of life, while staying happy, healthy, relaxed, and forever young. And if you would like to dive deeper into learning about these 4 phases, hormones, and nutrition, to connect with a community of like-minded women, explore yourself and your nature, heal your wounds and your womb, reclaim your feminine wisdom and truth, and plan your life so that you can easily succeed in all areas without overloading yourself, then I invite you, follow me on Instagram and Facebook. You can also ask me questions there, just DM me there. There I also share videos, articles, stories, and live broadcasts about feminine nature, inner truth, health with practices, and of course, warm conversation. I offer women's different moments for being with themselves. It's our power, and we deserve to reclaim this truth and power back. Thank you, beautiful ladies, for this time. I was happy to be here with you together, and I'm sending you many warm hugs. Hope see you on my pages.
Tatiana, thank you. That was wonderful. So
Oh,
the dogs liked it too.
yeah, I have the same. Just upstairs, the same noises.
Hey, come on. Somebody must be at the door, I think. But thank you. That was lovely. And yes, I agree with you. Circadian rhythms are so important. I too suffered from fibromyalgia for many, many years. And yeah, so I know the pain is tremendous. And once you can get your gut health and you get your rhythms right and you take care of yourself, you can definitely lessen the effects of fibromyalgia on your body.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is amazing. The video is beautiful. Somebody was saying, you look so peaceful. You look so calm. And you just want to be there with you. You know, I just wanted to be standing there with you. So thank you so much for coming here and sharing your story and sharing your knowledge with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope it's my dream that every woman can have this knowledge and just start to live her life according to the cycle, whether it's menstrual cycle phases or if it's menopause, it's the same, but according to the moon cycles. And it's like, it's not just knowledge, it's my experience. I know it. The life changes, really.
It does. You're absolutely right. I used to have a little ritual. I'm postmenopausal now, but when I was still menstruating, I would have this little, PMS period, right? Where it was like I just wanted to eat people. I was so mad all the time. Like I just was like,
yeah.
So I would come home. It was usually one day, a month, and I knew what day it was, and I knew I wasn't prepared to deal with anything when I got home. And I would just go in my bedroom and I would shut the door and I would turn on music and I would just dance. I would just
Yeah,
listen to
that's
music
cool.
and dance and get the energy flowing through my body. And then nobody was hurt. Nobody was yelled at. Everybody was happy. Mommy was happy. Everybody was happy. But it was just that it just needed that time to get that energy flowing. And, you know, and then days when I had pain or I had, when I was tired, I just rested. That's it. Your body's telling you what to do.
And that's so nice that members of your family respect this time, respect your choice, your wish to be alone, and they understand. It's very important.
Yeah, or else.
They don't have choice. Yeah.
Not at all. Anyway, thank you so much, Tatiana. I will be speaking with you soon. Tatiana will be on the cover of SheisMe magazine coming up here in the next couple of months, and you're going to learn all about her. So stay tuned with that. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hi, everyone. We are back with our final speaker of the day, Maile Elau, and she is coming to us from Oahu. Thank you. And we're so excited to have her. So Maile, take it away.
All right. Aloha, everyone. Welcome to my session, The Net That Holds Us, Pilina and Resilience. Before we get started, I know many of you have probably been here all day and listening in all day, and I hope that it's been as exciting for you as it has been for me for the things that I've watched. But let's just take a moment to arrive, to be here in this moment. During this session, I'm going to ask you to reflect on and think about the deepest and most important relationships in your life, and how those relationships sustain you in your most challenging times. So as easy as it is to look away from the presentation or check your phone or the laundry or get dinner started, I'm going to ask you to stay present with me. So let's take a deep breath through our nose and then slowly release it. One more, in through the nose and then slowly release. One more time, in through the nose and slowly release. So arriving, being present, connecting to your own Pilina, connecting with yourself and why you're here today. Okay. Mahalo. Thank you for that moment. Let's get started. So I know the burning question most of you probably have, for those of you who don't speak Hawaiian and are not familiar with the Hawaiian language, I'm sure you're dying to know what Pilina is. And we'll dive deeper into that definition in just a moment. For the moment though, let's just think about it as connection. Pilina is connection, right? And remember that resilience really begins in relationship. So I want to tell you a little bit about the picture that you see on the screen. So where it looks like people are sort of standing out in the ocean, that's actually a wall that people are standing on, and that wall creates what we call a fish pond in Hawaii. So fish ponds were created in ancient times. If you think about looking at an island sort of from the top down, fish ponds would have sort of formed like a little, almost a lace around the edge of our islands. And what they did was create a place where people could go and get fish without having to go fishing. They didn't have to go out into the ocean. So in times of bad weather or things like that, there was always a plentiful supply of fish. And what would happen is the little fish would swim in through the gates that they have in this wall. Each wall had gates in it. And they'd swim in, and the fish ponds were built places where there were lots of good food sources. So the fish would come and they would eat and they would get fat, and then they couldn't get out through the holes in the gate. So that's a fish pond. So what's happening in this photo? This is a fish pond that's located in Kaneohe on the island of Oahu. If you're familiar with Hawaii, it's called Paipai Ohe'eia. And Paipai has been restoring their fish pond for many, many years. And this was an event that happened because years before this picture was taken, there was a big storm, and the storm surge took out a section of the wall. It just destroyed it. And it was such a big section that the people who work at Pai Pai knew that they couldn't fix it themselves. So they had an event. They called it Pani Kapuka. So Pani means to close, and then Puka is a hole. So we are inviting people to come and close this hole. And so they just put it out on social media, and they, did a little bit of advertising about it, but they figured, maybe a couple hundred people would show up and help and, and spend time at the fish pond. 1,500 people showed up for Pani Kapuka. And some of these people just were people who lived in the neighborhood. Maybe they had been to Pai Pai on a vacation once as kids. Maybe they'd heard about it on the news and thought it was a really cool way to be invested in community. I'm not sure why they were there, but the governor of Hawaii showed up, a whole bunch of legislators showed up, and 1,500 people who came to Pani Kapuka. So why did these folks show up? My belief is that they showed up because of Pilina, because they felt connected. And in our modern times, it's very easy to feel the challenges of lack of connection, right? We've got this sort of rising disconnection, lots of cultural fragmentation, and real strong need for belonging, right? And purpose. And we have this shared experience of disconnection, and why. So, and there are lots of people talking about it. I'm not the only one. And while Pilina is a very Hawaiian way of looking at it, lots of people are talking about connection. But why? Why does this topic matter now? The science tells us that the rate of loneliness among young adults has risen every single year from 1976 to 2019. And in our modern life, so many of us are stretched thin. As women, we're moms, we're sisters, we're aunties, we're cousins, we're caretakers, we're workers, we're employees, we're bosses. All of these things have us stretched thin. And modern technology connects us for sure, but it can really leave us lonelier, right? And there's a variety of technologies that have quickly and dramatically changed the way we live, the way we work, the way we communicate, the way we socialize. Social media, remote work, virtual reality, even texting, right? All of those things. And this tech is pervasive and has evolved rapidly, so much so that we don't really know the true impact that it can have on our relationships. And technology often will displace personal engagement. It'll monopolize our time and our attention. Just think back, when's the last time that you sat there and found yourself on your phone while you're having a conversation, or when you're trying to talk to your kids and you're on your phone? It just happens, right? And tech can even diminish our self-esteem. So, and this is not to say the technology is bad at all, but we do find ourselves in a world where we are looking for that belonging and purpose, and we're not necessarily going to find that belonging and purpose in this, right? Pilina really reminds us that we are meant to belong to each other, to Aina, which is the Hawaiian word for land, to our communities. We are designed to belong. So now you're like, Maile, what is Pilina? Are you going to tell us, or is it a big surprise? So unsurprisingly, Pilina is the Hawaiian concept of relationship and connection, and it really transcends traditional Western concepts of relationship. Pilina is deep, it is reciprocal, it is rooted in aloha, and it's really vital to our growth and resilience. Pilina is rooted in a distinctly Hawaiian worldview, right? We are not separate. We are part of a living network. And that means that that connection means that we're connected to people, we're connected to Aina, to land, we're connected to community, spirit, ancestors, all of those things are interwoven. And in Hawaiian thought, everything exists in relationship, everything. Pilina isn't just people we know. It's how we care for those relationships. It's how we invest in those relationships. And when I say Pilina I'm not talking about how many people do you know? How many people are your followers? Those kinds of things. I'm talking about those reciprocal relationships where you invest in each other regularly. Pilina is welcoming, it is accepting, it is warm, it is valuing people. Everything in Hawaiian thought exists in relationship to people, to Aina, to ancestors, to spirit, to God, if that's the way you think of it. All of those things are important, valuable, and deep. So I say all of this because, the science tells us that pilina is important. Modern science affirms ancient wisdom when it comes to connection. So there's a lot of bad stuff around what disconnection is doing to us. In 2023, the National Institutes of Health released an 83 pages health advisory called Our Epidemic of Loneliness and Isolation. Now, a health advisory from the National Institutes of Health, which I will call NIH, is a public statement that calls the American people's attention to an urgent public health issue and provides information and recommendations on how to address that issue. Advisors are really reserved for significant public health challenges. Think about COVID. There was an advisory for that. And that challenge requires the entire nation's focus on awareness and action. So, and the science is telling us that our lack of social connection and loneliness is literally shortening our lives. Now, the NIH, I'm going to throw some definitions at you. The NIH defines loneliness as a subjective, distressing experience that results from perceived isolation or inadequate, meaningful connections, where inadequate refers to the discrepancy or unmet need between an individual's preferred and actual experience. That's a lot of words to basically say we feel lonely when we feel like we should be having more connection with people than we're having. And loneliness is different for everyone, right? So one person might feel just fine not talking to people for days, whereas another person, like me, might feel lonely if they go a whole day without social connection. And as for social isolation, one more definition, the NIH defines it as objectively having few social relationships, social roles, group memberships, and infrequent social contact. So unlike loneliness, which is subjective, the NIH sees social isolation as an objective measure because you can count the number of relationships you have and how you have them, like whether it's a book club or your friends from high school or a sports club, whatever it is, right? So all of this to say, the NIH measured loneliness and social isolation. And this is what they found. Loneliness increases risk of premature death by 26%. Social isolation increases risk of premature death by 29%. Insufficient social connection is connected to a 29% increase in heart disease and a 32% increase in risk of stroke. And this is not to mention the risk of anxiety and depression, dementia. All of this can be connected to loneliness and social isolation. Now, because we are humans and we like a good statistic a headline to help us wrap our heads around things, this graph from the NIH really tells the story. Lacking social connection is as dangerous as smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day. More harmful than 6 drinks a day, more harmful than a sedentary lifestyle and obesity, and more harmful than air pollution. And yet, there are social campaigns and media campaigns about stop smoking and get outside and exercise and don't drink and all of those things. I have not yet seen a media campaign on increase your pilina, make more friends, connect with people, right? So that's the bad. There's some good. Of course, there's great around pilina and what that means. And I think what this statistic echoes what many of us feel in Hawaiian, we call it our na'au, our gut, right? That same report from the NIH noted in a synthesis of 148 studies over the course that followed people over 7.5 years, the data shows that social connection increases the odds of survival by 50%. Now, this is not a surprise, right? If you think back to prehistoric times, living in community was the way to survive. You could pool resources. It protected you from the errant saber-toothed tiger that was coming after you. So all of those things were important, right? And now, of course, we don't have the errant saber-toothed tiger, but still community survival is hardwired into us. Connection for survival is hardwired into us. So back in 2019, I lost both my parents in 2019. My father first and then my mother. And my mother wound up in the hospital for 3 weeks before she passed away. And as she was getting ready to leave the hospital, we had to find her a rehab center. Now, my mother lives on Maui, which is a completely separate island from me. And although I have 6 brothers and sisters, the only one who could really travel back and forth was me. So while she was in the hospital, every weekend I was flying to Maui to spend time with her. And the last weekend that she was getting ready to release and the hospital was helping us look for a rehab hospital for her, I finally had a chance to talk to her hospitalist, the person who was there daily with her in the hospital. And he said, "Oh, where are you looking?" And I said, "Well, we're looking at Maui Hospital." And he said, "Oh, and who's going to be here?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, who's going to be with her in the hospital every day to see her?" And I said, "Oh, well, we all live on Oahu, so I'll only be here on weekends." And he said, "Oh, no, you have to take her back to Maui. It's back to Oahu. She has to be on Oahu where you guys can see her." And I was like, "Why?" And he said, if you're not there to support her through her recovery, she's never going to make it. She's never going to make it. And so what he said to me is supported by the science, right? The science says that the involvement and support of family members has repeatedly been shown to improve disease management and the health of people with things like type 1 or type 2 diabetes, recovering from hospitalization. Social connection can reduce chronic disease, it can improve stress response, it can lower the risk of mental illness. The list really goes on and on. Human brains release calming hormones when we feel supported. Connection literally helps us heal, right? So how do we do it? A lot of times we find ourselves having connection in action, in community, and we connect to each other. So the picture that you're looking at on the screen right now, those of you in Hawaii have probably seen this. It's an imu. So an imu is an underground oven, and it was used in ancient times to cook food. We still use it to this day. We use it mostly for celebrations, for a luau, as you guys are probably familiar with. But in this particular picture, my classmates and I graduated from Kamehameha schools. Yes, we've been in the news. Yes, they're suing us. Let's not talk about it. But my classmates and I were partnering with a church to do a big fundraiser where we would cook all the food in the imu, and then the church would get part of the proceeds and we would get part of the proceeds, and we all work together. So what's going on here is this connection in action, right? There are people on the picture who know each other very well. There are people there that we didn't know at all because they were from the church, but they dug the imu together. They prepped all of the fire. They gathered all the materials to make it burn. They gathered the rocks, everyone, and then they recovered it so it could cook overnight. In the morning, everybody came together to uncover it. And in that time, we built that connection. We talked to each other. We found out about each other's families. So I want you to think about a time that you did community work. Maybe you served a meal at a shelter, or you built a house with Habitat for Humanity, or you went to work in your community garden. And maybe you did it by yourself, or maybe you and some friends went and did it. But one of the things that you can think about when you're there, especially like, let's say you're building a house for Habitat. You're working shoulder to shoulder with somebody doing work that you've never done before. And the next thing you know, you start talking. Where are you from? What do you do? What about your kids? And you start to build that pilina, right? Work immediately begins building connections. Action builds connections. And one thing that Pilina shows us, and we know deeply, no matter where we're from, is that when we stand together, we remember our strength. So no matter if you're doing it one time or many times, connection happens in action. So the question for you is, when's the last time you allowed your connections to happen in action? When's the last time you did something with your community? So that's Pilina, right? Pilina, connection, deep, solid connections, built from a lot of different places. But so what about resilience? Let's talk a little bit about resilience. So the picture that you see on the screen, this is one of my favorite plants in Hawaii. This is an ohia lehua. It can be found all over the Hawaiian Islands. The one that you're looking at is actually in a lava field on Hawaii Island, on the big island of Hawaii. And I took this picture because I love ohia anyway, but it also reminded me of resilience. So the thing about the ohia lehua is that I'm going to get a little geeky on you. The scientific name for ohia lehua is Metrosidius polymorphi. Polymorphi means many forms, right? So ohia lehua grows everywhere, and depending on where it grows, it will adapt to that environment. So here on the lava fields, it looks a little dry and kind of a little scraggly, and the leaves look really thick, almost like a succulent. But if you find it in the forest, in a rainforest, it's very tall, beautiful tree, still has the same leaves and the same flowers. Those never change, but it's in a different form. It also grows in swampy areas, and sometimes in those swampy areas, it's like a bush. It's really small. Still same big, beautiful flowers, right? And it is also one of the first plants to grow after lava flows through an area. So lava destroys everything, and ohia has adapted to grow. So with that, all of that is to say that true resilience isn't necessarily toughness, which is how we tend to define it. It's adaptability with integrity. Like a tree, right? Bending in the wind. We stay rooted and flexible. And to me, that's the important part of resilience. So just like the ohia, resilience isn't about bouncing back, right? Or getting back up when you're knocked down. It's about adapting. It's about bending. And bending under the force of the wind and the rain, and then having the strength to stand back up. And some of that strength comes from the people around you, because when you bend, they're like, oh, I'm going to catch you and push you back up. And I bring this up because sometimes when we hear the word resilience, we think about bouncing back, right? Like a rubber ball, right? Just boing, and we're back. But that's really not it. Because I don't know if you've ever seen a rubber ball in really cold environments. It doesn't actually bounce back. It breaks. I lived in Alaska as a child, and I saw some very, very cold environments. I think one day I woke up and they said the high for the day was -56. But very cold temperatures, rubber contracts, and all of its molecules become a little less flexible, and they lose elasticity. And if the temperature is extremely low, that rubber can be brittle and even shatter. Same thing with air-filled rubber balls. The internal air pressure decreases, further reducing the bounce, all that kind of stuff. So my point is, in really difficult times, if we're trying to bounce back, we may actually break. Resilience isn't about toughness. Resilience is about adaptability and rootedness. And that rootedness comes with Pilina. There are all different kinds of ways to think about resilience. I like to talk about it from an elements. There's all sorts of things. It's not just Pilina and rootedness, right? There's energy, right? So healthy consumption, physical activity, boundaries, sleep, all those kinds of things. But if you look at each of these areas, energy, future focus, inner drive, flexible thinking, strong relationships, if you look at all of those, they're all better if you add Pilina, right? Energy, it's easier to take care of yourself, to eat better and exercise if you have an accountability partner, Pilina. Future focus, it's easier to set goals and hold yourself accountable if someone is supporting you, Pilina. Inner drive, self-motivation, and belief are made more believable when you sort of have a cheerleader in your corner. Pilina. And flexible thinking is made easier and better when you surround yourself with people who help to keep you open-minded and help you think about things in different ways. Pilina. So all of this is to say that when it comes to strong relationships, that Pilina that has been built over time is what holds that resilience all together. To me, it is the foundation of all those other things, right? Especially when purpose and care are shared, right? When you're working with each other. So I want to talk a little bit about how I got to this place of Pilina and resilience. In 2024, so last year, my life kind of fell apart. I had to walk away from my third marriage for a variety of reasons, not the least of which was my own safety. But also, I had kind of lost myself in a polyamorous relationship where my partners treated me like an outsider, despite the fact that I was married to one of them. And what I didn't realize then, and really I'm only now I'm coming to terms with, is that I was actually treated badly. My partners were drinking and using drugs, and that sort of became the fourth person in our relationship. And it was already hard enough with three people that you add the fourth element of addiction, and it truly became impossible for me. And when my husband, who had always been a happy, fun drunk, came home one night angry, drunk, angry, and downright mean, I knew I had to leave. And this man was the one. I mean, clearly I am aggressively optimistic because I believed in marriage 3 times. But this man spent 2 years convincing me to marry him. He won over my parents. We all know how difficult that can be. My sister, who was extremely skeptical after my first 2 marriages, and my best friend. And we all know how hard that is. He was the one. He was the one. And in a space of just over 2 years, he shut me out, shut me down, and made me feel lonely and alone and ignored. And so I broke my own heart and I left. A few months later, I got fired from my job. And it was a job that I liked. I didn't love it, but I did love the people that I worked with. And they were phenomenal. And not only was I fired, but I was walked out of the building like a criminal without even an option to say goodbye to the family that I had built over the last 4 years, the friendships that I had cultivated for 4 years. So to say I was devastated was an understatement. So here I am, moved out of the house I shared with my partners into a tiny apartment with my cat, trying to figure out what to do with my life, navigating this whole unemployment system, not to mention therapy, trying to stay hydrated, meditate, work out, eat healthy, figure out what it meant to be alone. And as it turns out, I really wasn't. Because my tribe, the relationships that I had cultivated and I had been cultivating for over 30 years, showed up in droves. They called, they took me to lunch, they sat with me while I cried, they gave me jobs. So I didn't break. I held on to my net. That net that I built because Pilina had always been my foundation, even when I didn't know what to call it. These were men and women who I had invested in, showing up in ways, big ways and small ways, to make sure that they navigated the storms of their lives. And sometimes that meant holding space when they needed to vent. Sometimes it was paying for dinner. Sometimes it was just a text at the right time when they needed it. Sometimes it was things like holding their hand while they let a loved one die. And now here they were, showing up for me with aloha and treats to brighten my day and hugs and silly memes and videos and a lot of screw that guy, you're amazing. So all of those things. And every day I got better and stronger. And what it reminded me is that iholomua kako, let us move forward together. Resilience is rarely a solo act. Resilience is something that we do together and in community. So where do Pilina and resilience meet? How does that happen? To me, this is the cycle, and Pilina is what holds it all together. Because people showed up for me in my hardest moments, I had hope. Hope for continued connection despite the end of my marriage and my job. Hope that I could do this, and that I could be on my own and be okay. And because I had hope, I grew stronger every day. Connection reduces fear and it fuels courage. That's what it does. And we feel seen and supported. We can endure and even transform in hardship. So I want you to think about the last time that you had coffee with a friend, or dinner with a girlfriend, or dinner with connected with somebody that you really care about. And it doesn't matter if it was just standing in the parking lot by your car, laughing and talking, or a quick connect over coffee, or even a Zoom call. Remember how that felt to feel invested in that Pilina, and how great you felt afterwards. That's this cycle in play. Pilina, hope, strength, growth. That's the cycle. And as we're growing our Pilina, as we're really investing in it, this sort of has three different areas. My slide is a little cut off, but that is okay. And they are this. You start with connection to self, right? So reflection, values, inner grounding. And this is different for everyone. I am not going to tell you how to connect with yourself. Some people do it through meditation. Some people do it through journaling. Some people do it through the physical. They work out and that's how they find their connection and their peace. Some people do art. Some people do music. It doesn't matter. But do find a way to connect with yourself. Connect with your own Pilina. I recently was sitting with a friend of mine who's a coach and also really talks a lot about Pilina. So here in Hawaii, and we're sitting there talking story, and I was telling him my story about how I made the connection between Pilina and resilience. And he stopped me for a moment. He's like, how's your Pilina with you? How's your Pilina with yourself? And I had to think about that for a moment. No one had ever asked me. I was like, you know what? I think it's pretty great. I think it's good. And he said, well, how does that feel? And I said, it feels like freedom. If you're connected and grounded in yourself, that's the first step. Because then you have the freedom within yourself, within your mind and your body and your heart and your soul to connect with others. Trust, reciprocity, shared care, all of those things, right? Because that connection, and it happens whatever way happens for you and your relationships. I have friends who I went to college with who I don't speak to for months at a time, sometimes even years. And yet, when we get back together, we just pick up where we left off. Pilina, right? That's it. That's Pilina in action, right? You spent time investing in those relationships. That Pilina doesn't go away just because you don't talk to each other. So remember that, right? Connection to others isn't time bound. Pilina is not time bound. Pilina doesn't just happen because I see you every day. I may see you every month. I may see you every year. I may see you every 5 years. But Pilina, once you've grown it, it's there. It has its own light and it stays. In Hawaii, we call it pa, stuck, right? And then the last one that's cut off the screen here is connection to place. In Hawaii, we call it aina. That's the Hawaiian word for land. So, but your relationship with your place, your aina, your community. Now, this looks different for everyone. In Hawaii, it's really easy, right? I feel very connected to aina as a Native Hawaiian woman. So it's relatively easy. But how that looks for you might be different. Like your connection to place might be spending time at your local library. It might look like finding your favorite hiking trails in your area. It might look like finding the best coffee shop on your block and spending time there so that everybody walks in and they know who you are. That's connection to place, right? So when we grew up, I was a military brat. My dad was in the Air Force, and we moved a lot. Right? We lived. I mentioned we lived in Alaska for 5 years. We lived in Virginia for 3 years, and then we moved back to Hawaii. They didn't realize it at the time, but my dad was really, really great at grounding us in a sense of place. When we lived in Alaska, we learned how to ski. We went fishing. We went to learn about the salmon runs. We went camping. We were really connected to that place, and that was Dad's doing, right? Like we went ice skating at night, in in the winter, and all of those things. That was Dad who did that. And then we moved to Virginia and he did the same thing. He made sure that we lived in a community that was multicultural, which was unusual at the time in the early 70s. Um, he was very clear that we needed to go to school with people that we cared about and make those connections. So they really fostered that. And when we moved back to Hawaii, it would have been very easy for us to live on base or on post, and probably less expensive. But my dad made a conscious decision to move us into community. And then we went to school in that community, and we grew up in that community, and we made friends in that community. So staying connected to place was something he was very intentional about, and you can be too. The point of all this is that you need all three, right? Self-awareness that extends to people, and then root in the land or the community that sustains you. So you have to practice it, right? You have to practice. Pilina doesn't just happen. So there's a few things that you can do. Daily check-ins with yourself and or loved ones. Small, consistent acts build Pilina and resilience. Right? Small, it doesn't have to be big things. You don't have to be like going out to a fancy dinner with friends every week. Small, consistent acts. Gratitude and reciprocity, right? No one is going to ever say to you, oh, please don't appreciate me. Don't appreciate me as much as you. And it's amazing what a small, I appreciate you. It will change your relationships. Just say, I appreciate you. Even more than thank you. Thank you for opening and closing a door is one thing. But when you truly look somebody in the face, alo ahe alo is what we say in Hawaiian, face to face, and say, I appreciate you. It changes things, right? So that's reciprocity. Spend time in Aina if you can. So you would be amazed what it can do to you to put your hands in the dirt, right? And if you could spend time in Aina with other people. Now, for me, that might be working in a taro field or working on my family's property. For you, that might look different. Growing a garden, helping your mom with her garden, helping a community with their garden, joining a work trip with a nonprofit organization that works on Aina. Spend time in Aina. Spend time on the land. And then finally, rituals of connection. And that's storytelling, shared meals, service, all of those things. It's really interesting to me that one of the things that's happened over time with me is that some of the rituals that we've had in our family for years are starting to fall away. My mother's mom lived in Redding, California, and her house was the gathering place for us. Like we all went there. We all had birthdays there, Thanksgiving's there, Christmas, Easter. All of those things happen at Grammy's house. We called her Grammy. When Grammy's house was no longer part of our family, it was really hard to reimagine those rituals. Because here's the thing. Those gatherings, those rituals, are you investing in Pilina with your family, with your ohana, right? That's what that is. And we've known this, right? Gathering for holidays, gathering for harvesting, gathering for celebration of life, right? All of those things we have known since ancient times that gathering is important. It's ritual, it's Pilina building. And if that's falling away in your family, I'm wondering if you can think about how do we reestablish that in service of Pilina, right? Which means it might look different. Like maybe your Thanksgiving becomes Friendsgiving and everybody comes over and everybody shares the burden of making food and it's not just all on mom. I'm not asking you to go back to the days where wife exhausted herself making this beautiful meal and then everybody else just sat around and did nothing. Absolutely not. but how does that ritual, where is it missing in your life? And where can you intentionally reinvest in it? So I'd like you to think about that. Write it down. Talk to your family about it. Like, what do we want? Intentionally, what do we want to do in order to be able to continually invest in the pilina of our ohana? And I use ohana purposefully because ohana is not just our family, brothers, sisters, grandmother, grandfather, maybe cousins, right? Ohana is that. There's also those you choose to call family, right? It's not just your family, it's those you choose to call family. Anybody who has been to Hawaii knows that instead of Mr. and Mrs. in Hawaii or Ms., everybody calls everybody else auntie or uncle. So I have been Auntie Maile since I was like 23. Because we're looking for choosing ohana, people we choose to call family. Relationship is so deep in the DNA of Hawaii that we're not going to put you at a distance and call you Mr. and Mrs. We're going to say, aole, no, come closer, auntie, uncle. Even the older women and men who ride the bus, because I ride the bus a lot, we refer to them as tutu, which is an honorific for an older person. Oh, tutu, sit down, on the bus. Doesn't matter. She is not my grandmother or my grandfather, but I'm still going to call them that because Helena, relationship is important. All right. We're coming to the end of our time together, and I want to just make a couple more thoughts around pilina and why it's important. Relationships are like a lei, right? They're woven together. And in this picture, this is a tea leaf lei that has actually been twisted and woven together from leaves of a plant. Whether you think of pilina as a net that holds us or as the many strands of a lei, our lives are interwoven. We belong in relationship. We're built to be in relationship. When one strand weakens, the others hold, right? Think about a fraying rope, right? A piece of rope can hang on for a long time because even as it starts to fray, there's still lots of it holding it together, right? That's what pilina is, and that resilience is the strength of the whole weave. It's all of that together holding us up when we maybe can't hold ourselves up very well. Maybe when we're just holding on by a thread. Yeah. I love this this particular olelo no'eau in Hawaiian. An olelo no'eau is a wise saying. So this one is iulu no ka la ikekumu. The branches grow because of the trunk, and that trunk is pilina, right? If you think about the stories that I've told you today about how we relate to each other, Paipai Ohe continues to exist and work continues to be done there because of pilina and community. We continue to do fundraisers with my classmates because of pilina and community. I continue to grow and heal because of my pilina. I am resilient because of my pilina. Resilience flows from connection to our ancestors, to each other, to place. And I really invite you to reflect on your own sources of pilina. Where does that show up in your life? Where are you investing in pilina? And how are you doing it? And are you being intentional about it? So I want to thank you so much for spending the last 42 minutes and 30 seconds with me. So mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. Thank you. I love this particular olelo no'eau. No kahi kapilikilia, pau a pau. When one is in trouble, all give aid. And that is the way that we live. That is the way that we should live, right? When one person is in trouble, we all give aid. And when we nurture pilina with ourselves, with each other, with aina, we don't just survive, we thrive. We grow stronger. So thank you. Thank you for joining. My name is Maile Alao, and I really appreciate your time and attention today. Remember that connection is the path and the practice that leads to our resilience. So Mahalo. Have a wonderful evening for those of you who are on the continent. It's only noon here, or almost 1 o'clock. So I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I look forward to hearing any questions after this is done. So, aloha.
We're back.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you. I wish, I don't think that we have, how do I say this? I wish that people here on the continent believed in family and in connection as much as the Hawaiian people do, because I think it's something that we talked about this prior to going on air about the feeling that you get when you're in Hawaii, and the power and the connection that you make with people when you're there, and how you're invited in. You're invited into the culture and your family, and it's not so much that way here. And I think maybe that's why I love Hawaii so much. But if everyone could hear, I hope everyone can hear what you're saying, and everyone can see your message and your delivery, because there's such connection there. I think that your energy and your words and your who you are is just bringing people together. So I think that's really powerful. And
Mahalo.
thank you so much for being here and doing this, bringing us together in your energy and in your island and your space. I mean, it's so beautiful. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. This is wonderful. I'm so glad I was able to be here.
I'm so glad you were too. All right, we are done for the day. Stay with me, Maile.
Okay.
We're done for the day. We are going to have our panel here in about 10 minutes. We'll be back. Today, our panel is Under Siege, Femicide, Violence, and the Global War on Women. Very important topic to talk about, but we'll be back, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone. We're back. Thank you and welcome. This is panel number 2, and this is the Under Siege, Femicide, Violence, and the Global War on Women panel. Thank you for our panelists today for showing up, and we're going to go around the room and introduce everyone. Charbonnet?
Hi, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Charbonnet Patton. I am the founder and CEO of Anchored Inc. We are a social impact enterprise that provides post-trauma care packages for local and national women's safe homes for survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and exploitation.
Thank you. Anjali?
Hi, everyone. My name is Anjali Mehta. I come to this conversation as an international human rights and humanitarian law lawyer and advocate, but more importantly, as a listener. I am the co-founder and director of What is the Power of We? It's a nonprofit cultivating a collective solution to gender-based violence, essentially trying to answer the question, why, after decades of treaties, reforms, and activism, do survivors still have nowhere to turn? And we are building a global digital hub to answer that question, a secure, accessible online space where survivors, advocates, and organizations can share resources, funding, and strategies, and build capacity together, much like what our conversation today is all about.
Thank you. Julia?
Hi, I'm Julia Kraft, the founder of Speak to Inspire Coaching, and I help professional women get rid of speaking anxiety, get better at high-stakes communications. And I love supporting women like we're here today to share their full voice. So I'm happy to be part of this conversation.
Thank you. Johnny?
Johnny J. Iganiki, Jueri Natachi, Chata Niaki. My name is Johnny J, and I am from the Otoe, Missouri, and Choctaw tribes out of Oklahoma, currently living in Los Angeles. I am the founder of Red Pop News, And I'm also a board member of Crushing Colonialism, and I do a lot of activism on Indigenous rights and also just media representation, which, really is where my heart work lies, is just in changing the way that we are viewed as Indigenous people while also reclaiming our narratives.
Thank you. Dr. King.
Hello, I am Dr. Christy King. I'm a board certified family physician and I have a fellowship training in integrative and functional medicine. I also have advanced training in women's health and women's hormone replacement therapy. And I am the co-founder of SheisMe Health, where we are really striving to create a healthcare paradigm with women at the center and really, empower women to take their power back through their health.
Thank you, everyone. This session is designed to spark transformation, truth-telling, and forward motion. Bring your lived experience, insight, and vision for change. Be bold, be raw, and be real. Let's get started. Our first question: why are femicide and violence against women still rising globally despite decades of activism and awareness campaigns? You can go ahead and speak freely.
I'm happy to jump into this, Lisa, if you like.
Yes.
Well, I would say that, just like the healthcare industry, we're addressing the symptom, not the root. Women simply did not evolve to be under stress chronically all the time. And the systemic nervous system dysregulation keeps us in our fight or flight all the time without many opportunities to really re-embody ourselves and get into that parasympathetic nervous system response where we can really heal our bodies. So we want to help women get out of this warrior mode and into more of the wisdom of like the mother and the feminine.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add to that and to jump off of that, it's really telling as well that the most dangerous place for women remains the home, where, an estimated in 2023, an estimated 140 women and girls were killed every day by partners or family members. And about 60% of intentional killings of women do happen at home. And that does, go off of what Dr. King was saying, is that even in the home, women are in this activated, highly alert state. And I would say kind of a secondary element is that conflict and crisis, what we see around the world as amplified, where states and countries are turning to conflict more often, where environmental crises are increasing, and we kind of see the effects of that as well, amplifies the risk. Conflict-related sexual violence rose, around 40 to 50% between 2023 and 2024. And on the flip side of that, women's participation in peace efforts is so low. And so kind of a combination of all of these factors, as much as there has been a push for awareness does not equate to accountability when we look at a systems level solution.
And going off that, that's the other thing, is that patriarchy and all these systems of oppression adapt. And so even though we're raising awareness, the more that we're raising awareness, well, so are the pushback to that. Like I see a lot of the language that we use to raise awareness being co-opted and used against us, kind of like weaponized, right? So these systems adapt, and the way that even language is used adapts to kind of keep these systems going. Because oftentimes we hear people say these are broken systems, but really these are systems that are working exactly as designed, because they are designed to oppress. And from a Native standpoint, for us, women have always been specifically targeted for violence. There's a saying that we have here, that the hearts of a nation is not defeated until the hearts of its women are on the ground, right? So for us, we've always, and just historically, have been in that kind of warrior mode of having to protect ourselves. And whereas, it used to be that we were kind of safe in our communities, right, because of the values that we had, we also see those values changing within different cultures as they adapt to patriarchy, as they start kind of buying into these systems as well. And so even in our communities, it's not as safe as it used to be, because now we're having to contend with that weaponized language, with all this weaponized awareness, and also just the fact that empathy and accountability are stalling. And it's almost like there's these campaigns, right, that kind of vilify and weaponize empathy and try to portray it as something that is weak, where it used to be something that we embodied as a value, as just a human value, like to have empathy, to be kind, to treat each other with respect. But now that is seen as something that is for somebody who's weak. And those are the things that we have to contend with now. And they just keep adapting.
So which political, cultural, or economic systems continue to make women's safety negotiable, and who profits from that risk? Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I'm happy to jump in again. It's
absolutely.
like, I found myself defending myself against a contempt motion brought by my ex-husband this morning in the Washington State Court. The same systems that commodify women's labor, bodies, and suffering, the legal system, the pharmaceutical industry, and even aspects of the wellness industry, really profit when women break down. And, we're constantly being, like I said earlier, just like constantly being charged to engage in that warrior energy, that protective necessity for our children, for ourselves, without being allowed to be in our recovery, I guess.
Absolutely. I will jump off of that. And, our economies really run on both women's unpaid labor and women's pain. But I think there are kind of two specific points that I would love to quickly touch on. And the first is digital platforms. So, in the human rights space, a lot of our work involves open source investigations, and it involves kind of being online and understanding where hateful rhetoric comes up and how governments are involved in perpetuating hateful rhetoric, hiring troll farms, etc. And there was a study that came out last year from the University College of London talking about how recommendation algorithms actually amplify misogyny. In the same way that they amplify hatred and harmful rhetoric, they amplify misogyny because it generates engagement, and that generates ad revenue, and it normalizes harm, right? So when we talk about who profits monetarily, we do also need to turn an eye to these digital systems that are operating, and how algorithms are actually amplifying hate and amplifying misogyny. And the second thing that I wanted to just briefly tell a quick story about is around who profits from a geopolitical perspective as well. In the international kind of human rights space, we created this coalition last year to center the voices of Afghan and Iranian women who were former government officials, to document kind of state-sponsored gender violence and center women's testimonies around systematic gender oppression. But before we could even kind of get 2 months, 3 months into that work, there were multiple so by state I mean government actors around the world, mostly from kind of Western countries, and their legal teams who kind of began this race to file their own gender-based case at the International Court of Justice. And it kind of became this competition for political and legal credit. And so I think it's also important to kind of lay bare a little bit that even in these sort of rarefied spaces of international justice, women's suffering is instrumentalized for that geopolitical pain, geopolitical gain, in the sense that women's pain is seen as this token, as this tool, especially for a lot of sort of Western governments, to say, well, hang on, we are doing something in the name of women's rights for these, non-Western women and telling their stories. But I think that is a way that those governments and legal teams profit, both monetarily but also geopolitically, from stories that aren't theirs to tell.
I would have to jump in here and agree. Coming from the survivor aspect of it, what I've noticed just even during the pandemic, right? I've noticed that the increase of people utilizing our pain and our hurts and our traumatic experiences to, like you were alluding to earlier, garner clicks and, bolstering their social media profiles. And initially, you look at it and say, oh, great, we're getting that awareness, only to realize, oh, no, it's so performative. It's not based on wanting the best for the survivors who they are talking about or who they are, discussing on their podcast or whatever the case may be. It's really more so about how can they gain financial, perks from having the discussion, because it seems to be a trend to be talking about it in this current moment. And so I definitely have seen that increase just throughout from the start of the pandemic up until this point. I've seen that constant increase of that happening.
I agree with that. Especially from like a Native perspective, right? Who profits from it? Who profits from colonialism? Well, everybody except Natives. And we're all complicit in it in various ways, right? Because that's the thing about these systems of oppression. Like, they force us to interact with them, to participate, whether or not we want to, and whether or not we're even conscious that we're doing it. And it's been so ingrained, so it just comes naturally. About 10 years ago, I had a discussion with Colleen Cardinal, who does a lot of work on the murdered and missing Indigenous women in Canada. And she runs a nonprofit called Sisters of Spirits of Sisters. And we had that very discussion about what was her biggest fear as we were gaining more visibility about the issues that we're facing. And it was that it would be commodified, and that it would no longer be focused on the survivors or the communities that you're representing, but more about the profit that you can generate from that trauma. And we really see that with social media, and we even see it within the work that we do to address those issues, right? When we're applying for grants, one of the first things that they require us to do is to expose our pain, to commodify that trauma in a way in order to get the funding that we need to address those issues. And so it also creates a system where there really is no incentive to address the problems, because that cuts off funding, that cuts off money if the problem is solved. And here in LA, I'm very low income. I'm disabled. And so I'm very housing insecure. And since the pandemic, I've had to jump through all these hoops with nonprofits. And, you really see that there's a lot of red tape that they can't cross, and just all these barriers they put in place where they can help make it easier for you to be homeless. They can give you a tent, maybe a backpack with some socks and some toiletries, but that's all they can do. They can't do anything beyond that. They can't really offer rent relief. They can't do anything until you're already in crisis. And I've had some of these places even tell me that it would be more beneficial for me to relinquish my home, to be homeless, and that then they could help me. But that help is putting me on a waiting list that is 10 years backed up. And, and just the other day, I was just talking about this, but I applied for, was referred to a nonprofit that has hardship grants, and nothing. I heard nothing for months. And then yesterday I got a text that said my hardship application had been approved, and to follow this link to see what my benefits were. And so I did all that. And then I get there, and my benefits were matching with for-profit colleges. It was for a loan for bad credit, and insurance at 75% off. And those were the benefits. So, these are the systems, like they're creating these partnerships, right? They even had, like, looking into this nonprofit, they were bragging that they had a partnership with Walmart, so they could offer Walmart cards so that shoppers could get cash back on their purchases. And it's like, we don't have the money to shop. Why are you? Right. This is an incentive, right? But that's even in that way. Like, everybody is profiting off of this, off of the suffering, and off of the trauma. And it makes us really uncomfortable to have to acknowledge that, right? Because none of us want to be those people that are profiting in some way or benefiting in some way from another person's suffering. But that's the way that these systems operate, whether or not we're conscious of it. It's just the way that it is right now. And until we start being honest about that and really being conscious and intentional about that and about acknowledging that the ways that we benefit from all of this, then we're just going to keep going in circles and defending it and justifying it in various ways, because none of us want to be complicit.
Right. And that leads us perfectly into our next question. How does silence from families, from governments and communities allow the violence to persist? Right? I call it the enablers, everyone who knows, but they're quiet and they don't say anything, and that just supports what's happening. So how is this? I mean, this is allowing it to persist because nobody wants to talk about it. And that's why this panel was so important to me, because I think we needed to talk about it. And so
I would jump in and say, it perpetuates it, right? When the silence from the community or the families, right, it incentivizes the person who's actually causing the harm and the trauma to continue to do it, right? It doesn't put them in a position or in a mindset to say, oh, wait, something's wrong. I shouldn't be doing that, right? The silence is complicit with the people around basically saying, no, it's okay because of the silence, right? On the flip side of that, at the same time that is giving the perpetrator the opportunity to continue, it's giving the victim the moment of, my story is not worth being told. What I have to say is not important, because obviously the people around me are siding with the person who's doing it to me. So why should I speak, right? Mm-hmm. So the silence is allowing one to grow in the dysfunction and the trauma, and then the other one is being silenced into the background of the trauma. And that's, I see that's how it plays out when the silence is happening.
Right. And it's happening now with the Epstein files, right? Don't talk about it. Don't bring it up. Keep it on the down low. Shh, don't let it put in the background. Don't talk about it.
Almost every woman that I come into contact with in a healthcare setting is really in one of the three arms of the sympathetic nervous system response, whether that's, fight or flight, freeze, play dead, or fawning, which is, people pleasing, which is another adaptive mammalian strategy to cope with this type of situation. And, fear is really the sickness. And it's very generational, right? Because if you think about it, we are conditioned in the wombs of our mother by their experience, right? Of this neuroendocrine programming that's taking place from their experiences, right? And this shapes our nervous systems. So without really understanding the depth of this issue and bringing women together for, sisterhood, embodiment practices, and processing, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to get out of this. I think it couldn't be more important right now for women to come together, share and experience, and really re-embody themselves, get back into their body, remember their medicine, and remember how to heal themselves.
Yeah, I think one emotion that really comes to mind as well here is shame. There's a lot of I come from a community where I myself, as a survivor, felt a lot of shame that, and again, fear, as you were saying, that kind of leads to silencing. I would say, anecdotally, one of the best things about starting a nonprofit that's addressing gender-based violence isn't necessarily the big structural changes that we're having, but the everyday conversations that I am now having with my family members around the dinner table, with people I would never have thought to have conversations around gender-based violence, around sexual violence or domestic violence, how it manifests as economic violence. Just having those conversations with people and normalizing that has been a really important step, and I would say the first most important step to starting to dismantle systems of shame and stigma and silence. And the Indian American community, 1 in 2 of us are survivors of domestic or gender-based violence. 50%, 1 in 2. That is an astounding number that should be ringing alarm bells everywhere. And yet, as you said, Lisa, there's silence.
There's silence, yeah.
Right? But I think one kind of more structural thing that I would add to kind of silence from storytelling leads to also both under-reporting and miscounting from a more kind of systemic accountability perspective. And so it becomes really important to share stories, because then you get a full idea, a full scope of what the actual problem is. Femicides are often miscoded, for example, by police, and it's kind of the same with domestic violence. And those incidents can be almost 50% higher than police data show. So if we're not even looking, there's kind of this first step, which is coming from the storytelling and sharing and having conversations with the community. And then the next step, which is that leads to an underreporting and a lack of numerical data that is then supporting kind of more systemic solutions and not really giving people the full picture of how big the actual problem is.
Right. And I think also, silencing our voices, and I'll give you an example. The other day, I saw a post from People magazine, and they had a story about a woman in India who had killed her husband, and it was a big deal. And they didn't get to the why. They didn't get to anything about the relationship or what he had done to her or anything else. Just she had had it and she killed him, and it was this big story. And all I could think about were the statistics of how many of us are killed every single day. I've been one of those victims where I was almost killed in my own home, and none of it is making headlines. None of it is making, and if it did, it would be in the news constantly, all day, every day, right? But it's completely silenced. And so, yes, building SheisMe, building this platform, letting people come and tell their stories is so important to me, but we also have to tell our stories in as many ways as we can, so that we're not silenced, and that we are, this is something that can't be, people can't look away from anymore, right? And I think that's the only way that we're going to make change in laws, because right now that's another way, right, that we're being silenced, is the court systems and the judicial systems are not behind us. They're in favor of the perpetrator. We're silenced in that way. And so we just have to keep telling our stories. And like Christy said, keep coming together. And we're stronger together. We're stronger in numbers. And I think we're all moving in the right direction. Like we are, everyone on this call and everyone that we work with. But we need to keep it up, and we need to keep our voices heard. Another thing I think is calling out those enablers too. That's a big thing for me. I am just not having it anymore. So what role does media play, not only in desensitizing audiences, or awakening them to act out? And that's kind of an easy answer. It's everywhere. And I actually had someone post on something about how the internet is causing this rise in violence, and I answered, well, what about movies and television and video games and music? And the person who responded to me was a man, and he said, how? What are you talking about? Because it's so normalized that how could that be true, right?
I think there's a lot of nuance, right, that goes into this, because as somebody who works in the media and as a journalist, I'm very, very critical. I'm a media critic, and that just expands into everything that I do, that I go into it with a critical eye. And one of the things that I find is that to me, it is more driven by the internet. Um, and it is more driven by us being connected 24/7 and not getting to break away from it. A movie ends, a song ends, video games, you have to go to school or go to work. So you have to step away from it and that's it, right? But with social media, we're connected 24/7 through our phones, through our computers, through a lot of the work that we do, especially as journalists. Um, and it changes the way that you communicate. It changes the way that you start to relate to other people. When you're online, people will say things and be more blunt, be more cruel, because there is still a feeling that because it's the internet, it's not real. Um, and so people behave very differently online than they actually do in real life. I have, I'm always kind of blown away because I see people saying terrible things online. Um, but when you see them in person, they're always nice and polite. And I'm looking at them like, what in the world? But I think that it is more driven, not so much just by the internet itself, but just by the fact that we are so connected that we can't step away from it. And I've been really mindful of that, right? Because I used to raise a lot of awareness about indigenous issues. And, something would happen, I would jump on it. I would start reporting. I would start asking questions. Who do I get in contact with? But then, and this has to deal with the murdered and missing Indigenous women, my aunt went missing. My aunt became a murdered and missing Indigenous woman. And all of a sudden, my family was on the flip side of that, right? Getting asked questions, people wanting to know the details, wanting to get it out there. And it was like, oh, okay, we're not giving families time to mourn or to reconcile with what just happened. This is a highly traumatic event that you really can't wrap your head around. You can't make sense of this. But yet you have people asking you to step into that role of advocacy and stepping into that role of being the champion for that person, of being their voice before you even have time to really understand your own feelings or your own hurt, and to really grieve this person. And it doesn't stop, because even after the funeral, you got court dates. People, and I got really jaded in a lot of ways with a lot of the advocacy from that too, because unless it's a high profile person, unless people can get those likes and clicks and those sound bites and those videos, they're nowhere to be seen when it comes to supporting those families in the courtrooms. I remember one of the dates for my aunt, my cousins were in a courtroom, while just down the street, there were a lot of women meeting at the Capitol to raise awareness about murdered and missing Indigenous women. But they were leaving a family alone in a courtroom. And nobody showed up. Like, nobody was there to help them advocate for their mother, even just to show that they had support from community. But the moment it came time to have these rallies for murdered and missing Indigenous women, or to have these powwows or these different things to raise awareness, then they were more than happy to use my aunt's name to elevate her in that regard, right? And so it made me more mindful in the way that I started to report on a lot of these issues, letting families have time to mourn, and not expecting them to be an advocate. Just being more mindful of that, because being connected, you don't get to heal. And I've seen that in my family, of just not being able to escape it. Because even the court documents, the accounts of how she died, are very graphic in the way that they're put out there in the media. And, I've seen it happen to other families. And then you have social media, right? Which is another aspect, where you have TikTokers who hear these stories and they're putting on their makeup and they're talking about your relative being brutally murdered. Or they're doing little fun dances. They're just doing all these things. And you're sitting there like, no, this is not awareness. This is not respectful. This is not, like, there's a very thin line between awareness and exploitation. And I think with media, we have to be very cognizant of that. But we also need more media literacy, right? Because people don't know the difference between actual news sources and blogs and like all of these different things, and understanding that there is a difference, right? Like journalists were held to standards of ethics. There's a certain way that we have to report, we have to gather sources, and we have to fact check and verify. And other people don't. They get to be just opinion based, right? And people don't know the difference between that. And there's a very blurred line. And even within traditional journalism, that line has been blurred. So I think the media does play a huge part in it. And I do believe it is driven, but it's not so much social media, right? It's just the way that as human beings, we're not conditioned to be connected to these things or to have to deal with it 24/7. And before the internet, right? We could turn off the TV. News stations went off the air at midnight. And then you had to read if you were going to stay up all night, right? But now we're connected, we're scrolling, and we don't ever get a break from it because it's everywhere we go now. And even in just conversations that we have, like nobody can have a conversation with each other, it seems, about something that's just fun or innocent, without politics or without tragedy coming in. And I even find myself, when I talk to my partner, he calls me the bearer of bad news because I'm like, oh, did you hear this happen? He's like, no, and I didn't want to, but it's just because we're so connected and just because we're dealing with it, we want to share, right? Like we have to get it out. And I don't think we realize that. I don't think we realize the ways that we've been changed by social media because it's evolved faster than we've been able to really catch up with it.
Yeah, so beautifully articulated. I think, we have a disconnection pandemic and, we're addicted to the outrage, not the healing, right? Like you said, and we forget that storytelling is really sacred technology. So, reclaiming our writing and our poetry and our art and rewriting like sort of our collective story from trauma porn to like truth medicine is, I think, what SheisMe Health is really about, right? Because a lot of this stuff we just need to remember. It's really who we are, and we are so distracted by this disconnection, like you said. So thank you. That was beautiful.
When justice systems fail survivors, which happens multiple times a day, what models of community-based accountability actually work?
Yeah, I think I guess as a lawyer here, I will chime in about the importance, I think, of looking at justice from a more holistic perspective. We often think about justice happening in courtrooms, and I think that's a fallacy. And as we've learned, especially as survivors, there is a justice system that fails survivors every step of the way when it comes to looking at evidence and whose evidence is more credible. For instance, I had an asylum client who was a domestic violence survivor, and her entire testimony was thrown out because the judge found it not credible. And that is the case over and over and over and over again for survivors. Then you have a countersuit, which is a defamation suit, which is one of the reasons for silence that we talk about a lot, and is another way that justice systems continuously fail survivors when we think about the courtroom. I think it's really important to step out of the courtroom when we talk about justice as well. And I think that comes not just from community accountability models, which there's one that I really want to highlight, but also thinking about survivor-led restorative justice models, which have, there's ongoing studies and ongoing work around, survivor-led being the key restorative justice models that have been very promising. Yeah, you see reduced recidivism, and these are really, really important, I think, methods to start moving forward when we look at justice and thinking about, are we listening to survivors? Are we listening to survivor needs? And are these solutions, are these justice solutions survivor-led and survivor-centered? One additional kind of I guess, example, I would say there's this amazing organization called SASA in Uganda, and they have kind of created this community mobilization model, and it has actually reduced the new onset of intimate partner violence. There kind of is ongoing evidence that norm change at the community level, when led by the community, when led by survivors, is possible. And I think part of that is also, you know, the community mobilization, survivor led, and understanding that there's an economic element to this as well. So there is also evidence suggesting that, for example, cash or anti-poverty interventions, especially when money is directed towards women, show that that can reduce intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, not only easing stress, but shifting bargaining power. It's really, when you look about who is holding power and who can, and it can kind of, how do we shift that? Giving money to women is one of the big ways that that can happen.
I would love to jump in right there, because that directly ties into what it is that my organization is working on, right? Part of our organization, right, we do, like I said, we provide those immediate post-trauma care packages to make sure that women have what they need in the immediate aftermath of facing those traumas. But at the same time, we realize that's temporary, right? We need, for women, we need something that's going to be more structured and more long-term to help us get back to a place of self-sufficiency, which is why we are in the process of building a safe home development right now, right? Where it's going to be providing housing and entrepreneurship, career training for these survivors, to where they don't have to necessarily find themselves back in that same situation of where, you know, I don't have anywhere to go. I have to go back to my abuser because I don't have any money, or I don't have a place to stay, or, you know, all of the different things that pushes a survivor back into the same traumatic situation that they were in, right? And I think it's important that as we talk about solutions, and as we talk about pushing survivors forward, that needs to be at the forefront of our mind. It's one thing to just say, you know, we're going to help survivors and we're going to push them forward. There needs to be a method behind that, or otherwise they're going to find themselves right back where they were, right? So making sure that they have the career training, making sure that they have the ability to open a business like I did, because that's how I got started. I'm a survivor. I realized I need to make a way for myself. I need to find self-sufficiency. And so now I teach other survivors how to do the same thing. But I think it's really important that we don't just say, you know, we're going to help survivors, or, you know, we hear them. We need to do more than just hear them. We need to make sure that they can take that next step to self-sufficiency. So I definitely agree with you there in terms of like making sure that they have what they need, for sure.
I absolutely love that. You know, because I think in Native communities, you know, it's very hard for us because traditionally our models were restorative justice. When things would happen in the community, every effort was made to rehabilitate that person and to make amends in some way. You didn't just give up on that person, or you didn't just punish them. You were trying to teach them, like, how do we do better? Why do we do better even? And I think that's so important. And I think one of the main reasons that we have such an issue now is that we do have this justice system, right, that is very punitive. And it hasn't always been fair to Indigenous or Black people. And so when things happen, even when we're the victims of it, and even though we know there needs to be justice or we need to be safe, we're very hesitant to expose our people to those systems, especially if they're loved ones. And so it makes it hard for us to think about accountability, right? Because if we only have this justice system and we know that it's punitive, and we know that outcomes are worse, that it doesn't reduce crime, that it only increases the likelihood of, you know, the people going into the justice system being caught up in this cycle of not just continuing to commit crime, whether it's violence or, you know, whether it's like robbery or things like that, but it only increases their chances of getting stuck. It just continues that cycle. So I do believe that we really need to look in other ways. And also, and it's really, really hard to shift that mindset from punitive, right? Because especially as a victim or a survivor, like you want justice. And sometimes, we conflate the ideas of justice with revenge, and with just punishment, and it doesn't always work, right? So seeing some of the work, especially within Indian country, is really beautiful for me because I see that healing happening. I see these models working. We have communities where, when things happen, they come together as a community. They address it as a community. And to other people outside of that, it doesn't always make sense because they're like, well, that person needs to go to jail. That person needs to be punished. But at the same time, that's not what the victim may need in that instance. They may need to forgive. They may need to move on very differently than somebody else does, or the way that we think of it as justice. To them, it looks very different. And so being able to do that within a community setting is really beautiful. But it's also very hard for a lot of people outside that to see that, because to us, it's like, oh, they're just letting him go. Oh, he's just getting away with this. But it's like, no, you don't realize, like, the community's watching him now. Like, the community is watching this person. And, if he steps out of line again, they're going to step in again. They'll take care of this in a different way. And, as a last resort, it may result in going into the court systems, and sometimes they may not even have a choice depending on what the offense is of how to deal with it. So, but I do believe that we do need to put more power in the hands of, like, survivors and dealing with justice and dealing in ways with healing, even if it doesn't make sense to other people, because that empowerment, that autonomy is very important. For my mom was a survivor of rape and domestic violence, and she struggled with it for a very long time. And we almost lost my mom to addiction. There was a time when she kind of just realized, like, she was hurting us, her kids, and she took off and she didn't talk to us for 2 years. We would see her in a store and she would pretend like she didn't know us. And it was really hard, but it was how she needed to help herself, because she didn't know that it was okay to talk about this. She didn't know how to express herself or to express her hurt, but she was taking it out on us in various ways. And she just knew she needed to stop. And it took her a very long time to find the help that she needed, and to start talking, to start being okay, and to start coming to terms with it. And then it came back to, okay, I took care of myself. Now I got to fix my relationship with my kids. And it was very hard for us, because we didn't know if we could trust her, and we loved our mother, but at the same time, she had abandoned us, and it was a lot to work through many years. And then you start learning her story. She was raped by a relative. She had a kid that she was forced to give up for adoption, and she still had to see her abuser every day for the rest of her life, and not be able to talk about it. And everybody just pretend that it never happened, even though everyone in the family knew. And that's a very traumatic, right? And so when us, like her daughters, started coming to the age when this abuse started happening to her, that's when it started hitting her. That's when, it started triggering her, because she didn't know how to protect us. And she didn't know how to verbalize what she had gone through. And, we start learning about generational trauma. We start learning about all these things. And, I went through a really great program I was reporting on called Motherhood is Sacred, Fatherhood is Sacred. And they talk about the ways that generational trauma affects Native families, and how parents can be better, like be more mindful of the way that it changed them, of how it changed their parenting styles, and how it manifests very differently from person to person. And, that allowed me to start mending that relationship with my mom, because I started realizing, like, oh, okay, I get it. I understand this now. These are things that happen when you're just bottling it up inside, right? And so I was able to work through that with my mom. But there's all these programs that I see happening in Indian country that are addressing all of these issues that stem from trauma and from abuse, and just a very deep hurt that people have had to keep inside, don't talk about it. had to carry that shame, and we're starting to be able to talk about it more openly. And the way that it's changed, like my family, is incredible. But the way that I see it working in our communities on a larger scale is just one of the most beautiful things for me. So, I absolutely do believe that there is more healing in giving victims that empowerment and that autonomy to decide what justice is for them, than it is to force them through a very specific system, or model of justice.
Beautiful.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I really feel that, thank you. I'm just echoing very briefly what everyone has already articulated. The answer really lies in ancient feminine governance, in circles, not hierarchies, and, justice rooted in relationship, not punishment. So, in Hawaii, we have what we call it ho'oponopono, which is, about restorative justice through truth-telling and accountability, which is what, the process you described. And just imagine if our family courts operated in this way, centering really on healing as opposed to humiliation. What a different experience that might be.
Yeah, and just jumping in, I just want to say thank you to all of you for being so vulnerable and sharing your stories and your experiences as well. I think jumping in on restorative justice, because it is what I wrote my thesis on and my favorite form of justice that exists in the world. But I think also we have to consider that what we are talking about a patriarchal system and a systemic issue, and Johnny, you said it, if we are a community, we have to still live together.
Mm-hmm.
Is a retributive justice system the way that's going to allow us all to live together? I don't think that that's the case. I think it has to be a restorative circle that allows us to learn how to live together and learn how to move forward while centering voices of people who are survivors and who are victims, right? So that's just the last thing I will say on restorative justice. But again, thank you all for those insights.
So we have a couple of questions that kind of tie into this. So I'm just going to go through them really quickly. And the first one was, how can we protect survivors' dignity and stories without re-traumatizing them in the process, right? Because that was one of the reasons why I created this platform, was because I didn't want to be re-traumatized by telling my story out there in the world, just on the internet, and get attacked as we are all the time and be re-traumatized and be sort of in that. So I wanted to create this safe space where people could come and tell their stories without shame or judgment, and be able to share and feel connected and feel comforted with the community. So that's one example, but how can we do that going forward? And then what we just talked about, with global or local movements shifting policy, what can we learn from them?
I will jump in on that first part. I think giving the opportunity for survivors to not only speak when they're ready, like not necessarily forcing them to speak, but giving them the opportunity to, one, speak when they're ready to speak, right? And then also journaling.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, we can't say what we want to say out loud, but our fingers can still write it out, right? So having like journaling workshops for survivors, things of that nature, to where they don't necessarily have to speak out of their mouth the things that have taken place. They don't necessarily have to go through the verbal re-traumatization of what happened with them, but it still gives them a voice. It still gives them the opportunity to say what took place, speak it in their own words, not what someone else is trying to feed them to say or anything like that, but it gives them the opportunity to have that, again, self-sufficiency, that empowerment to speak on their own behalf without having to feel like, you know what, my voice was silenced once before, right? I'm going to get silenced again, right? Being able to write it out, I feel like it takes a bit away, a little bit of that stigma away, to where they still get to speak, but not necessarily have to be vocal.
I agree with that because there's healing in creation. And some of my previous talks for She Is Me has been on that very topic. And because when my mom passed away, I'm a talker. I talk through things openly, bluntly. I'm a journalist and I'm a storyteller. So I use my words. But when my mom passed away, it was very traumatic. And words were too much, like too real, right? And I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to say the words to make it all real. So I turned to art and I turned to color and I started expressing myself through like pour acrylics, which I saw a YouTube video of, and I thought, oh, that looks cool. But I'm a person who likes to have control, who likes to have very defined set of rules that I operate within. And grief doesn't do that. It doesn't care. And emotions are messy, right? And I started just playing around with this art form. And, it allowed me to kind of process a lot of feelings, my hurt, my grief in a way that made sense to me. And it didn't matter. Nobody else could look at it and try to take it, right? Like they couldn't try to redefine it or control what it meant for them. It was something that was just strictly mine emotions. And, I would tell people, if you buy a painting, you're literally getting my my traumas and, you're getting my story in a way that's very real for me. But it can mean something different for somebody else. Like you look at it and it could take on a whole new story for them. And I find, with a lot of these traumatic events too, allowing people to have time to find those words again. It took me 2 years before I could talk about my mom without breaking down, even just memories. And, it took me a while to kind of process through that, to be okay to like find the words, to tell people like what that experience was for me. And, I think that's so important because sometimes we're so inundated with all this messaging. This is what a survivor should be doing. This is what a survivor should be saying. This is how they should be acting. And if you don't follow that template, oh, well, is she really a survivor? Did this really happen to him? It places a lot of doubt. And so I find giving people that room to process on their own terms, on their own time, and letting them have control. How do I tell my story? When do I tell my story? That is so important for healing. And I just love that journaling too, because I have a little Google Doc where I would just write down things. If I couldn't express it through my art, then it went into this Google Doc just to have, just so I could go back to it and be like, okay, that was real. Like that was a thought that I had, and I could kind of handle it kind of out on my own terms when I was ready to come back to it. So I think that's so important in just letting people create, because there's so much healing in that. Just get them involved in something to where they can work out those feelings, those emotions, without actually having to talk about it, like to process it differently. Because I found that helped me heal so much, just making messes with my paint. And my floor is paint splattered, and my partner laughs at me. He's like, "Oh, you're such a mess." I was like, "Yeah, but I'm a healing mess." I was like, that paint on the floor is my healing, right? So
it's important. It's so important. Like my first book was teaching people how to journal through the process of telling their story. Like that was my first book that I put out. And, understanding like when I wrote the book, when I actually created it, I was going through it, right? I was the one who was experiencing it. And it's so funny, my husband, in the last traumatic event that I experienced, my husband was at the hospital with me, and he made the connection that, the nurses and the doctors and everybody was asking me all of these questions, but my mouth was not moving. And it wasn't until someone handed me a piece of paper and a pen that I actually started to speak. And so I I find that journaling, or at least for me, I can't speak for everyone, but myself as a survivor, my words have so much power when they come out with me writing with the pen. The power of it is just transformative for me. And so I literally wrote my first book about that because I realized, you know what, if it's giving me this feeling of taking myself back, taking my power back, um, having a bit more self-control when you feel like you're, hence the word anchored ink, because I felt like I was drifting out to sea and I needed to be anchored. Like, I needed that. I needed that pencil and that paper. I needed that pen. That pen was my mouthpiece. That was, that was my strength in that moment. And so realizing just something as simple as just teaching people how to journal through the process, I think it's so transformative and important for survivors to have that ability.
Agreed.
So
you
powerful.
mentioned Anjali, you mentioned Sansa. Is that what it's called in Uganda?
SASA, Sasa.
Oh, Sasa.
Yes.
What other, I know you work a lot with these organizations or aware of these organizations. So what other global or local movements are actually effectively shifting policy or culture around femicide?
Yeah, and I was going to jump in and say all of the things that we have just been talking about that everyone has been sharing around storytelling, around listening to survivors on their own terms, around reclaiming power as survivors, all of those things, all of that storytelling is also what has led to movements that shift policy and culture, right? So I see those as the answer to, the one and the same answer to both questions. And so, if we look at, for example, Ni Una Menos in Argentina, it was all around sustained mass mobilization of survivors stepping into their power collectively that catalyzed femicide laws, that catalyzed broader gender reforms, that kept pressure on institutions. In Spain, recently, new consent-based law that hadn't existed before. Again, a result of listening to survivors on their terms on a collective level. In Kenya, for example, recently, protests that have led to national task forces, police units, and resourcing and enforcement around gender-based violence, right? So I think it's all related and it's all one and the same, is that in the way that survivors as individuals step into their power on an individual level, when we do that on a collective level, that's actually what then leads to these movements that do shift policy, that do shift law. And it all stems from that. It all stems from survivors.
Yeah. And there was also recently in Australia, I think in New South Wales, there was a mandatory jail time for breaking a protective order law just passed, which was phenomenal in my opinion, because the amount of, if you looked at the statistics, the amount of women who were killed from that protective order being broken is astounding. So something like that is, I was actually stood up and did a happy dance when I read that because I was just so thrilled. Let's talk about prevention because it starts early. So what needs to change in how we raise boys, educate girls, and how we talk about power, right? Because we know that violence is about power.
I would. Sorry. I was going to just say that I think that's a good place to start is to talking about power dynamics, right? Mm-hmm. Because I feel like that's where things get really shifted and misconstrued and weaponized is when people talk about power. From when you see men who respond to what women are talking about the violence they experience at the hands of men, they're like, not all men, right? But they're unwilling to discuss the power dynamics that exist, right? That men are more likely to listen to other men, more likely to really hear them, if another man is telling them like, hey, this is not respectful behavior towards a woman, than they are if we're telling them, right? Because when we tell men anything, because of the way that patriarchy has shifted the power dynamics, it's like we're nagging. It's like we're vilifying them. And it didn't used to be that way. You know, within Native communities, women and men had equal power. We had systems of governance where, yes, they were more patriarchal, where it was men in charge, but they were only backed up by grandmother councils. And women had the final say in the wisdom, like, do we go to war? How do we handle this conflict? There was a balance of power, where men were not seen as being greater than or less than women, and women were not seen as being greater or less than men. It was just a balance. And I think we need to kind of bring that back. You know, I struggle with a lot of conversations within Indian country because we have a movement of what we call rematriation. And we have a lot of programs that are like celebrating matriarchy, right? But we forget that matriarchy and patriarchy, um, didn't exist within the same framework as they do Western culture or the way that Western mindset sees it. It existed very differently for us. And it wasn't that women were more powerful than men, it was that there was a balance. And, and it's really hard to have those conversations because everything is framed through that Western framework of understanding, um, gender roles and power dynamics. And so I think we need to kind of decolonize our thinking on that a little bit in the way that we have these conversations. Um, because I do find when we do have these conversations that I can kind of see the way or the why that men get offended with from what women are saying, right? I can also see the way that we get offended from the way that men are talking. But a lot of it is just a communication error. And I think that it starts with discussing power dynamics. What does this mean, within our like a cultural context, but also within our larger society, that how this is viewed, and coming back together to have these conversations together. You know, and like I said, there's so much work I see being done on this, especially here at the Indian country. I see a lot of, men's groups that are coming together more, to address the way that patriarchy has shifted the way that our men behave towards women. And they're trying to correct that, right? Like go back to our traditional values and remind people what those traditional values actually were, what they actually meant for men, outside of that Western thinking of men are in charge, men are empowered. Um, you know, the way
Entitled.
that our two-spirit relatives were treated within our communities. You know, we're coming back to this. I see so much work happening and it's so important. But I also think that outside of our culture, like non-native cultures, when you look at other like European indigenous people, you know, they have very similar values. And so it all comes down to that about being about power dynamics and the way that those definitions have shifted to mean something very differently in the rise of these systems of oppressions that are put in place, through like our governments, through colonization, through, you know, all of this. So I think it does come back to just shifting the conversation about what are power dynamics, and what do they mean for us as men and women.
I think it's also important to, starting at a young age, right? Modeling. I have two young, well, he's not young anymore. I have a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old now, both boys. But one of the things that I found important for them was to not only model to them, both my husband doing it and myself as well, is that modeling to them that it's because they have this level of power within themselves, it's their job to be protective and not dominating of that woman that's in their life, right? It's not for you to dominate her. It's for you to be protective of her. Would you allow this to happen to me as your mother, right? Is this something that you would allow another person, another male, to do to your mother? Resounding, your answer is always no, right? modeling that behavior and that wording to young men, I think it's important. And on the flip side of that, modeling to young women at an early age, your voice matters. Your voice is important. It's okay for you to say no. It's okay for you to say, I don't want that, or I don't like that. It's okay for you to do that. Your voice is just as important as them, the boys, right? It's just as important for them to know you are there in a protective nature, not in a dominant nature when it comes to the opposite sex. And so I think modeling for children at a young age is important. That way, we're starting from the beginning, right? And we're not having to break down something that they've already experienced and already have started doing later on in life, right? Starting early on and implanting that in them and giving them the opportunity to grow into that in a mature way. I think that's important.
I love this. And I just want to say, I really believe that it comes with women starting to embody their power and embody leadership, because feminine leadership doesn't dominate, it harmonizes. So, if we could really get back into our somatic intelligence and lead through our nervous system, this could be extremely powerful for both men and women around us. And I think, that's part of us, having these embodiment opportunities for women to, story tell through their bodies, right? Through movement, through somatic embodiment practices, also journaling and these other practices as well, but really getting back into our bodies, right? We do a lot of talking, and I absolutely agree. Like, these stories should not be forced out of us. They should come out of us, freely through a healing, ritual. And that's how we take charge of our nervous systems, and we lead from that place.
I also think with our boys, I have two boys, teaching that violence isn't the answer. And I'm going to go back to movies and television and video games. And, every video game is a first person shooter game, and every show is about police or gangs or, the fixers or something. Everybody has a gun on TV. So there's just this idea that's not blatant. They're not saying it, but it's that everything is solved with violence. If you don't like what somebody's saying, you can just kill them and your problem is solved, or you can just hurt them or silence them. Music is, there's this it's all sex and violence now. It's about, look at that girl and look what I'm going to do to her. And then, the girls are saying, hey, come here and do this to me. It's like, it's just, and it's been that way for a long time. I get that. And we even, when you look back at Looney Tunes, even, it was, Pepe Le Pew was like this little rapist skunk, right? He was just taking the female cats, and they were trying to get away from him, and he was holding on to them and making them do things. There's the hunter with the gun, and he was trying to kill the rabbit all the time. And I mean, we just have grown up in this pool of violence, and it's been normalized. So it's really something that I think we need to start, that violence isn't the answer to any of this. And, that making a point to say that this isn't real, this isn't how things work, this is all made up. But I would love to see some systemic change on filmmakers and, and in TV and things where women are taking the lead in creating content that isn't about this, that isn't all violence. And I know it sells, and I know it makes money, and that kind of goes back to the very beginning of what we were talking about. But, how do we then enable women to create more content and to tell different stories and to bring more of that into the mainstream, so that our children aren't just being inundated with this violence all the time?
Yeah, I mean, it's go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Angela.
I was just going to jump off that and say it's very interesting because, the same film that will be rated, for example, PG-13 in the United States, if you go to Germany, for example, the high levels of violence kind of increase the rating of that, so that it, like, violence is really considered a huge issue from a viewership perspective. I think the flip side of that, and I think this is also important to talk about, is sexual content. In Germany, for example, the ratings go a little bit lower. There's this more kind of free understanding of sexuality, whereas here in the US, if something has a sex scene in it, all of a sudden the rating is going to skyrocket when it comes to viewership. And so it's that balance of, well, okay, violence seems to be okay, but sexuality and sex seems not to be okay. Whereas, there is starting from illegal, but culture in other places like Germany, for example, where violence is considered a huge issue, and sexuality and sex is considered kind of more of a normal cultural, more of a normal thing. And so I think I just think it's such an interesting, juxtaposition between the two.
I think that it goes along with alcohol as well. Like if you go to some of the countries in Europe or even South America, alcohol is maybe an accompaniment with a meal or something. It's not something that is used in excess. And we know that here, excess is, in the United States, excess is everything. More, whether it's sex or violence or alcohol. More is better. The more you can consume, the more you can, experience, whatever. More is better. So we've got to change the narrative around that as well. And I think, one leads to another, right? All of these things in excess are symptoms of what is happening, here on the ground, right? Like the systemic, what am I trying to say? Keeping us under the poverty level, and the violence against women, and there being no consequences, and so on and so forth. Like those things, and our unregulated nervous system, as Christy was saying, are causing us to find. We're trying to self-soothe. We're trying to find a way to feel better, and there's no outlet, and there's no relief. And so it's only natural for us to want to try and control things in a different way. And so we kind of have to rewind and go back to, like Christy said, that nervous system, calming that down and figuring out how to help, especially women. How do we do that? And then everything else falls into place.
Yeah, and I do feel like there is a huge narrative shift going on right now. Being here in LA and working in the industry that I do, I see that shift in storytelling. And, I think it's awesome, especially, with the native media, because we had shows like Rutherford Falls. We have shows like Spirit Rangers that deal with native issues, but in very, I guess you would say, more positive, fun ways, where it's not poverty porn, not steeped in violence. Reservation Dogs was the same way, where they got to show Native people in a more contemporary way, dealing with heavy issues, but still in a lighthearted way. And, I see that shift in mainstream media as well. And it's the source of my frustration as somebody who is a horror movie enthusiast, because I'm like, I would kill for a traditional horror movie, not one that has to be ironic or funny or horror comedy or mockumentary. But it's a generational shift, right? Because I do feel that in response to the way that traditional media has been so violent, that we have a generation of kids who are coming up now and are rebelling against those ideas, right? And so they are creating media that is, instead of like just violence for the sake of violence, it's a violence for the sake of comedy. It's a violence for the sake of satire. Almost every movie I see is satire, and I'm just like, why? Because for me, I want that traditional movie storytelling, because that was my generation, right? I grew up on horror movies, and I would kill for a traditional horror movie and not a satire and not a mockumentary. But I see that as being part of the way that our society is changing, the way that our youth are changing in a more positive way. I see these conversations that do have to deal with sexuality in film, where they want to see more queer representation, but also not hypersexualize those identities. They just want that representation to be normalized. Um, and also, and to not have sex just for the sake of sex. Like, if it's not part of the story, why is it there? I see our youth asking those questions and responding in the media that they are now creating. And it is very interesting, right? Um, because it's like the industry is having to grapple with that new reality of what used to sell is no longer of interest to these generations that are now coming up. And so there is a kind of a power struggle going on here right now with that. And I'm here for it because our youth have such a incredible way of framing things. Even if you just talk to the youth, as us, our generation, we're so connected to the internet. We're like, they will take Facebook from we know it's bad, we know it, but they will take it from our cold, dead hands, even with like Blue Sky, like we're addicted, right? But we have youth who, they've adopted this very Luddite mindset, right? Where they're using flip phones without the internet. And just not having social media because that's where their parents are. So it's for old people. And they're eschewing that. Like there's so many book clubs here in LA that have blown my mind because, we think of our youth as being into video games or into all these things. But, I see these pockets of kids who are rebelling against the internet because they see the way that it has changed us. And so their response is to go the opposite way and push it aside. And so they're reading more books. They're doing more art. They're creating, like, you go to the parks here and you see groups of kids who are just hanging out, playing like old school hacky set. And, not on their phones. Like, they're having conversations. They're going to like classical shows and having conversations about that. But the media that we see around us has us thinking very differently, right? So unless you're in the community, unless you're doing work on the ground, you don't really get to see that side of things. You only get to see what the internet is presenting to you. And I think that has to go with like the algorithms, right? They're programmed to feed us the negative, to generate that reaction from us, and to kind of skew the way that we view things. My partner and I are constantly laughing at our algorithms and how differently, because especially when it comes to politics, right? Because he's a man, he gets things about women, just gold diggers, just all these negative things about women. Meanwhile, I get the things about men. And we're constantly sharing our phones like, how are these the same algorithms when we kind of watch the same content, but it feeds us very different things. I'm very liberal, but I get all conservative things that pop up in my algorithm trying to generate that negative response for me, trying to get me to respond or interact with that content. And I just hit block now, block, 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 because that's what we should be doing.
Right.
Instead of engaging with it. My partner, he's more apolitical. But yet he gets content from both Republican and Democrat things. And he's always just like, why? He's like, I don't care about this, but it's to get him to have that little rage reaction, right? So we have to be mindful of like the algorithms and what they're doing, how they're programming our mindsets, how they're programming our reactions, and really looking at the reality of things too. I think that's, we constantly have those conversations that people don't know what's real anymore. You can show them the truth, the facts, and they'll still be like, oh no, that's not real. That's a liberal mindset. That's a conservative thing, and just refuse to believe it. So, those are the things that we have to contend with, but we also have to acknowledge like where they come from and how deeply embedded they are in our psyches, so that we can be cognizant enough to understand like, oh, okay, I need to step back, don't engage with this, hit block, and log off if need be. Because otherwise we're just kept in this cycle of rage and just look at what's happening to the world around us now because of that.
Right. So how can women's leadership in government, media, community organizing transform safety into policy and not privilege? Because I think that's something that men are very scared of, that we will have privilege over something when we're just asking for policy, right? So how can women's leadership transform safety into policy?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Christy, because I actually think I was gonna punt it to you by saying there is an embodied way to think about this, which I think is better for you to talk about, and then there's the structural way to think about this. So I'm happy for you to go ahead with what your comments first.
I'm so sorry I lost you for a second. Would you like me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I would just, I would say that it really starts with our own personal healing and getting back into the body. And, when we really empower our own biology and we remember that safety isn't really something that can be provided by a system to us, it's something that's generated from within our own bodies. When we, learn how to regulate our nervous system, we can really break this lineage of violence. And that's my perspective. I think that the war on women ends in our bodies. Not in courtrooms or outside, but really remembering that our body was never a problem and that our body is really the medicine.
Yeah, I love that. And jumping off of that, which, yes, that was the segue I was hoping for. But it's, when we have embodied leadership and when women take on leadership roles, everyone is better for it. It's not something that, just one group of people are better for it or just another. That kind of privileged conversation, I think, comes, as you said, Lisa, from a place of fear. Everyone is better for it, and there are studies that show this. When it comes to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence specifically, there is this study about mayors in Brazil, and where there were female mayors elected in Brazil, there then trended downwards the intimate partner violence and gender-based violence in those communities. And this could be a self-fulfilling prophecy in the sense of communities that are accepting of and want to amplify women's leadership are communities that then trend downwards when it comes to intimate partner violence. But I think that's also part, I think there's also something to be said about the fact that women's leadership leads to less intimate partner violence in those scenarios and leads to kind of less murder rates in general for the entire population. Everyone is better off. In policy and peace negotiations, when women shape policy and peace agreements last almost 35% longer than they do when women are not part of those conversations. So again, everyone benefits from a conversation where women are in the room. At the same time, women are less than 10% of negotiators right now, right? And so you really see that when women are put in positions of leadership, everyone benefits. And that includes survivors, and that includes women when it comes to intimate partner violence.
And you've seen it in other countries where women have been put in charge or elected. Iceland, New Zealand, Mexico now. Just the Christy got kicked out of her space. She sent me a text, but she's back. But how the poverty level has diminished. The people are working. People are feeling valued. People are, and all of that, right, is something that contributes to the level of violence that's happening in the country or in your community, right? Are people feeling valued? Are people feeling worth something? Like the worthiness factor is something that's really attributes to that number. So you see it, the statistics are there. When women are in charge, everybody just seems to do better. Right? So if every woman watching could take one action today, what would move us closer to ending the war on women? And this is our final question, by the way.
Not a hard question at all.
Just one action.
Yeah, of course. I have three. Sorry, lawyers always talking threes, but I'll be really fast. The first, and each of these are things we've talked about already in this conversation, so I would call these more of a summary than anything else. But one, resource your local ecosystem, fund or volunteer with a survivor-centered community-based program, whether that's kind of advocacy, whether it's shelters, whether it's legal aid, mutual aid organizations. Community organizations are doing amazing work. Fund them, support them, volunteer for them. The second thing we've been talking about, Johnny was talking about algorithmic misogyny. We've been talking a lot about how digital platforms benefit financially from misogyny and from violence. And one way to counter that is disrupt that, report, downrank, don't support platforms that are amplifying hate and misogyny. And the third, and I think the most important one for me, is have conversations about empathy, about bravery, about power at your dinner table.
I think my one, and I agree with everything you just said, by the way. But I think my one, if I could just pick one thing for all women to do in this moment to just move us all forward when it comes to our well-being, be your first advocate. Allow your voice to mean more to you than the voices around you, because you are the central figure in your life. I know as women, we tend to feel like, oh, everybody else comes before us, and everybody else's needs are more important than ours in this moment. I mean, it's just something that women tend to do. But I think getting to a point within ourselves to where we become our very first advocate, and we have the understanding within ourselves that we are just as important as everything else that's going on around us. And it's important that I speak up for myself and be my advocate.
Yeah, I think my one would be exactly that. Like, don't be afraid to step into your own power, because you have it. And I think, as women, we've been told to kind of step back, and we're very afraid to step into that space, to take ownership of our own power. It's kind of like that Barbie speech, that I just love, because they're talking about how women, nothing we do is ever right. We're too much or not enough, and we really do have to contend with that. But I think as women, we need to just be more brave in stepping into our power and owning that, even when we know that it's going to shift the power dynamics around us, shift the relationships that we have with the people around us. And just know that, when we step up, other people will either step up with us or just show us that we need to let them go. And it's not because we think they're worthless or anything like that. It's just that that relationship no longer serves us or serves our purpose. And it's okay to let it go, because we shouldn't have to make ourselves smaller to continue in any relationship, whether it's with a partner or whether it's with family. We need to kind of take ownership of our power, because I think that would be the greatest thing for us as women, because then we wouldn't be so afraid to stand up and to speak up and to pursue justice, even when we know that in a lot of those times we'll find ourselves kind of standing alone, until we find our sisters to stand with us.
Mm-hmm. Christy?
Amen, sisters. And nothing is more threatening than empowered, embodied women to the structures that are currently in place. And we're so conditioned to wrestle with the patriarchy. However, if we stop asking permission to rest, to rage, to feel, and it's really important to feel, and most importantly, to lead, with that mother energy, with using like this creator intelligence that is inside of every single one of us, the war is over, because women were really meant to heal the world by coming home to ourselves.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you, everyone. That was a wonderful panel. Thank you for being here. Thank you for raising your voices. And I know that every woman that we touch with this information and these conversations will be helped. We appreciate you, and we'll see you soon, everyone. Thank you.